Under old business, we had put the parent request for tuition off a month to allow the parent to attend, and they didn't come. We can either give them one more month, or we can take action tonight. What's the pleasure of the board?
No. If they're not going to show up for 2 meetings in a row,
right?
So
you know,
there's a lot.
Deny the request to
Right.
pay tuition.
I make a motion, we deny the request to pay tuition.
Is there a second? All right, it's been moved and seconded to deny the parent request to pay tuition to attend, I believe it was Vermont Academy. Any discussion on this before we vote? I'm looking for hands online. Go ahead.
Joe, I have something to say.
Okay, hang on one sec, Trish. I got one here, and then I got you.
Okay.
Just the possibility that the parent received Bill's notice to no school community gatherings, that they didn't show up here, or is that? I'm new, so just kind of throwing it out there.
I would have hoped that they would have connected with Joe or I.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything.
They didn't show up at
from
the
them.
last meeting.
And they didn't show up.
They didn't show up at the last meeting. They've sent a letter. We needed some clarification, and we talked to them about that, and we haven't heard since then. So.
Plenty of opportunity.
Yeah, I would be. So. Thanks, David.
Thank you. Trish?
That's what was going to be my question. Had there been communication between the administration and the family, or if there hadn't been, with the extraordinary circumstances going on right now, I would say let's give them until next month because there is still time. But if there has been communication and it's kind of gone nowhere, then I would support the motion.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? Ready to vote? All right, all in favor of the motion to deny the tuition request, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? The ayes have it. The motion carries.
Howie's still mute.
Yeah, Howie's still muted. Okay, the long-term planning work calendar. At the last meeting, we were given these two different drafts of possible long-term work calendars where, going forward after we get a budget adopted for next year, we start talking about what, as a district, we can do going forward. The future planning that Bill was talking about at the end of the budget presentation. One of them contemplates having a budget committee do some additional work, and the other has the board doing all the work without the aid of the budget committee, right?
That is correct.
The one where the board does all the work without the aid of the budget committee means more board meetings. These meetings would be in addition to the regular board meetings. We'd go back to most of the time 2 a month. So we should tonight, or certainly at no later than the April 13th reorganization meeting, adopt one of these as the plan going forward for the work that we have in front of us for the next 6 months or so. Thoughts tonight?
I think it would be a very good idea to have a budget committee separate from the regular board meetings.
Okay. Keegan. Yep. Rick. Sorry. I looked at him move and I looked at Mike.
Well, that's exactly what I said last time is what Keegan said, so I'm still on that page.
Okay. Anyone else?
Should have a budget committee.
Okay.
Just
Okay.
not a committee though. But.
Yep. Well, we try to keep those to a minimum.
Well, we had one this year, and apparently it didn't work out too well when it worked out. The committee did great work, but apparently the public wasn't too happy with what the committee wanted, and then tasked the administration to go back without the committee.
Okay.
and come up with a budget.
So we've heard support for the budget committee, and again, this can all be decided at the reorganization meeting, but it sounds like, based on the feedback we're getting now, I mean, we could have one different member is at the reorganization committee, or we could just be the same as we are now. But the plan, I guess we can give Bill the heads up that he should sort of look to plan with the input of a budget committee, and then that committee can be finalized at the reorganization meeting. You can be volunteered, or if you're interested in serving on that and all those extra meetings, think about it now, and then you'll get tapped at that meeting. Does that make sense to you?
Yep.
Does that work for everyone? Board? Did I capture it? All right. Great. The next item is blizzard bags.
Yes.
And there's a link that is supposed to go to some research but when the board packet was put together, the PDF document flattened the link and it doesn't work. So, Bill, could you tell us what that link was?
Well, I will say that this is almost a 2-year-old conversation that I think some creative thinking from some board members about looking to neighboring states, New Hampshire and Massachusetts in particular, that received permission from their Department of Education to create blizzard bags, which is essentially what we're going to kind of live through here the next 4 to 8 weeks.
Yeah, exactly.
So I think it is prudent to bring the thought back up. In Vermont, the current pathway before COVID-19 was a pretty extensive waiver that had to go through the Agency of Education and the State Board of Education. And I am curious to see what happens on the other side of COVID-19. And so I would respectfully ask that we go ahead and keep it on old business, but kind of with what Al was thinking about, kind of an after-action review. I think the state is going to do that. And so I am happy to continue investigating the possibility for West River to participate in that. I would just suggest if we could wait until after this current situation, hopefully, subsides, and I might have some more support and thought around it at the people that would have to say yes.
Just want to say
Mike.
that makes a lot of sense. So.
Okay.
Agreed. Ken?
Well, this is not how I wanted to set a precedence for this to happen. Now, the state has a precedence that the governor is turning around and saying, you have to provide blizzard bags, basically.
COVID bags.
Okay? Yeah,
So we've got a
whatever,
model,
whatever you
right?
want to call them, virus bags, whatever you want to call them now. But, so, well, I came up with a whole bunch of different names for them in this situation, but believe me, I'm going to tell you, the best thing to go with, stick with blizzard bag. Okay? It'll cover any situation. Catastrophe bag, whatever you want.
All right, so we can keep that.
But now that the governor, has set a precedent,
But I'll keep it on.
there
under
should
old
be no
business.
reason why we can't keep this learning model that we're using now
Yeah. I agree.
for the winter, so that we don't have to have the problems that we've had in the past with extending the school year. And the board should stay on top of this.
Yeah, what I'll do, as if it's okay with the board, I'll just leave it under old business.
Yeah.
So that we can't get rid of it.
Can we leave it on working on business instead of old business? Old business just seems to get shoved
New
to
and
the sides.
refreshing
Yeah.
business?
Yeah, new and refreshing business. Something.
I just want it on the agenda.
Oh,
In perpetuity.
all right, as long as we can keep it on the agenda and keep
Okay.
it fresh in everyone's mind.
All right.
Because it got
Motion
lost
on
for
that?
2 years.
There we go.
And it
No.
got lost for 2 years of it.
Well, for perpetuity. you might.
Well, you just need the indulgence of the chair. who sets the agenda.
Chair indulges.
Yeah. New chair, maybe no indulgence, I don't know. Anyway, all right. So we'll keep blizzard bags around, and we will probably learn a great deal in the current situation. I think you've got a number of tasks.
Yeah.
Yes, so, Mike, you're gonna mention one in a sec. I have a request, from, Mr. LaPasta. I will reach out to, Scott Tabachnik, the principal at Newbrook, asking him to contact, Mr. LaPasta to discuss, amaze.org and communication with parents, about that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And, I will. Keegan is going to be on the policy committee. Trish is on the negotiations committee. Class configuration, we have, it will be on the agenda for discussion on April 13th, and permission has been for an anticipated position. Blizzard bag stays on old business. And Mike.
All right, so I saw on a post tonight that from Sarah Wiswall that the Jamaica Town Hall is open for phone business, but closed to the public. So people who wanted to early vote can't, or they might be able to, but I'm not sure how that would work. So I wanted to task Bill to talk to JP Isabel, get guidance there, and if it's not clear, talk to the attorney and let us know. I also heard that Brattleboro did the same thing, so it might happen.
Brattleboro's closing town offices, yeah.
Yeah.
We probably do need to seek some guidance. Brattleboro's also recommending postponing elections.
That might have to happen
That
too.
might have to happen.
Yeah.
Although that would make budget planning difficult if we did, I think.
Well, I mean, how do we even get a fair budget vote on that? You know?
Yeah.
The budget's already been planned. What you gotta do is just make sure you
We
get
gotta
a date, you
gotta
get
it
people in
passed,
public.
yeah. Okay. So those are the tasks for the administration, and the committee tasks are really just the membership, and then your committee chair will be in touch with you about policy committee meetings, or Trish, March 27th. It's the next negotiation. Is there anything else that needs to get added to that list? I don't think so, but I'll check. Okay.
Can someone tell me when the next policy committee is?
We're looking for a chair of the policy committee. Ken is doing it in memoriam, he's chair emeritus. So he is really looking for passing that baby off. So if you're excited, you could become the chair and call the first meeting.
Did I hear a volunteer down there?
We got a volunteer.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mike says he'll chair it.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
We haven't had a meeting to have that conversation.
Okay,
It
then
was an
why?
open meeting.
I'll
at
have
this
the
meeting.
old chair call a meeting, and then the policy committee can decide.
There we go.
Thank you.
So Ken will be in touch.
I'll call a meeting as soon as we can meet in public.
All righty. So that's it for committee tasks.
Joe?
Yes.
Sorry, you just said that the next negotiations committee was on the 27th, but Bill said 26th.
26th. Did I misspeak? It is the 26th.
26th at 6:30.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome. Sorry.
We're all gonna gather on the common.
Okay, so there are minutes in your packet of the January 27th, February 10th, and February 24th meeting. I just need a motion to approve those.
I noticed that the February 10th meeting has Christina Robinson listed as a board member. I believe that should be Drew Hazelton at that time. Because Jen Dorda Duque was also listed for Jamaica.
February 10th?
Yep, that's a Peter one. Yep, we'll make that correction.
Move to approve the agendas with the corrections.
Any other corrections in these meetings? Okay, it's been moved to approve them. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Okay, discussion, corrections. I see some name misspellings, but nothing huge. I thought, I missed the one that you had, Mike, but, what happened seemed correct to me. All right, so all in favor of approving the minutes as corrected, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? The minutes pass. Okay, pay orders.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Here.
The pay orders got reviewed?
Yep,
Yes.
Okay, so
So you
who
ready?
wants to make the motion?
so moved.
You got
Approve them.
I make a motion.
Usually,
How
hang
about
on.
somebody make it who knows the numbers and the amounts?
Do you have them?
Yes.
All right,
Okay.
go for it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so pay order or AP voucher number 46 in the amount of $208,506.05. The second pay order voucher is number 47 in the amount of $17,968.49.
Okay, there's one more that was from the last meeting, that was the pay orders that were paid so that we didn't make late fees. And it just didn't get approved at the last one. So if you could add pay order 42 for $129,980.62.
I will add pay order number 42 in the amount of $129,980.62.
Thank you very much. Okay, so it's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to
Give me
approve
some of that.
pay orders. Any questions about them? Discussion?
Everything seemed in order. Didn't see anything that popped out and looked different. So
Thank you. So all in favor, please say aye.
aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. We do not need executive session for anything.
We don't, but I will inform the board after I talk with the Secretary of State if anything needs to happen with the annual meeting and the elections on the 25th via email, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Fine.
that's fine. Okay.
You want to do the
What?
next meetings?
Oh, yeah.
Announce them.
Yeah. We don't need the executive session. The next meeting is the annual meeting, March 24th at 7 p.m. At Leland and Gray. And there will be a budget vote and the member-at-large election on March 25th. And then the next school board meeting after that will be April 13th, where we reorganize the board when we've got all the people elected. All of those are subject to change based on current situation. Stay tuned. Any other business?
Move to adjourn.
All right. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All right. Thanks for hanging in, folks.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, everybody.
All right. State law.
Good evening and welcome to a special meeting of the Brattleboro Select Board being held on Monday, March 23rd, 2020. I just want to make sure I hit the record button properly on this. If it's making volume things, then I'm good to go. Perfect. So we are recording, we are live, everything has been done properly. And Jan, has the meeting been properly warned?
Yes, it has.
Excellent, thank you so much. Okay, it's a short meeting tonight. We have a few quick orders of business to take care of so that we can keep town government running smoothly during these uncharted waters. The first thing that we are going to do is have an appointment of a select board member to fill the vacancy that was created by David Skoll's resignation, which many of you probably saw, I believe came out last week. David, who served this board very well for, I think, 7 or 8 or 15 years, I'm not sure, is now going to put all of his attention into the school board. And so we are going to appoint somebody to come on in and take that spot.
Indeed.
And the person that we're going to appoint is none other than Ian Goodnow, who of course won the election, and had this been a normal year with a normal representative town meeting, we'd be swearing Ian in right now to his regular spot, but instead we are going to be doing an appointment. So,
Would you like the motion?
I could make a motion.
yeah.
You can.
That's all right?
Yeah.
I'll make a motion to appoint Ian Goodnow to fill the vacant seat on the select board for the remainder of the term to which David Scholes was elected in 2017.
Excellent. Tim has made that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, motion carries. And now, directly following this, we will swear you in. Please find your X. And the swearing in will be done tonight by Jan Anderson.
So please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, state your name,
I, Ian Goodnow,
do solemnly affirm
do solemnly affirm
that I will faithfully execute the duties of Select Board Member
that I will faithfully execute the duties of Select Board Member
for the Town of Brattleboro
for the Town of Brattleboro
for the period to which I have been appointed,
for the period for which I have been appointed,
and will therein do equal right and justice
and will therein do equal right and justice
to all people
to all people
in the best of my judgment and ability,
in the best of my judgment and ability,
according to law,
according to law,
under the pains and penalties of perjury.
under the pains and penalties of perjury.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Welcome to the
Okay.
table.
And please join us at the table, which we are, of course, practicing social distancing, so Ian is way over there.
Welcome.
Welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Okay, so with the exception of Daniel Quip, who could not join us tonight, this is your sitting board. We are now going to move into election of officers, and what that means is this is the opportunity for people at this table to give out nominations for chair, vice chair, and clerk. Currently, I am chair, Tim is vice chair, and Liz is clerk. That's going to be a big shakeup. Peter.
You need to adopt a motion to conduct the election since it's not a reorganization.
Perfect. Thank you for that. I have this right here. Before I do that, I want to say that I will not be seeking and have not been seeking any of my colleagues' nominations for chair, as I am not seeking to be an officer of the board. I am seeking to just be a regular old board member for the remainder of my term this year. I am now going to be looking for a motion to elect select board officer for the remainder of the term of the 2019-2020 select board, right? Perfect. So I would look for that motion.
I move to elect Select Board officers for the remainder of the term of the 2019-2020 Select Board.
Excellent. Liz has made that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Whew. Motion carries. We get to continue our work this year.
4-0.
No shakeups on that one. Okay, at this time, we are going to go ahead and do the election of officers, and the first position that we are going to be looking for a nomination for is for chair of the board. Liz.
I would very happily like to nominate Tim Wessel for chair. He's currently serving as vice chair.
Excellent. Thank you, Liz.
Thank you.
Are there other nominations for chair? Okay. Nomination closes. Do we do these one at a time? Does it matter if we do the whole? Okay.
Yes, you do.
So for chair of the board, the only nomination on the floor is for Tim Wessel, current vice chair. All those in favor to appoint Tim as chair or elect Tim as chair of the board? Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Phew. You can breathe now.
Should I have abstained?
No,
No,
Okay.
you're allowed to vote for yourself.
my mother said you should always vote for yourself.
That's right. You should be the first voice we hear. Okay, moving on, I am now going to be looking for a nomination for vice chair of the board.
I would like to nominate Liz McLaughlin for vice chair.
Excellent.
That's in order.
Very good. Are there any other nominations for vice chair of the board? Okay. Seeing none, I would say Tim has made that motion for Liz to move into the vice chair position. All those in favor? Aye. 4-0 again. God, we're just keeping it too easy up here. And last but never least, our final officer position is for clerk of the board. I would entertain a nomination for clerk of the board.
Yes, you were going to do that.
Okay. I was until 30 seconds ago, clerk of the board. And I would be happy to nominate Ian Goodnow for the position of clerk.
Excellent. I have a nomination for Ian Goodnow for clerk of the board. Do I have any other nominations? All right, then Liz has made that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Good job.
Oh, wow.
That's how you do it, Tim. Take note. Wonderful. So we have your sitting board for the remainder of the 2020 select board term. We have your officers who are Tim Wessel, Liz McLaughlin, and Ian Goodnow. That's what we have. Is there any other business to be discussed? Is there any member of the public who would like to participate this evening? No, there is not. Okay, then I would entertain a motion to adjourn at 5:38.
Oh, I move to adjourn.
Excellent. Ian has made that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Meeting adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, BCTV. We'll see you soon.
That might have been a record. I think we're good.
Okay.
I know.
We will call the meeting to order at 7:03. Sure. And I guess the first thing is to call for late additions to the agenda, which I have a few, and there's probably a few others. Things are happening fast, lots of stuff. A few of these things I'm going to kind of lump into number 8, which is just kind of an update on the COVID-19 situation, kind of operations, things like that. I think I'll kind of bucket yours into there too. Volunteer thing was one of them, and the internet access type discussion, if you want to comment on that, town internet access. So, the other was there are a few overweight permits that are come in. Want to discuss an appointment to the Jamaica Planning Commission, and also discuss the possibility of setting up an authorized member of our board to sign off on pay orders and things like that if we decide down the road that we're not holding meetings or things like that, so we can kind of keep rolling along. Did you have others, Paul? I know you had mentioned, but I think a few I covered.
You got the one for the, from the fax from DLCT, you got that one. The draft, that's under your 8, right?
Yep.
Okay, and, oh, I have one quick little letter we got today from West River Valley Thrives, so we can add that later at the end.
Okay, anybody else? Good? Nope, good. Hopefully we have a lot to talk about. Hopefully, though, we can stay on track and move along. Next item, you approve the minutes of the March 9th, our last meeting. Hopefully everybody had a chance to read it, or any comments? The only thing I did have one, I just wanted to, I think down underneath the transfer station, this is regarding you, Jessica, does say Wyndham Solid Waste Management Assistant, should say alternate.
Alternate.
Where's this again?
At the very last, second to last line on the town appointments on the first page. Of the
Oh, okay, should be alternate. Gotcha.
Anything else?
I move we accept the March 9th minutes with that correction.
Second.
Second by Paul. Any other additional comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Got 4 approvals. Any opposed? Thank you. And now next to approve the minutes, this is something that we missed at last week's meeting, but to approve the minutes from the town meeting. I didn't see anything on there. Anybody else?
I didn't really study them, to be honest with you.
Want to defer it to the next meeting? Or you want to take a minute now and read it?
Did anyone look at them?
I read through.
I read them.
Yeah.
I mean,
Nothing jumped out. I'll make a motion to approve.
No, but Terry, did you read the numbers? That was the only thing that in the minutes?
But I gave her the numbers to put.
You gave her the numbers, got it. That would be my
So I'm
only thing I
thinking that she.
Right.
They're the same.
In which case,
Yep.
yeah, that was the only thing that I wasn't sure about.
well, I'll move that we accept the town meeting 2020 Jamaica, Vermont minutes.
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None opposed. Okay, perfect. And as we always do, we will move the approval of the timesheets and the pay orders and things like that to the end of the meeting. There have come in, I guess I actually had that on the agenda. I thought I was going to add it, but it's already there. The approved, there are 6 overweight permits that have come in. They all have their, they've all paid and all that good stuff. And we will move them to the road commissioner. Any
Just the names of them.
Okay, we can read that for the record. There is A.S. Clark and Sons of Newfane, Plimpton Excavating of Wardsboro. We have Newton Construction of Middlesex, Vermont. We have A.R. Sandry Incorporated of somewhere close by. Greenfield, thank you. And Suburban Propane of Manchester, I'm going to assume. And one other, Miller Construction of Windsor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
It's all in case there's something, what company, any of us have.
Okay. Yep.
I move to pass the overweight permits to the road commissioner.
All moves, I'll second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Good to go. Move those along. One item I did put on here, just so people know, and everybody, I mean, I don't know how quickly this gets posted online, for the people that are not here, the school district vote, I guess they're meeting tonight or tomorrow at their meeting, where they then will vote to postpone the vote. So other than that, I don't know anything, but I'm just threw it on there just to let everybody know that the vote is going to be postponed. Stay in touch with your school board, and we'll find out when. It's an important vote. Hopefully everybody gets out there when it does come up. And now the big item on the list, kind of updates on the COVID-19 and then office operations. That was kind of the first thing that came up, and then there's obviously a lot of things that have been tagged on there. I guess we kind of don't want too big of a bucket, but we've got a nice bucket here to throw some stuff in to talk about. The first thing, Paul and I met last week with Terry and Sarah in the office and just addressed some top-level issues, concerns with people, a lot of people coming in and out of the office. So right now the office is operating with a closed door. All functions are going on inside, answering the phone, doing the computer work and that kind of stuff. But we then also drafted some alternatives if we need to go further, and I think tonight's discussion would be to formally approve these, but also talk about what these next steps are, if we can kind of forecast that a little bit. Right now, we're on step one, I guess, and I'll just read this for the camera. Given the current spread of the COVID-19 virus throughout our region, the town of Jamaica is taking the following steps to protect the health of our personnel and the public. They will be implemented immediately and continue until cleared by the State Department of Health. The first step, which is what we've kind of implemented right now, is the office will remain open during normal business hours. However, walk-in service will be eliminated. Any business to be transacted that cannot be conducted by phone or email may be arranged with the town staff by calling the office and making an appointment. And from our feedback, that seems to be working fairly well. There's definitely been a reduction in just in general the amount of traffic anyways, but it's nice to be kind of distanced from people just coming in and out of the office, and get our regular work done. And it's nice that somebody's there to answer the phone and kind of relieve maybe some people's anxieties about what's going on, answer questions and things like that. So step two would be that we would fully close the town office and transfer phones, computer applications and things like that to the treasurers and the town clerk's homes. This would be if the state moved to go into more of a lockdown type operations. We have moved our main software to the cloud, Nemrick, which handles our just about everything, probably.
Oh, nice.
So all of our pay orders, all of our accounting functions, things like that. I think land records are there too. So a lot of the different operations for both the treasurer and town clerk are moved to the cloud as of now, and you guys have worked that and tested it, and it's functional.
First day and it works great.
So we're able to do that now, if that comes about.
The last one.
And then, actually, yeah, I didn't quite finish reading that. Should the occasion arise that something must be done from the office, the staff, they will come to the office as needed for the particular project or as they feel necessary. And that somewhat will be dictated by any mandates that come down to say what we can and cannot do.
Right.
But we obviously want to remain as functional as possible and provide services to the town as needed. Any further comments or?
I think one of the things that we don't know the answer to is how long we're going to be in this position. And the longer we are, the harder it's going to be to have the place closed. So there may be a time if it goes to that, to the end of the fiscal year or later on, when they may need to go into the office to do some things, that's part of the plan, we build that in there. But it's gonna be a while.
Yeah, I mean, despite some noise coming out of the White House, I think realistically it's going to be a while, because I think our governor, based on his most recent press conference, you know, while he's not there yet, he was a little, I wasn't quite sure where he was going, but it's, you know, regardless of what the White House dictates, you know, each of these governors are going to lay down the law as they see fit. I'm not sure there's going to be just kind of the types of activities that might make the town office, make it increase tension with the town office being closed would be commercial ones. I don't think there's going to be an increase in commercial activity, so I don't think we have to worry about that. If there was another, you know, if for whatever reason we became involved as a town in activities around the virus and we needed access to the town offices, I would defer to Sarah and Terry on that, what that would be, or if there were another natural disaster, right? But other than that, you know, with the access to all of the data through the cloud, you know, I think it could probably subsist the way it is. I mean, I thought the document, as you've just described, is kind of, I don't know that we really need to do anything to it at this stage. I think
it's simple,
you know,
which is nice.
Simple.
But it covers.
Yeah.
Right.
The only thing that, it's not mentioned specifically, but it's got to do with how long this goes on, is I believe, Terry, correct me if I'm wrong, but do you not need access to the printer in your office to cut checks for the road crew?
Well, I just talked to a road crew into going to direct deposit.
Good.
And on a normal week, they were really the only 2 checks that I wrote.
Okay.
So I can do direct deposit from home if I have to, because
Good.
I just need to take it with me. And if any of you want your checks direct deposit, just give me the form. And there's one other person that works in the library that I got a check for, but I believe the library is closed right now, so I don't think that we'll be paying her. But I do have a question about the librarian.
I think Greg said the library's closed, but she was still working in it.
The librarian is, I'm not sure.
Oh, regular librarian, they're thinking about, oh, you're, oh,
the other one.
Yeah,
I'm
that's-
talking about the
that's true, yeah.
And the other Greg, so I don't know.
No, the other guy, yeah. There's lots of Gregs, we have plenty to choose from.
And I do have a question about her pay, but I don't know
Does-
when that would come up. So.
Does Dan's pay go to the automatic or is it in a check?
Say that again?
Dan.
Dan is direct deposit.
This is direct deposit? So
Yeah, the 2 highway guys were the only ones that were the holdouts, and I basically told them they needed to
Make
do
sure
that.
they
And
get
they
paid.
did it today. I mean, I just did everything today, so.
Yeah, I mean, it alleviates some uncertainty. I mean,
yeah.
That's for sure, because the banks, most of their lobbies are
closed
closed now.
too.
And this, I said, you know, you'll get it 12 hours after you would normally get your check, so it's.
Without having to go to the bank.
Right. We'll clear the form. And if I had to take the printer home for some reason, I mean, my printer that's near my desk is pretty compact,
Portable.
so I can just take it with me.
Would you have any need for the, well, if you guys, let's go to paragraph 2. If the 2 went home and started working strictly out of the office, if for some reason we had to close the office down, there's one phone line. How do you envision dividing up that and the fax line? How would you divide that up? Have you thought about that?
Well, the fax would answer itself, obviously, when it's a fax in there. And the only time that line rings is when our first line is busy. So if we're on the first line, it'll roll to the fax line. So if nobody is there to answer the first line, I believe if it's transferred to one of us, that second line wouldn't ring anyway. They would probably get a busy signal, and then they would just call back if we were on the phone. But truthfully, in the last few days, the phone has not been overly
Yeah.
busy.
And I think if we did move to transfer one of the lines, we could always ask Consolidated what kind of functionalities out there as far as forwarding things and things like that.
I mean, we've forwarded lines in the past, like what the situation was, but it was fairly recent. It might have been when the town garage phone was out.
Oh,
I
right.
had it transferred to the town office so that I could, you know, if somebody called the town garage, it would just ring in there.
Yeah, pretty
It was
straightforward stuff to
easy to
move the
do,
phone.
yeah.
We just have to come up with who's forwarding it and when does it ring and all that kind of stuff, I guess. Do we wanna go through that right now to determine, or deputize
Are we
somebody to
thinking-
run the operation once we get there?
Are we gonna have another meeting in 2 weeks here?
I think right now we're somewhat going through some items to not have to.
Okay, I didn't know if that's.
But it's a good question. I mean, it may get worse. I think we're all comfortable in here if everything's given the same, but there's one thing that came about that we'll add in for discussion. Maybe now's a good time to bring it up. It's the, signing off on the pay orders. We do have to do that as part of the open meeting law. We can't just say, come on into the office and everybody sign off on your own thing. But we, according to this statute here, and this is some information from VLCT, is that we're able to designate somebody to sign off on the pay orders. And so my thinking is that we'd want to do that, again, for Plan B. If we don't meet in 2 weeks, we'll have somebody authorized to sign off on the pay orders so that we're not forced to meet.
Before this, in the select board handbook, it says that the select board agrees, I mean, I don't know if this would ever come into play, or if it's even about what we're talking about. But the chair and the vice chair, if the select board says it's okay, like they decided on something, one or the other can sign.
Right.
I don't know if it applies to that or.
No, I think it's exactly that.
But the chair and the
you just
vice
have to say
chair.
who it is. It doesn't, I don't even think it has to be the chair or the vice chair.
Well,
but
there
that
are
makes
things
sense.
in the
You
reg,
can-
and if this wasn't going on.
Yeah, oh, that even without this, I mean,
Yes.
you don't have to authorize it. Oh, okay.
I
So
don't
maybe
know
we're
if
just
that,
being,
if that pertains to checks, but it said if the select board approves of whatever it is,
yeah,
that the chair or the vice chair can sign. Didn't say what, whatever needed to be.
Right, so when it's like the board of directors, if a board of directors authorizes
Authorizes.
a loan,
Yeah.
right? Any authorized officer is allowed to sign. It's essentially the same construct. But I think in this case, what would be cleaner for us would be to say, Greg, if you're comfortable with it, we are acknowledging that as a board, that, we're investing in you the authority to sign.
and I'm very comfortable with it, and I think that we should, I guess we do have to vote on it, so we can't say vote on it contingent to having another meeting, but we do have to say it. And if we have another meeting, we can always unvote it, so to speak. And I think that makes sense because in my thinking too, I mean, it's not gonna immediately get better, and if we can have an option to not have a meeting, and there may be other issues that we need to have the meeting, but if we can eliminate a couple, that's great.
Absolutely.
I think you should, maybe we should follow that rule that it's maybe two signers. If you can't make it or you get sick or that the vice chair could do it.
Vice chair is
Sure,
an
right,
alternate.
absolutely, yeah. And Tom has actually expressed that since he's in town, he could be the person too. So not that I can't get here, but Tom has offered to be one of those people.
Right, are you comfortable, well, Andy is as well, and I'm in town, but Andy is vice chair, do you want to?
Yes, because it's in the manual already.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There's in the handout that I gave you, there's actually a motion, tentative motion written in the second paragraph there. This is not the motion, just reading it says, a motion to give such authorization might be phrased as, I move that we appoint, for example, the chair and the vice chair of the legislative body members to approve and sign orders for payroll, for example.
Say that.
What's that?
I was just about to say that without this, but yeah, I'm happy to
Yeah,
make
no, I'm
that
just saying
motion.
this.
Yeah, no, it's perfect.
It's exactly what we're talking about.
Right.
For till 1st of July or something.
Oh, this is from the FAQs, okay.
Yeah. I'm not this creative. And then any orders approved under this authority must state indefinitely the purpose for which they are drawn. The full legislative body must later be provided with a record of all the orders. So we just have to keep record of everything that we sign. Terry was talking earlier about sending the warrants to us all, and that if there was, if none of us had any questions or disapproval, then we could just send a note to you saying, yup.
Yeah, or just to voice concerns if something we looked at.
And if there's a problem,
questions or
exactly.
whatever. Yeah.
Or if there was an invoice that you had a question about, then I could send that to you. And the other thing is that I have a Google account for my treasurer. I have a Gmail account, so I could set up the drive to put the invoices on, and then you could look at them all.
And if you would invite us all to it.
Yeah.
I'm good with that.
Is that, it's legal, right?
Yeah,
Yep.
because all of this has to be transparent. So
Right.
putting it on Google is consistent with.
And there may, it sounds like, I mean, the legislator is in continuous discussion of making these types of laws still fit the law, but be a little bit more less stringent in a situation like this. So this may become, not this, but in general, things may become
Hasn't
easier.
happened yet.
Yeah, I think.
Tomorrow, I think is scheduled.
Last week it was last Wednesday,
Right.
and this week it's tomorrow.
Yeah, and
So it's
I've heard that there's grumbling,
Yeah.
so I
Kicking the
would
ball
be
down.
great if it happens tomorrow, but it may not.
Yeah.
So are we all, do you want to make the formal, in the interest of moving along? or
Sure,
we're gonna-
I don't have any problem with that. Let's, do we like the idea of sending the warrants? That's independent of the motion, that's just the mechanics of how to affect it. So the motion would be to have the chair and the vice chair.
And it would be both or either?
It's the chair and the vice chair as an alternate if the chair is not available.
Okay.
Do you want to just one, or I don't know if it needs to be two? What do you think?
What you just said.
I think it should has to be
Yeah.
or, not and.
Okay, this doesn't put or in here, but
Nope.
we can put that in ourselves. All right, let's try this phrase. I move that we appoint the chair or the vice chair of the Jamaica Select Board to approve and sign orders for payroll or operating expenses for
Put it out there.
April, May, June.
We can always,
I would say until the,
3 months.
until
Yeah.
the board reverses it.
What's that?
Why don't we do it until the board reverses it?
well, they did say for a period of time.
Um,
It suggested to say a
I'm
period of
just,
time.
yeah.
And we can always still
There-
reverse it.
Here, yeah, here's
Put
the
it a
thing,
date
all
out
changed.
there,
There
and
may
we can
be a
always-
then I would
provision.
I would do 12 months until we reverse it.
I still don't understand what you just said.
I understand that it says for a period of time here, and I
Yeah.
think under ordinary circumstances, you would do that, but in this circumstance, my advice would be, my recommendation would be, don't. Either do a very long period, unless we decide an earlier time. Just gives us maximum flexibility.
And my thought on that was when I read this the first time was there may be something buried in the bowels of the legislature that says in order for us to do this, there must be a discrete period of time,
There,
perhaps. I
I've
don't
done
know.
some I
So
don't-
say it's a year.
It's not gonna be an
Say
invalid.
it's a year and in 6
Right.
months if we
If we
come
say
back.
12 months, it's not gonna be an invalid resolution of the board.
I feel more comfortable just saying it July 1st and we can re-vote it again.
See how things are going.
Yeah.
July 1.
1st of July.
It may require us to convene though to reverse, the re-vote.
If we don't meet between now and the 1st of July.
Exactly,
we can
that's
most
why,
likely see that.
that's why I don't recommend it,
We
but,
can't say indefinitely.
no, but a longer period than 2
No, I'm
months.
asking, I'm like, indefinitely
You
isn't
actually,
specific enough.
not really, because then you're in essence, you're changing the the function of the board and the roles of some of the members of the board.
Okay.
So I think this is, to address, but I don't think July 1, I would just go out farther, I'd go 6 months, and then,
We can always turn it off.
yes, and it's reasonable to say 6 months, just, it's, if you meet a reasonable man standard based on the science and what's understood about what we're facing. So for the board to have said, for this length of time, and knowing at any time, if it resolves and things are great this summer, we can always, shut it off.
So you're saying 6 months, go to the 1st of September then?
Yeah.
Okay, makes sense. Do I hear a second to that revised, do you have this wording, Terry? It's the standard wording that's.
I'll give you a copy of this, Terry.
That's in the
I think I
VLCTs.
have a copy of the office.
Just before we do the resolution, so Terry, payroll and operating expenses is a big enough bucket in terms of the orders that are there any other, only because I'm new to this, so I don't know what other types of orders.
I was wondering what you call the other orders, but operating expenses is good.
Is good enough.
Okay.
That covers it?
You have a colorful claim with that.
I mean, there was some emergency, but it would still be operating expense, so.
When you look at what we end up signing all the time, it's basically how the expense of running the town, operating
Right.
expense. That's why I put them both in there.
Right, okay.
So,
Do you want
is
to
the
read that?
motion lengthy to read back? I need, I'll second it, but I don't,
Read it
Well, I
again.
have the word in here.
Okay.
So I'll put it in here. And then you can next time fix it.
So we can read it again, though?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
yeah, so I seconded it, so.
But you like
Reread the motion.
Read what we've got.
I want us to do what
Let's
Terry
read-
wrote.
Read what Terry's gonna write.
Or Terry, do you want to read it for us?
Or I can.
Between the two of them, I'm gonna put this together, because I think I wrote something totally different than what, was on the sheet, so.
It's right there in the middle of that second bullet.
So you moved that we appoint
The chair.
Chair and vice chair.
Or the vice chair.
Or the vice chair.
or the vice chair as an alternate if the chair is unavailable. I'm reading my stuff too. So,
Yeah.
to approve and sign the orders for payroll and the running expenses.
Through September
But this
1.
is, okay, so
Through
through.
September 1.
All right, I had expired.
For the period of
but
6 months, or, okay.
through September 1, 2020. And I don't think the rest of it is part of the.
No, that's good.
explanation.
So-
Yep.
Now, do we want to say do we want to say in the minutes, because it does seem to be saying here, you want to be making clear why you're undertaking this, and this is, in response to, steps the town is taking to address the COVID-19 pandemic. I think that's enough. I don't think we have to say any more than that, but we
Right.
do have to say why we're doing it.
Right. Well, it might clearly say to modify our town select board procedures in light of the COVID, because we're not actually attacking COVID with this, we're attacking our procedures.
Okay, right, yeah.
Yeah, we're on the
I'm
same
fine
page.
with that.
All
Right,
right.
right.
Okay.
So, yeah, just as long as we're stating what the reason is, yeah.
So what are you gonna say after this?
That this is.
This motion
this-
is in
in
response.
support of the modification of select board procedures in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. And see what it says in here about the legislative body must be later be provided with a record of all orders. Terry, if you just send us the warrants, that's basically a record of all orders.
Yes.
So by doing that, then we cover that provision of the law as well.
Now, when those get sent, who sees them?
Just us.
Just
All
us?
of us. Right.
Okay, but is that public,
I'm gonna send them to everybody.
right, but if someone wanted to see these, can they walk in the office and look at them? Okay.
Not going
But I
forward,
just,
though,
that
the
has
office is
nothing
not-
to do with the motion, really,
But
But
we
it-
could then
right.
share that.
So someone would have to
If
make a
someone-
request to
Right.
see them, and then Terry could give access.
Right.
Okay.
But that's not really different than today, when you
No,
go,
that's correct.
someone wanted to see them, they
No,
go
I
to the
kind
office.
of
Yeah,
was saying that for the camera.
oh, okay, perfect.
Yep. So we're comfortable with that? Or are you still?
I'm comfortable with that motion as it's being recorded by our secretary. Not quite sure how it's worded, but I'm all right with it.
Any further discussion? Sounds like, Terry, you've got it, right?
Yeah.
You've read it back.
I
Yeah.
hope so, or you're gonna have to change it the next time. Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, I think that was one of the bigger items in that bucket. There was a few other things that I mean, more or less can just, maybe we'll get into some stuff that Chris is gonna, he's got some detail on. But we've, I mean, these just make logical sense. I mean, at the transfer station, the operational hours are, you know, continuing as normal. Dan's taken steps for his personal health. We have closed the swap shop though, partly due to a tight space, and also we don't need goods coming in or out of there that may be contaminated. There was the discussion of extending the dog license deadline to May 1st, which I think is pretty, I mean, I think that I've heard that's a logical extension.
Yes.
And I think as a board, we may need to vote on that just because that's part of it is a statute, it is a town statute.
I can tell you that just personally, I have a pet who needs his rabies shot, and I can't get one. So.
And all the clinics are not.
They're not.
I missed the clinic. I was gonna bring him to the vet, like I usually do.
Yeah.
They're not,
Yeah.
they only do an emergency.
Exactly.
So that too, we may end up
So-
extending a little bit. I mean, obviously, we
Of course,
want
I want to
pets
use
to
it.
be, have all their shots and all that good stuff. I mean,
Right.
there's obvious reasons why we do want to have all the licenses, the dog's license, but given the practical sense. do
Is
we need
that
to-
long enough, May, or?
I know, that's what I was just thinking. I don't know if my vet's gonna be open by May 1.
Is it a real, like, public health issue that dogs might get rabies in Jamaica? I'm not laughing because it's funny. It's just
Yeah, but that's
thrown
more of
in
an
on
issue
top
that they
of
can't
it.
get their shot versus they can't get their license.
Right.
So we
Right,
don't
but you
have a-
can't get a license if you don't have your,
Correct, but we don't have control over the shots.
Right.
So
Right.
it doesn't matter what date we set for the deadline.
Well, what we have control over is we could waive the,
That, exactly,
Penalty.
waive the penalty.
Waive the
That's the issue.
Penalty, and you have a select board member with an unlicensed dog.
we'll waive that too.
Traces.
So do
It's
we,
too late.
I don't know, do we need to vote on that as a specific item?
I think we need to vote on the waiving of the
No.
penalty because it involves funds, expenditures.
I'll make a motion to waive the penalties associated with the dog licensing deadline of April 1st. And I'll throw it out there as June 1st,
Sure.
until June 1st.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? One other one that was brought up to me as a possible fee situation was to waive the pay-as-you-throw fees. I don't know, I mean, I can see the reason from somebody who's able to afford that, but I don't know that we have the authority to do that because it is a state. I mean, it's this state law, so to speak, that instituting the pay-as-you-throw.
Someone asked for that to be waived? Is that?
That was brought up to
Oh,
me,
okay.
to say, here's something else that we may have people in town that are, you know, unable to get a bag, unable to afford the bags, that they're out of work, those types of things. So acknowledging that that may be an issue, I said I'd bring it up. But I don't know for sure that we have the ability to waive that since it is mandatory.
Right, that's not a town of Jamaica edict, right? That's a.
Pay-as-you-throw is an ordinance in
Well, you
Jamaica.
pay, you throw is ours.
Oh,
Okay,
it
but
is?
isn't it state mandated though that we,
I'm trying to remember it now.
because of the mandatory recycling, that,
How we do it is up to us.
Yeah.
We chose to
We
do
chose.
the bags and the
Okay.
pay and throw.
Right,
That was something.
okay, so we do have the ability if we,
The question then is how do you secure or control what's going into the bins?
it opens up a whole lot of,
Oh, it does. If we say no more, if you don't need a yellow bag anymore, have
No,
fine
I'm not-
inside.
Can I just say that,
Yes, all
Karen-
Vermont towns were required to pass an ordinance that requires waste haulers to bundle the cost of recycling and trash collection at 1 fee for residential customers.
But how you do that, we did it with the pay as you throw.
But
But if
that's
we-
one
Component.
but if we undo it, then we have to institute something else.
Something else, right, exactly.
Yeah.
so Karen sells the bags at D&K's and, Rossville Marketplace also.
Right.
So obviously they pay us for the bags So I don't think they're gonna be giving away bags. But could we put something in where, I don't know, if somebody was really desperate for that they could either call us at
Yes.
the town office and we can, I mean, we were giving the school free bags up until they merged, now they pay for them, but I just think the stores are not gonna be able to do that, but we at the office could certainly say.
We can make an exception. Yeah.
And we just keep
Situation by
track.
situation. But we need to set up some sort of an objective criteria so that you guys aren't saddled with picking one person over another without some written objective criteria.
Yeah, or you just say, if anybody asks, you can have, you know, I don't know, 5 bags or 3 bags, but that's your limit for a little while, I suppose, and then we wouldn't have to ask anybody any questions, or even 1 bag, I mean, then if they really had to come back. I don't wanna be the
Yeah, you don't wanna be
questioner,
the, you don't wanna be the
right.
person that
Yeah,
got
the
the
arbitrator.
arbitrator, right, yeah.
Certainly, if we had the authority, you know, if somebody said, I really can't afford the bags right now, and we can say, well, here's 3.
Do there still is an organization in town called Jamaica Cares, correct? That Joel's associated with? Does he still do that? I don't know either.
Not familiar with that.
It was kind of a loose knit thing, I think, maybe structured, or he started to get off the ground prior to, maybe to help initiate the channeling of stuff through the Muslim Fund, but I can't recall. But maybe there's an outside organization that could vet this a little bit, and they could come to us and say, hey, we've got 6 people that can't afford this, but I don't know who that is. I think we get into a little bit of a difficult situation trying to have the office manage that.
I would suggest we let this go for a couple of weeks, table it, and see how things work.
Yeah, okay.
Because it just puts them in a terrible position.
I don't think it can be done that. No, I mean, it has to be somebody else.
Well, those are the only places that they can get bags, are the stores.
Right, but it has to be somebody through us or some
Yeah.
approval process, say, yeah, go see Terry and she'll give you the bag. Whatever.
I agree with leave it alone for now, and if someone has a problem getting rid of their garbage, that they call the office and one of the select board, or we could deal with it.
Yeah.
On a situation
On an ad hoc
by
basis.
situation or ad hoc basis.
Yeah. There's gonna be a lot of these things, and that could be caught up in some of the volunteer level of things too, so. Okay, I threw it out there, somebody had asked. For now, we're suspending all events here at the town hall. There was discussion of public internet access. Chris can chime in. I know there was a broadband study that went out through Wyndham Regional from the state.
Yeah, we have not filled that out yet. Did you send it? You didn't send it in yet, did you?
I didn't send it in, but I think it also went out to a number of people in town, because I know Karen forwarded it to me, and I think maybe you had too.
This is the request from Wyndham County, or Wyndham Regional County, from the state that went through the county, WRC, to get an identified, everywhere in the state of Vermont, pockets of free Wi-Fi.
Yep. So that's why,
You answered that.
that's why we're bringing it up. I don't think it was answered yet, but we're now addressing.
Well, what I'm saying is, on the internet tonight,
Yes.
Yeah.
we are listed.
Yes.
And we have listed the school, and we have a little black spot near the library, and then the town is listed as no Wi-Fi. So that was something that we were gonna discuss.
Right.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I did. They sent, Sue West has sent an email to the broadband rep to say, follow up with the town clerks on the survey request that the WRC did. And I talked with Sarah, and she asked me to fill out the survey, so I did. And the library and the school's open, the library's posted their password on the door, so anybody can use the library. And I entered the town hall as there was a category about, are you thinking about making the password available? So I put the town hall under the thinking about it category.
Right, it is blacked out right now. I've got stuff to add to that too if you want.
Well, let's get getting back to this. According to the map I read that tonight, the part about possibilities next to the library and the one for the town, next to the town icon said no. But let's get back to the library for a second. I was talking to Jen. Her concern was that anybody who stops to use that the Wi-Fi location clogs up the road because there's no parking right there. It's just the road. And she said that you get far enough away to get out of the traffic pattern, and then you can't get the Wi-Fi. So her request, my understanding was this is supposed to be vetted through the select board tonight. And that, I didn't know that you had done it. I was surprised to see us on there.
But it's our jurisdiction, I mean, we
can
have
still change it.
authority over our, I mean, this, I think Chris was just providing public information at that point. I mean, now we need to discuss whether we open up one of our town networks to the public. And I've done a little bit of research on that too, just to know, I mean, I'm talking to Tom basically, because we talked about restricting the one at the town office because we're concerned about security on there. But this does have its own network here.
Right.
So we could talk about opening up the password for this building. Go ahead.
That was, today's request from Chris Campany was, if you've got more information, submit it. Right. So.
Yeah.
So if you.
And I could use that, hey, somebody can pull in my front yard and use mine. I mean, that's how general this survey was.
Well, Jen's request to us.
And that makes sense.
Was that we not advertise the one for the library outside of our immediate little family because of the safety issues on that very narrow stretch of road.
Yep, and that makes sense, and especially if we can provide alternatives, like here at the school, I mean, somebody can drive 100 yards away.
So the question then for us today is whether we want to put the password for the town hall across the entire state of Vermont.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many, if you look at that map, there's so many access points, I mean, there's quite a few, and I imagine more will be popping up. And this is a bigger issue, I mean, this has to do primarily with schools being out. I mean, I think those are gonna be the people that are gonna use it the most, and we wanna support our kids and parents and whatever.
Well, the school works out good. First of all, they got a pretty good Wi-Fi, but they also have plenty of parking.
Yeah.
What would be the drawback to adding a town hall Wi-Fi to
The drawback for the town hall?
Yeah, for this building.
Not the town office.
Town hall. I thought you were saying town hall, you were a little reluctant.
Well, this building, right. I personally don't see any.
I don't see.
I don't think there's network restrictions because it's on its own hub versus the town office.
Exactly.
So it's independent.
It's not used much, so.
No.
It depends on how good the firewall is on your computers, whether people could hack in through the open Wi-Fi.
Yeah, and so that's one of our concerns at the office, but it wouldn't be here. It wouldn't be that concern here.
So if we offered the school and the town hall,
I think so.
that would be.
That email I was reading, I was reading into.
Intermediate possibility of giving the password to individual students who ask for it, if you know who their parents are and trust them. That would not secure.
You talking about the town hall or town hall?
No, even for here, if somebody would
Here,
call into the town clerk
doesn't matter.
and say, hey, I need access.
Yeah. I don't have a problem with the town hall.
No,
It's the
meaning,
town office that has me concerned.
I wouldn't give it at all for the town office, whether they ask or not, because we're providing this, that's my opinion.
Well, again, this
And we
is
have
a
the
town
school.
school at the other end of town.
Yeah.
Not a lot of parking right here, so the school's a better one, but also the school has a much more robust system down there. If some of you recall, we paid a lot of money to the school to get a very robust Wi-Fi for educational opportunities, so they probably have a much better connection.
What were you saying? You were gonna say something?
They have a parking lot too.
Just about the email, if I got the same one, that, I was reading into it, is it like, also for like safety, like if someone needed to access the internet, or is it just scholastic or information, or they're mapping out all the Wi-Fi hotspots, just for the camera? That's what in Wyndham County?
Right.
It's statewide.
It's statewide.
Well,
But through
WRC's asking us how many we wanna, but I don't know, I may have read it into it a different way, that it wasn't just for that, it was for like if someone needed some help, like.
I agree.
Because of the virus, I don't know, I don't have it in front of me.
No, so absolutely. So these two passwords would be available to anybody who is having difficulty getting access to either government-issued information, central government,
right.
or this municipality, or any other research with respect to the virus or any other safety issue. I think that the emphasis was just in this time,
Right.
where people don't have access to their schools or to their places of work, or even cafes where they might have previously had access to the internet. This is to substitute for that as best as possible. So I would agree for the camera.
Read it. I just wondered if you guys and girls thought that's
Agreed.
part of the email.
Agreed wholeheartedly.
The gist of it, or part of the gist.
Well, I'll make a motion that we share the password for the network here. I don't know the name of the network. I think it's just called Town Hall, or maybe Jamaica Town Hall. And I'll make that motion.
And the school. And the school.
And the school. Well, the school is kind of independent. I believe the school password, that's up to them to provide their password.
Did you say they put it on,
The school is already.
The school's already provided that.
Okay.
So-
Education agency.
the password goes right there on the map.
Right.
It shows it right on the map.
Right.
Perfect.
So the school is already kind of taken care of, and I will make the motion that we offer the password for this network.
I second that motion.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None opposed? And password is Jamaica with a capital J and an exclamation point for the password for, I believe it's called Town Hall, or maybe it's called Jamaica Town Hall, but it'll pop up. Yeah, perfect.
Who's gonna tell Chris Campany?
Do you mind, or I could?
I'll do it if
Thank
you want.
Yeah. So Chris will forward that to.
And check, Chris, just make sure I'm right on this, but check on the map, because it looked like they had the little two black squares for the ones that are potentially available, and that's what they have the library listed as, so I was surprised to see that. But maybe, but check it, and see,
This thing?
the map, yeah, is that the current map?
Yeah, this is.
Yeah.
I think they probably would have said, any town, facility, school, or library is a potential. And that's what it's listed there as a potential.
There we are, and if you click
Yeah,
on
zoom.
that, the box comes up and then you can scroll through the locations.
Okay, this is not the same map I looked at today. The one I had today had 3 spots for Jamaica. This was one of them, but it also showed the school and us.
Maybe.
So maybe it's dated, maybe it's up.
Or
a later date.
Well, it wasn't today, this is the 23rd.
Well, it's probably
Today's the
updated
23rd.
time.
I don't know, I zoomed in on it, that might have made a difference. We'll talk later, yeah.
So again, the other thing that's under here, one more, at least one more. There's some discussion around town, and Chris, I jump into it regarding any coordination of volunteers, and kind of blessing that, so to speak, I guess. Obviously there's a lot of grassroots efforts for volunteer coordination all over the place, a lot of outside organizations that are doing this in Brattleboro and everywhere else. My thought is that we can kind of act as a dissemination of information point, but beyond, I don't know if we want to go beyond that. I mean, Jessica and I talked a little bit about any liability with the town. I mean, we could authorize somebody to go do something and it's still covered under our town employees / volunteers policy. But I don't know. I mean, that conversation that I think the planning commission was discussed, coordinating some volunteer efforts, or asked if they could be assistants in that regard.
Volunteer for what? Can I say something?
Well, in our neighborhood, the Amiot Londos have formed a little network to take care of everybody on Wyndham Hill, to check on them, make sure they're all right, or go for things if they're not. And I thought the planning commission thought there might be a need for volunteers at some intermediate level between the emergency responders and these neighborhood volunteer groups. And particularly if people start getting sick and quarantined and the small neighborhood groups, start falling apart, a town-wide group of volunteers might be really important. And
Things
so
bringing food to the shut-ins and all those type of things.
So The idea is we were wondering if you wanted to task us to set something up or give us some guidance or.
So can I ask a question in this regard? So I think volunteer efforts are a support to kind of what actions are being taken on a more official basis. So I know we had some back and forth about the LEMP, and I know that there's been some coordination in your role around activities. Could we hear kind of from you in terms of those things? And then the volunteer piece would fit into that. So for example, volunteers would understand what resources are available through the fire department, through emergency management, through EMS, and then what, you know what I'm saying? Is that, so I don't want to put the cart before the horse. Maybe we could hear
There's just one other entity, the How Are You Doing Today program or something the Sheriff's Department has implemented. I forgot to bring it. It's, you get on this list if you're maybe elderly, maybe you're in a bad way, maybe you get sick, and they'll check on you every couple days or make some sort of contact either by phone or in person. I don't have that whole thing, but that came down to the town somehow. I read it.
I don't recall it either.
Yeah.
We could look into that.
But
that's part, for sure.
It's through the sheriff's department. They've been doing it for years.
Right.
And they will call you every day to make sure that you are okay.
But I have.
And you just have to get on the list.
On the computer, it gives me, on the email I got, you call and get on the list. Terry just said. So that's happening. That will take care of, that's for Jamaica.
It's for
I don't know, well, that, right.
Oh, it's Wyndham County?
Let me give you a little bit, on this volunteer thing, a little bit of history in Jamaica. When we had Irene hit, we started getting a lot of volunteers. This is a great town. Everybody came to the woodwork to help us, incredible. But it got a little out of hand because it was hard to manage. And so Ed, Daughter UK, took over sort of the volunteer coordinator for a couple of reasons, because it was crazy in the command post and he had a little bit of space to do it. After that initial surge was over, we then run into difficulty about assigning people to do stuff that would cause liabilities for the town. Specifically, people were volunteering to clean houses and clean basements. The problem with that is because of the potential toxicity of what they were cleaning, we incurred a liability by sending people down to do that.
Someone sued the town? The town was sued?
Well, what we ended up doing was working with neighborhood associations, our neighborhood connections, and we then referred the volunteers to them. They then vetted and trained and assigned the volunteers around the whole region. But that's what we did, rather than take the risk of incurring liability of sending, there was a group of, some kids from another part of the
All over
state.
the world, college kids that were supposed to clean
Exactly.
the Long Trail and the Appalachian Trail, which was closed down. There were a lot of them looking for something to do. That was just one group of volunteers.
Yeah.
There was a deluge of different
people came out of the woods. They went into the woods.
The Rubicon guys came in.
Yeah.
And it was just, we were real wary of not someone getting hurt.
Injury potential.
Like working for Jamaica.
And so that's kind of the history of our use of volunteers. And when you and I were, email we shared back and forth, my concern is along those lines. As I said, sadly, my now retired chair hat thinks about the potential liability of all this stuff. I don't know what Neighborhood Connections is doing right now. They've always had a pretty good history. I think this has been 8 or 9 years since the personnel turnover. But if a neighborhood does it, it doesn't have the town's authority to it, or imprimatur, I'm gonna get carried away. If the town agencies, such as the Planning Commission, were to coordinate this, then I believe the liability flows back to the town.
I'm new to this law, but the law seems pretty clear that if we're talking about a response to an infectious disease that would affect everybody in the state, if not the country, that is not a discretionary act. It's not, it is an act which is for the benefit of all people in Vermont. So for example, any work that was done to repair a waterway that flows through Jamaica but affects other individuals within the state, or to repair a road, that liability, the town would not lose its sovereign immunity. Similarly, what I understand in talking with other lawyers, any action that we're taking to protect the population of the state, and which would include, by the way, checking on individuals who are making sure that they are not leaving their home or don't need to leave their home, potentially spread the illness, supporting them on quarantine. This town would not lose its sovereign immunity, especially, and it would not be foiled by the fact that we have VLCT group insurance. Group insurance is another, there's case law on that it doesn't eliminate the fact that you have it. So I think if we could go back to, and I don't mean to be a broken record, but I'd love to hear, I thought we were gonna hear kind of what actions are being taken by, on our EMT and the fire department, what have you. I know there have been activities. Let's see what that's yielding, and then we can then we could go from there.
Well, if you're asking what the fire department does, it responds to emergency calls for fire or medical assistance. Whether it's somebody's house or somebody's car or car wrecks, if we get a call for a medical emergency, we respond to that. Right now, we are responding cautiously because obviously certain kinds of medical responses are overwhelming the system. And what we will do
is that happening in Jamaica now? It is overwhelming the system in Jamaica?
The system around the country.
Okay.
So hospital, EMT, most of our real serious medical, well, all of our medical calls get a response from rescuing. And so our current process with the limited staff we have is to respond as best we can to make sure that we're preserving life. And if somebody's seriously injured, we're going to put the appropriate suit and personal protection equipment on. But usually that's going to be Rescue Inc. that's going to come in and that. But that's a response to a call. We don't go unless we're dispatched by Keene Mutual Aid. So independent of a dispatch assignment, we don't respond.
Right, so you get and it's the fire department kind of is looking at things like protective equipment and that's being stockpiled, or
PPE,
is there access?
Where each individual was given his own set of PPE that he has with him or her to use as necessary for the response. So far, we've been lucky. We've only had a couple of responses that have been questionable, but most of what the fire department does not involve somebody calling in with a cough and a fever, for example.
Right.
You know, we have other kinds of things we still have to be careful about. But as far as what we respond to 911, think of it as 911 calls.
Right, and so 911 calls could include, in the future, someone who's sick at home.
Exactly.
Right,
What they're doing with 911 right now, if you call 911, that call goes to PSAP, which is a public service state police. Can't remember the other. Anyway, they will then, the 911 will shift the call to the PSAPs. PSAP will then try to get some sense from the caller what he's looking for. Mm-hmm. And recently, in the last few weeks, for example, a lot more specificity is being requested about fever, travel out of state, travel out of the country, coughs, dry cough versus, there's a lot of things that they're asked. Then that information is passed to, in our case, Keene Mutual Aid, which is out of Southwestern Mutual Aid, out of Southwestern New Hampshire Mutual Aid, which is the dispatch agency for all of us around the area. They then would call us, tone us out, is the phrase, and give us the information they have, and we would respond accordingly. So anything we do by procedure has to have basically a tone out from Keene Mutual Aid.
Okay, and just in terms of prepare, like anything that you want to share in terms of actions specifically, other than each person who responds to an emergency call having PPE? Anything else, or that's kind of
Well, we've
where
all gone
things
through
stand?
specific, special training
Okay.
that we keep up to make sure that we have a good understanding of how valuable the PPE is, but also our EMT people, of which I am not one. I'm a fireman, not an EMT.
Okay.
But the EMS team has done special training relating specifically
To
to COVID virus, yeah. So the training's there. We provided the equipment. We do not have enough, but we have enough for emergency meeting right now for a short while. And then massive backup from rescuing. They do a very good job of backing up and showing up with the right PPE.
And that, the backup is from, I didn't.
Rescuing.
Rescue Inc.
Yes, are you familiar with rescuing? Let's chat later. We don't need to go on.
Yeah, no.
Go ahead, Andy.
Back to what Chris was asking. Has the select board received any instruction to do anything more than we usually do concerning the safety of the town? Or would we expect, has anyone got anything from to the town health officer, which is right now the select board, or the Jamaica Board of Health?
I have not. I think Chris was probably trying to be
No, but I'm just saying,
proactive.
I think that when if it ever comes down to the governor or the Vermont Department of Health giving us instruction on what to do as this thing evolves, as they, I suspect, test more, and everybody's been watching and reading, too much probably, but then I just don't want the select board or the planning commission to get out and doing things that we don't do.
Yeah.
Not to dismiss what Chris is asking, but I don't know how, as a select board, we would go about coordinating volunteers through the planning commission.
Well, I think maybe I'm misreading it, or I think there's three tiers here, kind of. One is what Chris has talked about, those really true neighborhood volunteers, and that's going to happen, and we want to encourage that. The other is at the other end of what Paul's talking about, emergencies. I mean, serious 911s, whether it's COVID-19s or anything else, and to continue to do that. And I see maybe, and then I'll let Chris jump back in again, but I see we can not get involved on the day-to-day, you go do this, you go do that, but we can act as kind of an informational point, and maybe it's through one of us or through sharing with the office that if someone calls up, I've got a situation, you think, well, here's Neighborhood Connections phone numbers, here's UNICEF's phone number, I don't know what else. There's hundreds of organizations that are already doing this, and like you said, we don't need to reinvent the wheel we don't need to do them. We need to push it onto somebody else, and if anybody in town wants to volunteer for these organizations that are out there already, then we encourage.
But I think it ought to be clear that the volunteering for the organization, that's independent of
and we can just steer
or the
people.
planning committee.
That's how I see we can help, how the town can help, as opposed to getting to that level. But go ahead.
A couple of things. The school has set up a program to feed the children by having lunches that being picked up in a tent out in front of the school every day. I talked with the school, and they said if that starts breaking down, they would more than welcome help from the town to get the lunches to the children. The second thing is, if there were to be a volunteer corps set up in the town at this intermediate level, it would require some gophers to do the delivery of things and somebody to coordinate it. Now, the point about neighborhood connections is great, and maybe the best thing to do is raise volunteers for neighborhood connections to coordinate. So maybe what we ought to do is check with neighborhood connections and see if that's a workable plan.
From the question she's asking about the fire and emergency, I really, really like the fact that this town rallies around the situations and they get out and they do these little ad hoc committees. That saved our butt during Irene, absolutely. But this particular situation, if somebody's going to check on someone and they aren't prepared for the potential of running into the virus, we're causing a lot more grief than we're helping with. So those kinds of events and those kinds of volunteer, I don't even know how to say it, the little pockets of volunteers around the whole country. All around the country, people are doing things with this. Anything that involves potential contact with another person can really provide us with a real nightmare to fix, because they don't know. And we're trained to not go, frankly, into something that we aren't that sure of. So in that sense, as much as I like the idea, instead of having one victim, we've got this victim and maybe 2 or 3 more at home when she goes home to fix dinner before she gets tested. So there's, really quickly, then I'll shut up. Years and years ago when I was stationed in Washington, D.C., we had an airplane that left National Airport. They got as far as a bridge and crashed, and people were scattered all over the lake. And the story that I remember, for whatever reason, was an off-duty EMT, I can help, dives into the lake to go rescue, into the river to go rescue people. We now have 2 victims who have hypothermia and possibly drowning, instead of the one that we started with. So I think of that, and I've always taught that in my experience, because it was all over the national news, as it turned out. The idea is, one of the things we're very cautious about is not becoming victims to the extent that that takes me out of any ability to help the next victims. So part of what's going on with the training in the first responders around the entire country is, we used to say, first do no harm. First do no harm to yourself. Because if you get quarantined for 14 days, whether you get sick or not, that's 2 weeks, our very small little department doesn't have you. So yes, we're trained to help. We're also trained to not get in more trouble than we're already in, to not cause any more trouble. So that's what I really think this is a really good idea, except, and that's the part where the old stuff kicks in. Sorry.
As a select board member, I don't know what you guys are getting, but I'm getting plenty of direction and information about what the state is doing and what other people, they think other entities should be doing. More than I can read sometimes from, the different entities, the Department of Health, the governor's office, there's the Corona website for the state of Vermont, and then all the stuff that's trickling down to us.
Right. There's
a lot to absorb, but it all says, keep your distance, stay home if you can. We all know this, but I think that if it comes down to where they want us to do more as a select board or a planning commission, we'll get that direction from up north, from the Department of Health.
This afternoon, put out a call for non-profits and individuals to think outside the box and come up with innovative ideas. Also, the health department has put out guidance for home-based service delivery, which, well, it's not that extensive, but it addresses your point of don't become a vector for the virus. So, the only thing I can say is, if it'd be a whole lot more effective if the town of Jamaica put out a call for volunteers rather than Brian, Patrick, and Chris did. So that's why I brought it to your attention. Now, one more point. All this will be moot if the worst that happens is what's happened, where we are now, where we're 6 feet apart from each other. If it gets as bad and lasts as long as some of the experts are saying it's going to, we've really got to do something.
Well, I think if there's a lot of, like Andy said, there's a lot of information out there. I think we can help channel people's discovery of this information. If somebody, provided internet access, or someone calls the office, I'll gladly take a phone call and I'm sure every one of us would if Sarah had a question that somebody called in. So if someone's looking for help, certainly let us know. And if the worst case scenario, it's not worse, but the best case scenario, we can point them at other entities in the area.
I believe.
And Paul just, there's 211. There's
just dial
211. If someone's in need, and I would certainly encourage these small little neighborhood help groups, or whatever you want to call
I
it.
believe that's what we're charged to do.
Right, I
is-
would say right now, there's not, those types of documents and those types of links are not on our website. So the LEMP is not on our website, it's not on the Wyndham Regional
But I
site,
mean,
which
in
gives a
general,
lot of
the
information.
state website, I mean, like Andy
Right.
said, there's so much stuff coming
That-
down. You can go to VLCT and there's 100.
We should.
Right, but we could distill it down into to links and particular information that's unique to Jamaica that would be helpful to people. And I do think there's, unfortunately, there may be a time when we do need hands as a town. Hopefully not, God willing. We're a relatively small hamlet, and at least from the research that I've done so far, Paul, there's not a huge influx of second homeowners that are using their home. But as I get more information from caretakers, I'll give that to you. But it sounds like from what you've described, really what the fire department and emergency management does is respond to emergency calls. And that's it, which leaves a whole host of potential support that individuals in this town, particularly vulnerable members of our community, might need some support. So we don't all have to agree on everything. That's what a select board is for. I would say I'm a little bit closer to where the planning commission is thinking that we should be prepared to potentially have specific targeted goals of helping our, specific needs that arise and develop, and that we as a select board could support the planning commission in terms of calling for specific support or asking specific agencies, nonprofits to help, what have you. But that's just where I stand on that, and I don't see potential liability after my research as being a reason not to be open to those steps.
Maybe think of it simply as, like right now there are kids, they get the lunches and they need the food delivered to them. Let's expand that to kids, adults, elderly that get sick and now require quarantine. I would rather see food and medication delivered to their doorstep than them getting desperate and going out and creating a lot of vectors by going into a store or going somewhere. Just having that maybe in place or at least organized or talked about where an action could be taken to make sure they stay isolated.
We could resolve that the planning commission is going to be looking into this and coming back to the select board with proposals for specific volunteer efforts that we could then consider.
I think that's great. It's not in the scope of our duties as select board. We're to govern the town, to do the town business right now. I believe until we get other instructions from the state, like, could you do this, could you do that? I don't, beside passing on information like we've already talked about 3 times, like the sheriff's department thing, the other websites, and I got no problem with that, but as far as stepping outside of our regular duties, I don't know if we should be doing that. I mean, we can talk about it, but I don't think we could execute anything like that.
Right. I don't see us all putting on a special hat and organizing efforts, but to understand what is being considered, I would want to know what's being considered, how it's being proposed to be effectuated. Again, we don't all have to agree.
Yeah.
If for whatever reason you guys choose to do that, before you do anything at all, I think that one of us, you or I or somebody, should get in touch with the town attorney, because it was under his guidance way back when, and I'd like to maintain the continuity to make sure we're all doing it the way that he worked out the first time. One of the reasons why we, as a fire department, have masks, gowns, and goggles, although we don't have enough, but one of the reasons we have what we have is because I don't remember which one it was, somebody who was down, one of the groups that was down cleaning basements, we had to abort that mission immediately because of the potential liability. And I just kept all the stuff because FEMA didn't want it back. So I've had it in my closet now for 8 years. And we're one of the few departments who actually had stuff to immediately to give our guys. So It's these little pieces of history that accumulate that make me concerned. But if for whatever reason it goes forward, let's get together and make an appeal to the town attorney to review his earlier guidance with the current situation.
Yeah, and I'd like to, I mean, we can easily ask the planning commission to come up with that looks like. Maybe, I mean, I apologize because I'm probably not seeing it fully either. I mean, obviously, it's connecting people that have a need and somebody could fill that need. And it could be simple, it could be a huge complicated thing. I don't think we want to go there, but if it's just as, you know, one example, like you just said, I mean, it's the school needs one more person to drive. I mean, it's not the select board telling them to go drive, it's them volunteering to drive. So we're just making these connections, so.
Agree.
And it boils down to raising volunteers. We sure don't want to get to town in a situation where they're liable for anything, but there's got to be a way to dance around that.
Yeah, yeah.
Or get people sick. And,
right.
That's outside of mine. I have no expertise in what's going on with any of this, with this virus, except for what they're instructing us to do. I'm an armchair scientist. That's what I was called the other day when I gave an opinion about something. So, I don't want to get sick. I don't want Jessica to get sick or anyone else. This is going to get worse before it gets better, and just parroting what I've been hearing. I mean, we're kind of somewhat helpless as far as, going, knocking on someone's door with a gas mask on or whatever. It's not funny. I'm laughing because I'm fearful about it, but, I believe that the governor and the health department will give us further instructions. They may tell us all to stay home.
Well, the instruction, you're exactly right, because I'm getting stuff daily from all three different agencies. Health department.
I get what you get.
Yeah,
because I took that course.
They still love you, that's why they want you back. But the thing, wash your hands, cough into your elbow, like that. Don't go out if you don't have to go out. Keep 6 feet from any physical contact. And stay home. Well, I said that already. Stay home. They say it over and over again.
Especially if you're sick.
Right. I mean,
if you're sick,
we should say, I would never want to encourage a volunteer to breach law. Like that would not, if at some point we get more specific requirements issued by the governor, we're all going to have to comply with those unless there's an exception for someone who's in emergency management.
Yeah.
So that's.
Okay, well, I think, I was gonna say we can encourage, we'll encourage anybody to come up with solutions to, to these needs, finding solutions.
Besides the attorney, go and check with the health department, see what they would say about it.
Yeah.
I mean,
They might. Health Department, Vermont Emergency Management, give me a couple others. There's a number of websites, and if you go through them like I end up doing, they're all saying pretty much the same thing. Wash your hands every 20 minutes, apparently, or no, for 20 seconds, but try every day. Wash your hands a lot. Cough into your sleeve. Don't go out if you're sick, stay home. Don't go to work if you don't have to, and stay home again. But there's not a lot anybody can do about this because there's no vaccine and there's no anecdote. But there's plenty of websites available for real information that pretty much boils down to that. But all the other specific details are available on the Vermont Department of Health website, Vermont Emergency Management website, town health officer's website. I'm trying to look at my email list. It's out there. Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. Super discussion. Any other comments? I'll gladly jump in. I think any one of us would. If you guys got ideas, we'll come back and forth. And if we need to go to the attorney, it should come through me. I can appoint somebody else, but right now it's not anybody just calling up the town attorney. So, but any of those issues, I'll make a point to call Neighborhood Connections just because I'm curious now too, and we can keep this discussion going. We want to help out. Not trying to sound cold in any ways. Any one of us are going to jump in here in a heartbeat, but we just need to be cautious, more for the health reasons than anything else.
I go back to Irene. This town jumped all over the place to help everybody else out. Incredible amount of volunteerism. Sadly, right now, some of that volunteerism would have been this guy jumping into the river to help the other guy who's got hypothermia. We don't want to make anybody else, and I'll tell you, as been doing this for a long time, it's hard to not help. When you see someone in distress, even if you're trained to not go there yet, it's hard to not help. So when we're asking people who haven't been trained to not go into it, the chances of that infection being spread is even higher. False.
Okay.
Just one little quick thing.
Okay.
When you're at the end.
Okay, well, I've got,
I thought you were doing that.
well, I've got one other thing, regarding the new additions to, I passed around some information. John Suhikian, who's an interested person in joining the planning commission. He actually attended the planning commission last week. He was hoping to attend the meeting here tonight just to introduce himself. He's had a second home here in town for a number of years. He's a full-time resident now with his wife, and they're involved heavily with at Stratton. They've been pass holders for a while. They also run the Vermont Challenge, and super engaged person. And I think the planning commission will appoint or recommend that he join, and I'd like to propose that we appoint him to the planning commission.
I'll second that motion.
You guys have any, I mean, I know both of you are supportive, so. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Perfect. Oh, any opposed? All in favor. So John Suhikian, welcome to the planning commission.
Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Now we have one more position to fill on that board. That was all I had for added things, I think, unless I missed something.
This is one letter I got today. This is the letter we got from the, Meg Gonzalez is the director of West River Thrives. It's West River Valley Thrives. It's just information, and I'm reading it quick. Just wanted to let everyone know that the Veggie Van Go, the logo here for you camera guys, the Veggie Van Go food program will be providing fresh produce at the Leland and Gray parking lot this Thursday from 12 to 1 p.m. It says, please help spread the word, and let's remember to practice social distancing during pickup. Word has been spread.
How did that come down to you?
Email. Just send to me.
As a past chair?
No, just Fraser Brew.
Okay.
I think we find, as you're gonna find
Sarah
someday.
got that today too.
Huh? What's that?
Sarah got it.
Sarah got it too, yeah. It may just be, everybody on W.
After a while, you're on so many.
I'm on so many different lists that I
Yeah, I'm just curious.
Yeah. But anyway, that's all I had. That just came today, I think. Yeah.
Any other public comments? Thank you to the planning commission members, thank you on a nice snowy night. Anybody else?
Make a motion to adjourn?
Second.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, everyone. Meeting adjourned at 8:27.
but it looks like I'm going to just start the meeting. So welcome to the March 11th meeting. This is for the representative town meeting informational meeting. We know the meeting has been properly warned.
Indeed it has.
Very good, thank you. I'm going to start with a couple logistical matters. For those who are just walking in and wondering where childcare is located in room 130 down the hall on the left-hand side. Quick segue, representative town meeting will be at BAMS, the middle school this year, and childcare will be provided there as well, which is a really nice location for childcare, so I think that's going to work nicely. Back to tonight's logistics. Bathrooms are out the door to the right. There are signs helping you find your way. There's hand sanitizer available on all of the tables. Feel free to find it as you feel that you need it. And finally, we do have interpreters here this evening. They will not appear on the live broadcast. We are live tonight, but tomorrow you can check BCTV's website, BCTV, to view the recording of tonight's meeting, and that will include the interpreters. Okay, so those are my logistical announcements. And at this point in the meeting, we're going to begin with a COVID update, and then we will move into summarization of the articles. Peter, do you want to take over for COVID?
Thank you, Brandy. Good evening. If you're a human on our planet, you're aware of COVID-19 these days, and we knew that would be on everyone's mind. We've got a large public gathering here this evening, and another one planned 10 days from now. And so we wanted to take a few minutes at the beginning of the meeting before we get into dealing with the substantive matters that you've come to discuss this evening, to let you know what we know, let you know what the town is doing, what we think that individuals can be doing for themselves, and look ahead a little bit to what we can reasonably expect. There's not much that we can predict with certainty. The one great true thread that's running through this experience for all of us with COVID-19 is uncertainty and how it changes from day to day, depending on circumstances in each region where it's impacting. Fortunately, right now, Vermont is an area that is not as significantly impacted as areas around us within the northeastern United States, and certainly elsewhere in the United States and elsewhere in the world. But it's an epidemic. It was declared today a pandemic by the World Health Organization, and as such, it is literally a matter of time before everywhere is touched by this, and everyone has some degree of vulnerability to it. So the key thing is to learn about it, be aware of it, pay attention to what the health experts in your particular area, our particular area, are saying about it, and do those things that each one of us can do ourselves, make the most intelligent decisions we can for those things that we control in life. What we are doing about that as a town is we've seen this coming for a bit, as it was, once it had arrived in the United States, and there's really good emergency management networks within all levels of government that communicate pretty effectively around these things. And so word was coming out weeks ago that it was time to get ready for the potential impact in communities in the United States. So we've been doing some planning. We now have those plans in place. We've taken the what in emergency management jargon is pre-incident actions. We don't really have an active incident to manage as an emergency in Brattleboro yet, thank goodness. So we're taking the pre-incident actions that are necessary to make sure that town government is ready, and to the degree that we're interacting with our partners in the community and in the region, that those that we depend upon are also ready to step up into a more active level of emergency response if and when that may become necessary to do. That's almost certainly going to arrive for first responders, and it may arrive more broadly for us as a community, but there's just really no way to predict when or in what ways, how significantly we may be affected by that. But the main thing that you can do right now as an individual is to stay informed through the expert health advice and directives that are coming out of the Vermont Health Department and Vermont state government more generally they've activated the EOC. So the state government has now got a centralized point of communication for all the different departments of state government around this issue to make sure that they're communicating effectively internally among state employees and state agencies. And they're in a position now where they can more efficiently push messages out from the interdisciplinary folks representing the different state agencies there at the EOC to people like us. Both those of us in this room who represent your town government and have a role to play in that intergovernmental relationship, as well as us more broadly, all of us as people in the community who may be affected by this and need to be knowing what the state and others are doing about it. The health department is updating its website at least daily, and in some cases more frequently than that. It is filled with really good information and links to the CDC and the World Health Organization and other expert sources of information. You want to go to those sites, please, to learn about what's happening and what you can do and what others are doing around these issues. Please don't rely on Facebook. Please don't rely on neighbors. We'll rely on each other for help, for information about what's going on and what's currently happening and how it's moving around and eventually probably into our area. Please rely on the State Department of Health website, and you could call 211 is the other way to access the expert information that is being put out by the state and by other officials. The Health Department website, if you want an easy link to that, if you're somebody who goes to the town's website for information, you can go there, brattleboro.org, and over in the right-hand side under News, where we always have some links to things that are relatively more timely. There's budget information at this time of year, and there's other things there about what is more current events in the community and in town government. Right now, at the very top of that news list, and it'll stay there until it is appropriate to remove it, is coronavirus information, which is your link directly to the Vermont Department of Health website that's going to have all that information that's going to be updated all the time to tell us what's actually going on these days. The main advice right now, while it's ever changing, the primary advice is and has been to individuals to rigorously practice good hygiene, both in the hand washing aspect of that I think probably has become completely known by all, I hope, by now. We need to be washing our hands frequently, and we need to be washing them for longer than most of us are used to. I know that there are some medical professionals in the room who are used to washing your hands more completely and for longer periods of time. Some of the advice is to sing the happy birthday song twice to yourself as you're washing your hands, and that'll keep you actually moving the soap around long enough. So you want to do that. Make sure that you're keeping your hands clean, that you don't touch your face if you can help it, that you certainly cover any cough or sneeze, preferably with a tissue, and throw that away. If you feel unwell, stay home so that you don't expose other people in the community to whatever it is that's causing you to feel unwell. It might be COVID-19, it might be something else, and we just need to be really careful about not exposing each other to illness these days. And if you can avoid being around other people who are not well, please do that. Obviously, there's a more complicated question there. We take care of each other. There may be a family member or a good friend or a neighbor or somebody that you're assisting who's not feeling well, and you're going to have to do the best you can to protect yourself as you provide help to them. But in general, in terms of our social interactions with one another, avoid being around people who are not well. That is the basic broad picture of how it's happening right now. The numbers in Vermont actually got better today, but please don't take that as a sign that we're dodging a bullet here. Again, based on the declaration that it's a pandemic and based on how the virus itself is actually mutating and moving around in ways that it's really hard for the medical professionals, public health professionals to predict. Nobody is dodging a bullet at this point. We all need to stay vigilant and aware of how it's happening. But it is a fact that today, the numbers of people in Vermont who have been officially declared to have been monitored and tested and not have COVID-19 went up, and the numbers of people who are being actively monitored went down. But that's today's news. That's not an indication that we're heading in a better direction. Very likely, because we're an area that's been spared so far, there's only one person who has been confirmed as a diagnosed case of COVID-19 in Vermont. They're in the hospital in Bennington. Because of that, there's going to be increased numbers, and we'll be having to stay aware of, where that is within Vermont, where it is in the tri-state area as well. Massachusetts has been harder hit. We're keeping an eye on where that is, and New Hampshire has had cases as well. So probably the unasked and unanswered question about all this at this moment is, what about town meeting? We're here tonight to prepare for representative town meeting. It's 10 days away. Frankly, while there are increased numbers of public gatherings of different types, social and cultural events that are being canceled or postponed, for an event of this importance to the community, we're going to do everything we can to hold it on time, but we're not going to be foolish and reckless about that. And so right now there is not a reason to postpone representative town meeting. If there becomes a reason, either because the state says we're not having any more public gatherings in Vermont, which is possible, then obviously we would follow that guidance and postpone. Or if the state doesn't require us to, but there is some obvious reason and changed, a substantive change in the local circumstances that make that the prudent thing to do, then it may become necessary to do that. But for all different kinds of reasons related to the sort of logistical and legal importance of what you do as town meeting representatives, and the one time a year that you come together to do it, and the time frame within which a postponed meeting would need to be held, which is complicated by the fact that this very well may get worse instead of better. So postponing to have it, think maybe a month from now it's going to be better, there's no reason to have an expectation that that's going to be true. We just don't know what's going to happen. So what we can assure you is we're monitoring it vigilantly. The select board will give consideration to this on Tuesday night, to COVID-19 in general, including some discussion of representative town meeting at the regularly scheduled select board meeting on Tuesday the 17th. And our intention at this time is for us all to gather at BAM's at 8:30 in the morning on Saturday the 21st. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Okay. So we will, in just a moment, move into summarizing the articles. Some of them will be cut and dry, and some of them we will actually provide summary for. I will ask at the end of each article if there are direct questions. I would remind people that any hearty discussion or debate should be saved for representative town meeting, which is a warned meeting where people expect to be able to come to discuss these articles. And I will be gently but firmly ceasing any debate that accidentally tries to happen here this evening. I will, at the very end, have a general Q&A as well as article-specific Q&A as we move along. Are there any new reps in the room? Raise your hand. Welcome. Woo! Welcome to your vibrant town government that I'm glad we are able to have. Out of you new reps, did anybody just barely caucus in this evening? Nice. Thank you for doing that. That takes courage. Well done. Okay, so at this time we are going to move directly into our articles. And okay, Peter is going to kick us off.
So the first thing that we wanted to speak specifically about tonight is Article 4, the interim treasurer, because while the appointment of a treasurer, or ratification of an appointment of the treasurer is usually one of the more routine matters to come before town meeting, this year we are in between finance directors. John O'Connor has retired. We are currently recruiting for the new finance director. I'm happy to tell you that we have a good, strong applicant pool. We'll be conducting initial interviews next week, and we hope that by the latter part of the spring we'll have the new finance director on board. And at that time, as is the practice here, the finance director will be the treasurer also for the purposes of meeting all the statutory requirements of having the treasurer by that specific designation. But for right now, we have an interim finance director. We've contracted with an auditing firm from New Hampshire that has experience auditing Vermont municipalities. And so we are having the affairs of the finance department overseen on an interim basis, just as steady as we go through the transitional term, and then the treasurer position, interim treasurer, as appointed by the select board, is Debbie DeRosier. You all know from coming and paying your taxes at the treasurer's office on the first floor of the municipal building. She's been the assistant treasurer for very many years. She's been a town employee for 25 years. She's extremely reliable. She, as the assistant treasurer, has acted as treasurer in John's absence. So she is officially the interim treasurer for now. We're asking you to confirm that with your ratification vote at representative town meeting. And so the wording is a little different on that item as well. Instead of it being for a term of a year, it's for a term of up to 1 year, because with the appointment of a new finance director, the select board will also appoint that person to be the town treasurer.
Are there any questions about what Peter just talked about with our interim treasurer? Okay, move along.
So use of fund balance is the next one we wanted to talk about. That's Article 12. A reminder, and we appreciate the Finance Committee's joining us in this annual reminder that it's a best practice to use the fund balance for non-recurring expenses. Most typically, and it has become our standard practice in Brattleboro, to be used for a capital investment of one type or another, either into a project or into a piece of equipment. But in the event that it weren't actually spent on something capital, it should always be spent, fund balance that is, on and something other than a recurring operating expense, because otherwise we're just making it a little easier for the tax load this year with the known additional burden that represents for the year following. So thankfully, we've made a really good standard practice of that over the recent years. This year, the particular detail of it is we had $223,000 available. We have that policy of the guideline to set aside 10% of the unassigned fund balance for events that are unforeseen. That came in really handy for Brattleboro during the Tropical Storm Irene. And so it's important to have that as a sort of emergency fund above and beyond the 10%. When there is an amount in the unassigned fund balance above and beyond the 10%, that's what we look to make an investment into some appropriate non-recurring cost. This year, that is a fire engine. There's a 1994 fire engine scheduled to be replaced. It's going to cost about $550,000. So it is in the capital plan for a $550,000 expenditure, and we're asking that you authorize under Article 12 that $223,000 of that be from the unassigned fund balance.
Thank you, Peter. Questions or comments on Article 12? And I apologize for not having said this before. If you haven't found it already and you just haven't wanted to ask, we are looking at the warning which appears on page 9, where you can see the full wording of each motion. Peter and I are kind of using outline language, but if you're looking for the exact wording, you're going to find that on page 9, and you will find descriptions of the articles on following pages. So the next thing that we're going to discuss, or that we're going to overview, yes? You can come right up to the mic in the center and introduce yourself and your district.
Yes, Ralph Mima, District 3. I just had a quick question about Article 12, about the unassigned general fund balance transfer. I just wondered if there were any other potential uses for that money, and how the decision was made to use it for the fire engine and not for something else.
Sure. Yes, the other potential uses are many, probably. The reason that we selected what we selected is because the fire engine is so old and significantly, it is a piece of equipment that is obsolete, needs to be replaced, and we are, as we'll talk about a little later in this meeting, moving now into a period of time when we will have a much more stable means to funding equipment replacement using the 25-year equipment replacement plan. I won't go deeply into that right now because we're going to cover that under the budget piece, but because this is the last year before we're going to be fully into that process, it seemed a logical place to make this investment in that piece of equipment. It's as long as it's being spent on something that isn't a recurring operating expense, it could be just as well spent on something else that isn't recurring. But we would then strongly request and recommend that Representative Town Meeting appropriate the full $500,000 from just general operating revenues in order to be able to $550,000 in order to be able to purchase the fire truck. So,
thank you for that. Okay, we're going to move into Article 13, which, like I said, you can find the formal verbiage on page 9. Last year, this is the Community Marketing Initiative. And this, if you remember from last year, if you were present, is the joint DBA and Chamber initiative for marketing Brattleboro. And last year, Representative Town Meeting approved $42,119 towards this initiative, which was meant to be 10% of the prior year's collections of the rooms, meals, and alcohol tax. And that motion was subject to the Select Board's approval of the plan for the marketing and for evaluating impact. This year, as you'll notice, it's in there for $43,748, which is, again, based off the same formula of 10% of the prior year's collections of room, meals, and alcohol tax. There was some projection early on, and we noticed that there was some media coverage of maybe we had approved an increase. It's more that we finally got the final numbers and made adjustments that were correct and true to the numbers that we finally received. And so that is the number that you will see, which is $43,748 for Article 13, the Community Marketing Initiative for the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance and the Chamber. Any questions? Yes, right up to the microphone in the middle and introduce yourself and state your district.
I'm Millicent Cooley, District 3. I think to answer the question, to vote on the question, I think of it in two parts. One is, does one agree with spending that kind of money on this thing, and does one agree with the way that that money is directed in the proposal? So when I looked at this book, I saw that what was listed was the website, and so I went to the website, and because I have experience in hiring groups like that, I was frightened at what I saw on the website. So then I emailed Peter, and I got the proposal, and I had a very, very different impression. So I guess my question is, I would see it as helpful to this group to share the proposal itself, because it's so different, and in my mind, so much better quality than what is represented in the website, which is the link in this thing. So.
Thanks, Millicent. Do you want to speak to that at all, Peter, of the ability for us to link the proposal, or anything you think is good to say?
Yes, is there anybody in the room who wouldn't be able to go to the town's website and take a look at that proposal if we posted it there tomorrow? Okay, so if you would want to look at a hard copy rather than at the online version, then you can just contact the town manager's office and we'll make sure that you get one. But since the vast majority of you would be able to go take a look at the website, we'll just make sure that it gets posted. I think because I'm thinking on my feet here and not sure of exactly where we should put it that's going to be easy for you to find, we're going to make it as easy as possible, put it right beneath that coronavirus link. So it'll just be right on the town's homepage, directly under coronavirus information, and it'll be labeled something like Community Marketing Initiative Proposal. maybe perhaps exactly that. But that you'll be able to find it there. Take a look at it if you want to be prepared in that way for that item at town meeting. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you for that. Yes, in the gray, you come forward and introduce yourself, state your district.
Louise Zach, District 3. Was it true that last year when we voted on the 42,000, it was assumed that this would be an amount, the 10% of the rooms and meals tax, on a recurring basis? I recall that it was kind of a one-time pilot thing, and maybe I misremembered that.
Yeah, go ahead.
So it was proposed as something new. I think probably whether one anticipated it to be recurring or a one-off may have very well just depended on one's perspective. I don't personally recall explicit discussion of that. There was explicit discussion of what can we expect from this, what will be the measurement of success, and there was an amendment that passed on the floor that attached some conditions. So Representative Town Meeting approved the funding subject to the Select Board approving the process by which it was going to be implemented and how success was going to be measured by those who are responsible for the project. And then this year, the request was made to continue the practice of a 10%, using 10% of the prior year's proceeds from the rooms and meals tax for this purpose. So the condition was met. Representative Town Meeting's condition was met. The Select Board viewed an initial proposal and then a second proposal, did give its blessing to the project moving forward, and now the matter will be freshly before you. Not as a question of whether this is automatically going to happen every year, but whether it would happen this year as a second instance of using 10% of the prior year's proceeds for this purpose.
So in that proposal that's going to be on the town website, will that include the evaluation of the effectiveness and the success of the campaign?
There is information in there. Honestly, I don't have it committed to memory. Kate's.
There is somebody here who could answer that question if you'd like to yield the floor.
Sure.
Kate? Introduce yourself, please.
I'm Kate O'Connor. I'm from District 2, and I'm also the Executive Director of the Brattleboro Area Chamber of Commerce. We do actually, the campaign was kicked off on January 15th, and we just received on Friday from the local marketing firm that put the proposal together. We have the latest statistics on the digital presence and the print and marketing, and I'm very happy to either can do both. We can put that on the chamber website, and I'm happy to give it to the town to put on their website, and I think that will answer hopefully a lot of the questions that people have.
That's great, Kate. Thank you.
So thank you, Kate, for that. And so just so everybody's clear then about what we'll do, that link from the homepage on the town's website will take you to a page, and on that page there'll be separate links to the two documents. There'll be a link to the proposal and a link to the document that Kate's going to supply.
Great, thank you. Spoon, and then Alex, and then Wendy.
Spoon, Agave, District 3. I'm a little confused at the moment because I thought we were talking about the request from the chamber and who else is it? And that's, we didn't have anything like that last year. Last year we dealt with CEVEDs.
No. Yep. This was approved on the floor last year.
Both this and
We did both last year? Oh,
yes.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Alex Fisher, District 2. I was curious, between the DBA, the chamber, and the town, a lot of the promotion is targeting communities that exist here, but also bringing more specifically queer and trans folks and folks of color to this town through the marketing campaign. And I'm wondering what the town is doing to make sure that it is a safe and welcoming place when folks get here, as it is not already for the folks that are being targeted as tourists, and it's not that for folks that already live here. So I'm curious what is being done to make sure that law enforcement isn't pulling over more folks of color, that there's bathrooms and like service providers that are treating queer and trans folks appropriately. I'm curious sort of what's being done besides just getting people here, but to actually make it a good experience.
Thank you for that question. Don't go away. Because I'm going to go ahead and say that I don't know how complete of an answer it's going to be. I'm going to kick it over to Peter because I think there are some answers, and I think that is a really valid question that needs to stay on the front of everybody's minds.
So the part of your question that relates to broader community readiness and welcomingness is something I'm not really well prepared to speak to, because there's certainly other organizations and lots of individual businesses and all of us individually as people who need to be part of making sure that Brattleboro is welcoming for everyone who lives here and moves here and visits here. But I can tell you that town government has taken this matter very seriously for the last 3 years. You and I have had a fair amount of communication directly around it. We've got a long way to go. I think anybody who's paying attention to becoming a more equitable environment, to creating a more equitable environment for all people present and all people who are coming, knows that the work doesn't ever get finished. We've made, as town government, some particular progress this year in moving from our sort of engagement with folks in the community who have been working around these issues to some beginnings of more concentrated work ourselves. It is just the beginnings, but you will recall, and actually many of the members will recall, because thankfully you voted 2 years ago to support the creation of a position of Human Resources Director, in part to address these issues, and in larger part to make sure that we just have appropriate human resource practices across all the different operations of town government. So now we do have Sally on board. She's been here for 6 months. She's doing a great job, actually more like 9 months, doing a great job. And recently we had training around equity and inclusion. That's baseline training just to open up our eyes and get ourselves ready to do work together that included the select board and every town employee. And in the months ahead, we'll be working towards actually starting to put actions in place around those issues.
Thank you. And I think maybe more my question is specifically towards the DBA and the chamber. I'm very aware of what the town's doing, but because it's a marketing campaign for businesses and for downtown, what is the Downtown Alliance doing to answer that? So I don't know, Kate, if you want to jump on that, or anyone else.
Kate, you can if you want to come up.
It's actually a really good question, and it's something that we put a steering committee together when we were doing the RFP for the proposal for this, and we actually have a small steering committee that stayed on that is helping us as we roll out the campaign and sort of help us oversee it. And it's something that we talk about at all of our meetings, is that we're doing a marketing campaign and asking people to come here, and are we going to be welcoming to the people that come here? So we talk about exactly what Alex says. And a lot of what we're trying to do is make sure that the businesses in town know about the campaign. And so if people arrive and they say, oh, we're here because of Love Brattleboro, and they're going to go, what are you talking about? So, and this is going to sound really, really small and not what really, Alex, I think you're looking for, but we have, and again, I don't want to sound diminishing what you're saying, but we have window clings as something as easy as that we're trying to get the businesses to put up to say, I understand this campaign is going on, and I am welcoming you, visitor, who is coming for this. So we're trying to just at a very basic level do that, but also bring a general awareness to ourselves that we are asking people to come here, and we need to make sure when they get here they have a good experience. And we are doing that with, the discussions are, should we be targeting individuals? Should we even be doing this for our town? Because we do want people to come here. So from the littlest thing, by having a rainbow window cling and a business, and all the way up to the really sort of the higher level discussions on making sure that we are a welcoming community. I don't know if that's, it's a bigger issue, but that's what we're really trying to do.
Thank you. I'll have Abby come up, and I will say that what I can feel, I'm sorry, Wendy, and then Abby. What I can feel in my gut is that this is a very large topic, and I'm going to expect robust discussion to take place on this at representative town meeting, and I'm going to try and give respectful restraint to it not being a huge topic for tonight, only because it doesn't allow for the conversation for the warned meeting. And so with that, Wendy, I'll have you come right up.
Hi, I'm Wendy Levy, and I'm from District 1. This is more of a procedural question about the article. So as Louise mentioned when she came up, last year from the floor at Representative Town Meeting, we amended the article to provide select board oversight, right? I don't see that reflected in Article 13. So if we want to continue that, does that mean we have to amend that from the floor?
Good question.
Thank you.
Peter's going to take it.
Actually, our expectation is that the motion, so let me say just as a quick example of how the motion can be more than just what is listed as the essence of the matter on the article. The budget is a really good example of that. So the budget article asks, how much shall we raise and appropriate and expend for the operations of the town? And then there's a motion that is, couple of paragraphs long that goes into a lot of detail about how much taxes to raise and different kinds of revenue and when the taxes are due, and all of that fits into that motion that you ultimately then consider and adopt in one form or another. So our expectation is, based on the action of the body last year, that you'll want to adopt this year, if you do choose to approve this again, the same form of approval that you gave it last year. And so the motion will include the conditions that it be, again, subject to the select board approval.
So we won't have to amend that from the floor?
No, you won't.
Okay, thank you.
Abby?
Abby Manukin, District 2. I don't want to continue the conversation, but I'll just say that I don't feel like, Kate, you answered Fisher's question. So if we can just get back to that at some point. It's not a matter of marketing Brattleboro so that it feels welcoming to visitors who are coming here, but it's how is that marketing campaign also making people who live here feel welcome, of all persuasions. And it reminds me of the initiative where there is talk of paying people $10,000 to move to Brattleboro, and how is that money, how could we use that money to make people who are here actually stay, as opposed to getting other people to move. And it feels like there's a parallel there. So it's not just like making visitors feel welcome, but making people who live here feel safe and welcome. And those are very different things. So if we could get back to that at the representative town meeting, that would be great. Thank you.
I think that that would be a very wise idea to have, to kind of take stock of this conversation tonight for representative town meeting and know that those questions are going to come up probably in threefold for people who are not even able to be here. Chris, I'll take a question, and then I'm going to probably move us along to our next article.
I don't have a question, but I do have an observation from page 12, which indicates that the steering committee is made up of a number of folks, including Mr. Curtis Reed Jr., who's executive director of the Vermont Partnership for Fairness and Diversity, and who has a long, broad reputation as a champion of human rights. And I would hope that that would really carry some water on the question.
Thank you, Chris. We'll take that into consideration when formulating discussions for representative town meeting. That's a valid point, and there's definitely other voices that will want to be heard equally as loudly as Curtis's, which is a very respected voice. At this time, I am going to move us on, and we are next going to discuss, I'm up again, Article 14, which is specific to the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance. It's the last article that you'll see laid out on page 9. And it is discussing the usual amount of $80,000, which for those who already know, it's the usual amount. And for those who don't know, that is monies that are collected from only downtown property owners. I believe many people know it as the DID, the Downtown Improvement District. And so this is not money that comes out of town-wide taxes, but rather is something that downtown Brattleboro property owners participate in, and this is a annual allocation. Are there questions? Peter, did you have anything to add? No. Are there questions? Yes. Now you know the drill, so I'm not going to.
Louise Zach, District 3. I couldn't find the revenue portion of that 84,000. I would have thought that would have been a pass-through, the 80,000 that they collected, and then we passed that 80,000 out. I may have just not looked at the budget carefully enough, but is it in there?
It is. Let me see if I can point you quickly to it.
Tim just said, as a side remark, that it's in an odd place. So I doubt that it's that you didn't read it thoroughly. It's just one of those things.
On page 114 of the town report, it's the first page of the detailed line item budget, and it's the revenues section. The second cluster of figures there is taxes, and the second line of that is downtown district, and that's the source of the 80,000.
It's helpful, I think, for people, for that to be explained again to people, that that is not money that comes out of taxes. Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me. That is not sickness. I've been working with hay all day, and I'm really feeling that. Any other questions on the DBA $80,000 annual assessment on the Downtown Improvement District? Okay. So we will move on now to Article 15, which is me again. Just feel like all of mine are in a row. I'm just throwing that out there. And that is human services monies. And so we have now moved on, of course, to page 10, and it is the large descriptive paragraph right at the top, which is a very distilled reflection of all the very hard work that the Representative Town Meeting Human Services Committee puts in every year to reviewing I don't know how many applications and trying to be as fair and as plentiful as possible with supporting our local human services organizations. So as you can see, there is a slight increase. The Select Board supported the Human Services Review Committee's recommendations, and that slight increase is 1.03% of the proposed FY21 general fund budget, which is a total of $190,105. You can see it all broken out to who's kind of getting what, and is there in this? Good. Hold on. My fingers are too dry. Oh, good. If you look to page 16, there is a graph that can show you kind of year over year. So you can get an understanding of increases, who's generally gotten funds, who hasn't gotten funds, who isn't currently getting funds, and it gives you a little bit of a window snapshot into this item. Peter, did you want to add anything to that? Give people,
Maybe just regarding the 1%. So many of you will remember that there's been some discussion the last couple of years by Representative Town Meeting about whether there ought to be sort of a standard target figure for funding for human services. There's been no decision made by Representative Town Meeting to actually say that it should be 1% or some other amount of the town's budget. But based on the fact that we were already right around 1%, and there had been quite a lot of discussion about that being at least an appropriate starting place for such an annual target, we thought it was important to report that, the results of the committee's work. So somebody from the committee would have to speak to the question of whether or not they viewed it as a goal to bring a recommendation to have it be 1% of the town's budget. But what we did in preparing the presentation for tonight was we wanted to make sure that you were aware that in fact it slightly exceeds that at 1.03%.
And I think for anybody who's new, and I see your, it's important for anybody who's new or just doesn't know to realize that the Select Board does not sit here and go line by line and say, I don't think this organization deserves money. The Human Services Committee, Review Committee is a member or is a part of the Representative Town Meeting. It then, after doing so much work of sifting and deciding and using very good algorithms, brings the recommendation to the Select Board, and we pass it on to you generally in bulk to be hashed out on the floor or approved as presented since the hard work was already put in. Liz, let me pass you this. It's already on.
Thank you, Brandy. I just wanted to point out to the Assembly that on page 50 of our booklet, there's several pages that the human service agencies have submitted about each group that would be receiving a grant. And also the Finance Committee's report discusses the process that the Human Service Agency went through in great detail, and it's a very, very good analysis of their process. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Liz. I'm going to try not to knock over this water here. Okay, are there questions on Article 15, the Human Resources Committee recommendations? Kurt?
Kurt Dimes, District 2. I would like to ask someone on the committee how far back their perspective was directed to get an idea about our historical contributions to human services. I understand in 1932 the budget was $75,000 or $750,000, and our expenses for the poorhouse, the farm, and another allotment for the poor totaled almost 7.5% of the town budget.
Thank you for that question. I'll see if there's anybody. I just need to clarify. I believe I said the word resources when I meant to say the word services. That's my bad. I see somebody walking forward, looking like he has all the answers in the world. Please introduce yourself.
Absolutely not, as far as all the answers. John Kennedy, District 1, also a member of the Human Services Subcommittee. What we did is we reviewed 33 applications. We had an initial meeting with all of the organizations to go over the application before they had the time to submit. So they had about 6 weeks before the deadline. We developed a matrix that scored everybody on how well they answered the questions in the application. We went down through then, and that gave us a broad view of kind of the 5 members' view of how well those questions answered. We ended up looking at a perfect score of 15 and then grouped the 6, 7, and 8 scores, the 9, 10, and 11 scores, 13, 14, 15, and worked down from there to come out with numbers. We basically used 1% of the previous year's budget as a guideline. We had no number to work with other than that. And as the numbers showed, we came in within a few percentage and said, well, let's run it up the flag and see who salutes it.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for coming up and offering the explanation of the methodology. Millicent, you know the drill now.
Yeah, Millicent Cooley, District 3. I guess I didn't really hear the answer to Kurt's question, and I'm combining that with what Peter said about the fact that town meeting hasn't discussed it. So is there going to be some information? Is it possible to, at some other time, to look back at that, and is that significant? You know,
yes. I don't know that we'll look back as far as Kurt's description of 1934, but I think we can see over a 5-year trend or something that's a little more feasible.
There's 6 years worth of data in that chart on page 16. And just to clarify, the comment that I made was that Representative Town Meeting has discussed this question, but has not taken action on the question of an actual target, a fixed percentage of the budget that ought to be devoted to this purpose. And it's actually increased during this 6-year period that the history is shown in the book. It has increased from less than 1% up to slightly over 1%.
George? I just see a hand go up way in the back.
George Carville, District 1. There was a lot of discussion last year about the appropriate percentage, and I remember we tried to come up with some things, and some of us got overruled. Could someone, perhaps this is a question for the moderator, is there a mechanism that we could use so that this body could inform the select board what percentage we would like them to use. Is there a way we can do that?
Mr. Moderator, you've been interrogated if you
Committee of the
choose to be.
whole something?
We could do a committee of the whole, it's permitted. It tends to, with a body, a group this large, become somewhat unwieldy. However, it's,
a committee of the whole, George, would be permitted. It is something that is authorized by the charter and by Robert's rules, so it's possible. We don't typically, I have no personal recollection of actually doing a committee of the whole with town meeting since I've been a member. And the reason is it can be somewhat cumbersome and difficult to pull off in a way that is meaningful, but we can do it. It's permitted. The other thing we could do is actually debate this issue as a separate motion under other business as a advisory directive to the select board based upon what the general sentiments of this body might be. And as you all know, other business is not binding. However, we could have a good, healthy debate, at which point that would be potentially instructive and helpful to accomplish what I think you're looking to accomplish. So that would be my recommendation, is probably the best way to handle it.
Thank you. Did I see a hand go up way in the back over here, or maybe somebody was just stretching? I just want to make sure I'm not ignoring anybody because I actually can't see super well over all the heads. Okay. Abby, do I see?
Abby Manukin, District 2. I noticed that there are 5 organizations that applied for funding this year that got $0, and I don't see that in previous years where the requests are listed, which is only the last 2 years. And I'm just curious if this is the first year that's ever happened, if that has happened before and we just haven't seen it. It seems like kind of a high number of organizations to receive $0.
Peter's saying he can speak to that.
It has definitely happened before. If you want more detail about how it's happened and who was affected, somebody else will have to speak to that. But what I think what you're seeing in the chart is a record of who has received funding, and because that has changed somewhat from year to year, there are some places where there's blank lines when an agency wasn't receiving money, and then other years when they do receive money. Some of them have received it every year. The information about who asked and didn't receive money is something that would require digging back into the records of the committee.
It just seems notable that 4 of those organizations had never asked before, so I would just hope that some amount of feedback were given to them so that were they to reapply, hopefully that wouldn't happen. Because at least one of them asked for a big chunk of money and got 0. So,
Fair question, and maybe I think good to bring back up on, I keep wanting to say Saturday, but 2 Saturdays from now. Good, okay. Other questions on human services before we move on to Article 16? Just not my turn. Okay, Peter, it's your turn.
Okay. I'll ask in advance for your indulgence. This is the budget article, so I'll try to move through it quickly, but I also want to make sure that I cover the significant aspects of it. The bottom line of the proposed budget that is recommended by the Select Board to Representative Town Meeting is an increase of 2.1%. And the property taxes necessary to fund that proposed budget would increase over this year's property taxes by 2.9%. That would be a 3.77 cent increase in the property tax rate. And so town property taxes per $100,000 of value would increase by $37.70 for the year, or $9.43 per quarter.
Can we direct people to which page they should be on?
Sure.
Sorry, I should have set that up.
Yes, I can do that. One of the things that is difficult about responding directly to that reasonable request is there's a 20-page line item budget that I don't think is the place you want to be looking at while I'm speaking. I don't think that's going to be helpful to you, although we're happy to look at any line item and answer any question that you might have about that level of detail. It might be helpful to look at pages 112 and 113, which is 2 pages at a glance that provide a more detailed summary than the couple of tables that I've included in the budget message. But I would suggest, I guess I'm going to quote the Finance Committee here because it's a little awkward for me to recommend my own document to you, but we work hard to make sure that the budget message that comes along with this document, with these numbers, explains where the priorities are and what the decision context was for the expenditure of $18.5 million that we're proposing. And so I think it is, as the Finance Committee thankfully pointed out to the membership, useful to read that. It's only about 7 or 8 pages worth of explanation, but it'll go a little deeper than what I'm going to cover here in this brief presentation tonight. And hopefully it'll be helpful to the members in formulating your own opinion about whether the proposed budget is reasonable or whether there's things you'd like to change about it. But for tonight, as I go through the highlights, it might be useful to you to kind of keep an eye on pages 112 and 113 as the sort of middle ground between very, very big picture summary and the line item detail. I'll move on from the summarizing as I did the overall increase so that I talk now about the particular causes of that increase. What are the major items that are driving a 2.1% overall increase? And this year, the really overriding theme of the budget that's proposed is the major investment that we have made in town employees and the continuing cost of that in the upcoming budget. So this past year was a year when, 2019, all 4 of the collective bargaining agreements expired with the unionized employees. Most of the town employees belong to one of those 4 unions. There's about 25 or 30 employees that are non-union employees. That's mostly the management team and part-time employees and just a couple of other positions. So we have new agreements, new 3-year agreements with each of the different unions, and there are included within those agreements some continued work that we began 3 years ago in the cycle, the 2016 cycle of collective bargaining agreements, to make sure that we were paying attention not just to cost of living, but to the actual structure of our pay system and making sure that in areas where it was not equitable across the full town organization, that we have made adjustments in how we pay people in addition to how much we pay people. And so that had some impact over the last couple of budgets from that 2016 set of agreements. It has a more substantial impact this particular year, where the overall recommended increase in employee salaries from FY20 to FY21 is an increase of 5.9%. Part of that is because we created a new position, so it is a larger than normal increase because we don't very often create a new position. But this year, at the direction of, well, not quite the direction of representative town meeting, at the recommendation of representative town meeting to the select board, and then the select board's very thorough consideration of it during the summer months, in August, we created the position of sustainability coordinator. And so that salary and the benefits for that position and the other costs related to that position are all reflected in the proposed FY21 budget. There was the $100,000 flat amount of money that was a sustainability-related language, but not in the salaries part of the budget because it wasn't a position. So it was the standard $10,000 for sustainability that had been in for many years at that level. Representative town meeting last year directed that be increased to $100,000 with the intent of creating a position and hiring a sustainability coordinator. So that got approved by the select board. We have done that, and now that money, instead of appearing over in the non-personnel expenses, is in the staffing costs of the town. That's one part of the 5.9% increase, and then the remainder is we would have, even without that factor, have had a larger than a sort of a normal average year in terms of compensation increases for town employees because of the structural work that we're doing in the implementation of the new round of collective bargaining agreements, and then the additional impact of looking at the non-union employees. We had not done that for the non-union employees at all, at least during the 5 years that I've been with the town. And we had done some really intentional work around the collective bargaining agreements. And so it became apparent last spring, as we were going through finalizing this new wave of the collective bargaining agreements, we really needed, out of fairness and running a good operation, to see what the situation was for the non-union employees and take action there also to ensure equity across all town positions. We believe we've done that. And no system is perfect, but we think that we've calibrated the town's pay system now to really fully defensible to a sort of magnifying glass kind of review. I'd be happy to sit down with anybody who has any continuing concerns around what you see in town compensation, because we've gone from some parts of the system that were really just being carried forward from some very old decisions year after year, and others that were sort of very isolated issues that were addressed to solve a very isolated problem, to taking a much more comprehensive approach and making sure that we can look each employee in the eye and say we believe we're paying everyone fairly. So the impact of that is that there are some positions that have received more than just a cost of living increase. We've got full documentation of what that looks like in the collective bargaining agreements and in the materials that the Select Board approved for the non-union employee changes. But the impact to this budget, just to carry on and implement those changes, will be a 5.9% increase in salaries. There's also a 3.4% increase in employee benefits. That's actually smaller than a typical increase for those costs, primarily because health insurance is such a large expense. And so this year we do have in just the health insurance premiums, there is an increase of approximately 10%. And what we did was we worked hard in other areas of the health insurance program and related benefits to make sure that we didn't have more money there than we needed. There's an element of this that we talked about very extensively a few years back. I won't go into it tonight except to mention it. The health reimbursement arrangement portion, the HRA, which is a self-insured layer of the health insurance program. That's not a fixed number. That's a number where we need to make a judgment call about what's a prudent amount of money to set aside, because there's some risk that the town is taking. We're going to be paying claims that are unknowable, that are going to occur between 6 months from now and 18 months from now. But we've got several years of the HRA experience of administrating the HRA now, so we've got a really pretty good handle on what sort of an average year with a factor to give us some protection for when there's a heavy claims year looks like. And we found that we, over the last few years, had been budgeting more for the HRA than we really need to have there. And so this is a year when the HRA line item is coming down. There's a few other adjustments like that within the area of the broader definition of employee benefits, so that the overall impact, even though the one single highest expense there is the health insurance premium, and that's going up quite a lot, the overall increase is $112,000 or 3.4% of the cost of employee benefits. Department expenses are also up by greater than a normal amount, but for three really clear reasons. So that increase is 6.1% over the prior year, or $117,015. But the main reason why is additional costs that are related to our obligation to comply with state stormwater mandates. So there's acts of the legislature that were adopted in order for Vermont as a whole to comply with federal regulations that we're not currently in compliance with. EPA water quality standards that are particularly a problem up in the Lake Champlain part of the state, but there also are some issues related to the Connecticut River that are part of that set of issues between Vermont and EPA. And so the state legislature's action imposed uniformly across all the municipalities of the state obligations that are substantially increasing our costs for stormwater management. In the upcoming year, in the budget that you'll be considering 10 days from now, the funding above and beyond last year is $60,000 of additional funding. It's gone from about $25,000 to about $85,000 in this 1 year. And we know this is basically planning money. There is some implementation work going on here, but it's sort of early and low-hanging fruit kind of implementation. There's planning going on that's going to lead to far more significant expenses in the future. And it's all going to be an obligation that we as a community will have to step up to in order to meet the state requirements under the new act. So related to that, not before you for the consideration of this article or any aspect of the representative town meeting this year, but something that staff will be working on and developing together with the select board in the months ahead. We plan to create a stormwater utility, and the reason for that is it'll function as an enterprise fund like the water and sewer utility and like the parking fund. That has advantages and disadvantages when you look at it just as, is that a good idea or not? It isolates those expenses in a way that will be very easy to see. But you wouldn't necessarily do it except for the reason I'm about to offer, which is the state of Vermont will need to pay its fair share into the stormwater utility as a payer of fees for one who owns and operates and maintains large impervious area in Brattleboro. And the state of Vermont doesn't pay taxes. So since these costs are going to go up very significantly and we can't prevent that. We can manage it and be wise about it, but it's going to increase. We want to make sure that that doesn't just automatically bring an additional tax burden for Brattleboro taxpayers with it. Instead, we'll create a more sophisticated fee structure. There are examples already in Vermont, up in the Lake Champlain area primarily, where communities are already creating these. So we'll work to create a structure where an owner that has a lot of impervious area pays a high fee, and an owner that has a little bit of impervious area pays a little fee. Typically, residences get standardized, they get homogenized because residences don't typically have a lot of impervious area, and so in the creation of these models for these fee structures, usually there's a relatively small annual fee that's paid by residential owners, and then there's a more complicated formula that determines what commercial owners pay. The state of Vermont will be paying a very substantial fee because we're an interstate highway town. So I-91 running through Brattleboro will significantly impact the state's share of expenses into this stormwater utility. So beyond the $60,000, there's two other reasons why the non-personnel department operating expenses are increasing by more than usual. One is the creation of a new funding line item this year for Project CARE. That's a social community outreach, social service partnership that the police department operates together with Turning Point and Groundworks and others in the community. And it has been unfunded up until now. It's been done with volunteer labor and time that the town commits to it out of our already funded personnel. We will be continuing to make in-kind contribution to the police department's role in this. The $16,000 will provide some funding to pay for the volunteers who participate, who have been volunteers and will now be paid participants in the program who actually provide coaching services to the folks who are recovery coaches who assist folks who are entering into recovery services, and for transportation services to make sure that people who are in a medical treatment to help them get off of an addiction to a illegal drug get the transportation that they need to stay on that program and get healthier. So the Select Board is recommending $16,000 of funding for those purposes for Project CARE. And there's an $8,000 increase in the elections line item simply because of the increased cost of both the representative town meeting related costs and the operating of the elections themselves, the actual balloting processes. So those three things together make up well over half, something more like 70 or 80% of the overall increase in that area. The one final increase that I want to mention that is greater than normal also relates to something that the committee has recommended be addressed, and we town staff agree, and we'll be bringing forward to the Select Board next year for consideration a way to address this in what we think is going to be just a more proper and way to go forward is the transfer to solid waste. So it's not a new issue for you to hear from us that the transfer to solid waste is going up, and that the reason it's going up primarily is because we do better and better and better at diverting garbage out of the garbage waste stream and into the recycling and compost waste stream. That's a great success, but it means that we're selling fewer yellow and purple bags, and the bag revenue is what is the primary source of non-tax revenue for the solid waste program. Basically, when the law got passed that said you had to have variable rate pricing that would discourage people from throwing away garbage and encourage the recycling and reuse, the calibration of that was appropriate to the amount of garbage that was being thrown away at that time. But because the program has been successful, there's less revenue for the program, and each year we've had to have pretty substantial increases in the amount of taxes that subsidize the operation. So the recommendation from the Finance Committee, which we think is a good one, is to just incorporate solid waste into the general fund. It used to be there. It got broken out to be an isolated set of revenues and expenses as part of the compliance with the state's law regarding variable rate pricing. That's really not serving any useful purpose to anyone in our community or outside it at this point. We know we're in compliance with the state law, and we are an example that others are trying to follow in terms of the compost element and other ways in which we've been really successful with this as a community. So from a funding point of view, what we ought to do is show it as what it is, which is an expense of the general fund, where there is some revenue to the general fund that comes in as a result of the bag sales, but it's carried heavily by the property taxes or general revenues.
Hi, I'm Andy Davis from District 3. I was trying to find in the revenue side what the income from bags is. And I'm just curious, that number.
Yep.
And I'm also curious, I know trash is complicated. We've spent a lot of time on it over the years. But the component of taking trash, that section of the waste is being driven to Coventry, virtually driven to Canada.
Yes.
And I'm curious, is it possible to compare what people are paying for those bags with the actual cost of that component of disposal?
So we will look into this and provide some supplemental information. I don't have right at hand certainly that very precise piece of this. It is a little more complicated than just driving to Coventry. There's actually multiple places where Triple T can and does take the garbage, and they make that decision. That's not a decision that's controlled by the town. But we do know what component of the overall contractual relationship we have with them is for the transportation of the garbage, or at least for the combined cost of transportation and disposal of the garbage. So we'll provide a breakout of that. I don't have that with me tonight. And the revenue side on front of the bags as well. That's actually in its current form a budget that the select board will be looking at in April and May. It's a very small little budget. It's got 4 or 5 items of revenue and 4 or 5 items of expense. But we'll grab what we have on that, the most recent data that's responsive to your request, and we'll make sure that everybody has that for a week from Saturday.
Thank you.
Sure.
Millicent Cooley, District 3. This is a question I asked in the caucus room, but I wanted to ask it here while Peter's here. 138, page 138, there's a pie chart. Page title, Select Board's recommended fiscal year 21 general fund budget expenditures by type. There's at about 9 o'clock in this is a piece of pie that is for debt and debt service, and it's 7% of the budget for $1.2 million plus. And I'm inexperienced completely with debt, well, how towns handle debt, what's normal, how, and what's the plan for this? What's the vision for? Because we're going to be debating other articles about like $43,000 for marketing. This is like 3 fire trucks.
Yep. Thank you for the question. This is an area we've done a lot of work on, and it's an area that is decreasing substantially. I haven't quite finished with the presentation. I was about to highlight some things that I've gone over all the things that are increasing by more than a normal amount, and I'm happy to share with you some good news about areas where work that we've been doing over a period of years is paying off, particularly in the area of workers' compensation and debt management. So if I may, I'll address that as we get through it. It's actually, your question is very well taken. You want to be careful not to take on too much debt, and there's very specific ways in which we have reduced the town's use of debt that is beginning to pay dividends for us. I'll get to that in a second. Moving on from, we have another question. Robin?
Sorry, I just had one question about the trash bags. Did I understand you to say that the price of the bags is probably going to increase to accommodate that people aren't buying as many?
No, I'm sorry if I left people with that impression. The bags prices are not intended to be changed. The subsidy from the general fund has grown larger and larger in large part because of what we have discussed about how well we've diverted so much material, and also because of the volatility in the world's recycling markets. So the compost is an unmitigated success. It's wonderful. The recycling is a more double-edged sword. We are recycling a lot of material that's not going into the landfills, but it's become substantially more expensive to do that.
Okay,
and so there's an increased cost to this operation for that
The
purpose.
fund burden is increasing, but the bags will stay
The
the same.
bag price for individuals who go out and buy a bag is going to stay the same.
Okay.
Yep. So moving on from the, I'm sorry, again.
Peter Falley in District 3. I wonder if as part of the presentation, Peter, on Saturday, could get at the figure of what we're saving in transport costs of that trash, which is now being recycled. But heretofore, we had a large expense in carrying those things that we're now recycling. Is that figure available?
We'll try to give you something responsive to that. It's honestly likely to be an estimate at best, and we might beg off on it and tell you that we did in order to not just be throwing something on the wall.
Sure.
I'm not sure how precise we're going to be able to be, and I can tell you it will not relate to the diversion of the recycled goods because of how expensive that has been and how volatile that is out in the markets where the recyclers sell the goods. So that cost has increased. The tipping fee cost for recycling has gone very high. Where we do have a great success, and we can quantify it for you, is in the increased volume of compost that stays right here locally. That gets processed at Ferry Road, and it's there's a cost savings and a sustainability aspect to that that's terrific.
And that's part of the revenue stream. I mean,
that certainly is material that 7 or 8 years ago was part of the garbage.
Exactly. Okay. Thank you.
Sure. Is there any other question about what we've covered so far, or are we ready to move on to other aspects of the budget? Okay, great. So I want to move now into one thing that is not going down, but the very fact that it's staying level is really good news and an important reflection of work that we've done concentrating on something we knew was a problem in operation of town government. And that's our risk management funding at $845,000. It was that last year, and it will be that again, or it is in the current year's budget, and it will be again for FY21. And the reason why, a major component there, this does have also the property and liability coverage in it, but the most significant cost in this group of expenses is the cost for the workers' compensation insurance. And we recognized when we did the comprehensive review of town operations several years ago that when we were identifying areas that really needed attention in town government because they were either operationally deficient in some manner, or an opportunity that we needed to seize, or in some cases like this one, a cost that was out of control. We identified things that just needed that more intentional effort to improve. In workers' comp, what that led to was a better procedure for how we handle claims and help employees get back to work sooner. Won't go take the deep dive that we've done with you sometimes in the past around workers' comp. I'll be happy to do that if somebody has a question about it. But for tonight, let me summarize by saying that it's good for the employee and it's good for the organization and it saves society money in addition to saving the town's taxpayers money when folks are getting back to work after an injury quicker. And we've created ways in which we help ensure that that happens by working together with the employees and with the medical treatment, the folks giving the medical treatment to them. In addition to that, there's been some really concentrated work on safety and just better practices among town employees to have fewer claims in the first instance. We've had some ups and downs with that. Some of that is controllable and some of that is circumstantial. But the combination of the intentional work to maintain a safer workplace and the significant improvement we've made in claims management has taken a cost that was going up by double digits, out of control. And together with a softer market, this is a year when workers' comp isn't increasing as rapidly as it has been in some years past. But a very significant part of the level funding this year is because our rating, comparing the town's experience to other employers who provide similar services, is now better than average. So where we were running, they call it an experience modification, we were running at some years at 1.25 and higher, where 1.0 is average. This year we were at 0.96, and the first time we've been below 1.0 for a while. So the town staff has done a tremendous job to actually pay attention to this need and get this cost under control, and it's reflected in this year being a level-funded risk management budget. The capital transfer is slightly reduced. I want to tell you that that's not so much strategic as it is circumstantial. We have created a practice. We together have, you voted to support recommendations to increase the amount of cash from the annual revenues that we're putting into capital investment over these last several years. We got that up to $1 million last year. We're proposing again this year that it be funded at $1 million of real-time revenues. So the difference between last year and this year is that the FY18 budget ended with a slightly larger surplus than the operating surplus than the FY19 budget did. So we had almost $300,000 available of excess fund balance to put into capital last year, and we had $233,000 of it this year, but or $223,000, the number that we talked about earlier. So there's a slight decrease there, but it's because of the money that was available to invest in the capital needs of the town. Our intent in future years is, as we can, as opportunities arise, when we don't have other expenses that are increasing in particular years, to seize again the opportunity to push that $1 million a year into something a little higher. We think that $1.3 million, maybe $1.5 million would be a more prudent level of expenditure to keep up with the aging infrastructure that we have in the community to make sure that we're addressing the capital needs fully. But it's an achievement that we've come up from about $300,000 5 years ago to $1 million now, and holding and using the good practice of using this fund balance as an additional contribution to capital when we have that opportunity to do that. So this year, the main point here is that's how the funding of capital works, and the emphasis of capital this year is to fund for the first time the implementation of that 25-year capital equipment replacement plan. So we're going to be levelizing by funding the budget in the manner, the transfer to capital in the manner that it's recommended. We're going to now be levelizing the annual commitment to capital equipment replacement. It'll go up a little bit over time. There'll be years when it stays flat. There'll be years when it goes up by $5,000 or $10,000 or $12,000, but it'll never again go up by $400,000 and then down by $200,000 and then back up by $500,000, which is something that we've been coping with in the past. And that goes squarely to the management of debt, because when there's those kinds of cycles happening and you've got vehicles that are failing and just absolutely have to be replaced, especially when they're $300,000 or $500,000 large vehicles, we get ourselves in a situation where we need to borrow money to replace operating rolling stock. It's still a capital investment. These are vehicles, especially the larger ones, that are going to last a long time. But to borrow money and pay interest, usually on a 5-year note was typically how it was done here and how it's done in many places. We're paying interest for the borrowing of that money in order to buy a vehicle that we're going to buy it again when this one wears out. If we have a plan, as we do now, for seeing those things coming, where a fire truck is going to last 20 years and a dump truck's going to last 10 and a pickup truck's going to last 7, those kinds of things. A police cruiser lasts 4. And when we see those cycles and can plan for those expenses and then levelize that over the long haul, we avoid the spikes that would either cause a significant tax increase or the necessity of borrowing. And so instead, what we'll do is part of that leveling process is managing well the timing of the replacement of vehicles, so we get sort of as much value out of them as we can, but we don't run them until they die. And then part of it also is, for those very large items, pre-funding some. So that in the fire trucks, there's a whole plan that's part of it that we went over last year that is, and again, I'd be happy to sit with anybody and go over the details of this, but where we're actually setting aside a certain amount of money each year, because over the course of time, when you got 3 or 4 years in a row of buying fire trucks, that's just money that can't then be invested in any of the other capital needs of the town unless you've set some money aside for that. So we'll have a fire truck fund that we set money aside in. And we'll also, with some of the larger pieces of equipment, set money aside over 2 years or maybe 3 years and then buy it in the second or the third year. So the sinking funds, the fact that we're going to be setting aside some money as part of this levelizing to be ready to make the larger purchases, means we're going to be earning interest on that money that in the past we've been paying interest on as debt. So all the way around, for all those reasons, we think that this year is a particularly important year, please, to approve the capital transfer part of this budget in the manner that it's proposed, because it's the year that gets us into that levelized program.
Cooley, District 3, thank you very much for that. Are you saying that by having this transfer process, transfer fund approach with vehicles, because those are the examples you're giving, that we are heading towards a time in the next 3 to 6 years where we're not going to be running debt?
No, we won't get to where we're not running debt. What we'll get to is we won't be borrowing. We already haven't been borrowing for vehicles. So we used to borrow for vehicles. This year, debt service is going down because a previous borrowing for vehicles, the final time we did it, is now going off the books. So we aren't borrowing anymore for vehicles. So that part of debt service is just gone. It's not down, it's gone. But we still have debt service that we need to pay for the investments that we make in our facilities, and we've got more of that coming. We've got old facilities that need attention. So we talked extensively during the budget process with the select board this year. There isn't any particular proposal before representative town meeting this year, but we will be before you probably next year, certainly within the next 2, to be talking about capital investment that needs to be made to facilities at Memorial Park and to facilities at the Public Works operation. And so that's going to be beyond the scope of what we can fund through an operating budget. We will need to borrow funds. We'll have lots of good detailed information in front of you, not only about the projects that we're proposing once they take shape. There is some planning, actually, in the capital budget this year. There's some planning money related to the Memorial Park pieces. You funded last year the planning money we needed related to the Public Works piece. But when we come back and have actually a proposed bond and program for making those improvements, we'll not only be specific with you about the work to be done, but also about the impact that has on our level of debt in relationship to not only our operating budget, which is one measure of managing that debt properly, but also to our property tax base.
So do you have a point of view about where that debt, a general, where should we be aiming for on how much debt?
No, it's not really quite that clean and clear. It depends on a lot of context. We'll have that conversation a year from now about the context, and in the run-up as we get to there. I will say it is in a period of time when it is lowering we will ask you to allow it to go back up for these other facility needs. But the community made a very big investment 4 years ago. There was a decision to support the police fire project. And so that the first year of any borrowing like that is always the most expensive year. So that cost is coming down. All the prior borrowing for other facilities needs is coming down. We are in a better position than we have been, but we're going to need to borrow some more and make a new investment in those other facilities I've described. And I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you. I'll point that out in a second. One of the reasons why it's so important to get on levelized funding for the equipment replacement is so that we can focus in a less complicated manner on the facilities needs, so that as we're determining how much we need to invest and what it's going to cost us to do that, it's not muddied up with this is a year when we're doing $1 million worth of vehicle purchases instead of a year when we're doing $300,000 worth of vehicle purchases. We need to keep that piece stable because we can, and it's smart to, and we avoid debt. And then it helps us also isolate more transparently the cost of maintaining the facilities in proper order. A couple of final highlights, if it's okay to do that. On the revenue side, I just want to point out that the rooms and meals taxes have increased again, not quite as dramatically as they did over the prior few years, but the increase last year was about $20,000, so we have brought that over into the expected level of collection for the coming year. A $20,000 increase in that line item is about 4.8%. And the initial news on the local option sales tax is very good. We had estimated $630,000 of revenue to be collected over the course of the whole year. In the first 2 quarters of receipts, we've actually collected over $400,000. We're still being cautious. Our budget figure for that item in this proposed budget is $630,000 again, because the first 2 quarters were great. We don't think that we have enough experience with that source of revenue to make a bet on it staying up at that level. If we get a whole year of that and we see it continuing into next year, then next year we'll be talking about being able to take advantage of the extra value that provides to us of collecting more revenue from that source than we had expected to. But it is that piece is paying dividends. I'm done. Finally. Finally.
Good job. All right. Okay, we'll take 2 questions, and then we do need to move on. George and then Chris.
George Carville, District 1. Last year, we approved $100,000 for sustainability, which included hiring our new sustainability coordinator.
Right.
He didn't start until well into the year. So we voted $100,000. What happened to it and what's left?
Sure. So we've run an estimate on what we know we will have expended by June 30th because Stephen Dotson, who is our sustainability coordinator, started with the town on February 3rd. That's 5 months of the fiscal year that we'll be paying salary and benefits for him, as opposed to the full 12 months that was the intention of the funding. And so the cost for the position, as well as the related expenses around the creation of the position and the equipping of the position, are about $35,000. $36,000 is what we expect to have incurred by June 30th for that. And there will be additional expenses that are sustainability related that are going to be coming before the select board between now and June 30th. It's going to be hard. It is hard for me as I sit here tonight to tell you exactly what that might look like. There's a couple of specific things that are being analyzed right now, and there's the potential that other good ideas might come along to draw also on the sort of balance of that. What we'll want to be careful about is just the same conversation that we have about use of fund balance or for recurring expenses. Why we use fund balance for non-recurring expenses is, so in this situation, the investment of the balance that's available because of the fact that the position wasn't filled the whole year, we'll want to make sure is not in something that we expect to do again next year, because next year we're going to pay 12 months of salary and 12 months of benefits and 12 months of operating costs related to the position. We, in this budget, did apply the direction that we felt we had received, the combination of your decision to fund that function at $100,000 instead of at $10,000, and the select board's decision to invest the lion's share of that in the creation of the position, is reflected in the budget that's before you, because there'll be about $90,000 worth of not just compensation, but compensation and other expenses related to the position existing and functioning within town government, and about $10,000. There is a $10,000 line item in order to reflect the $100,000 commitment that you had approved. There's a $10,000 line item now within the planning services department, because that's where the position sustainability coordinator resides. That's where the salary is reflected. So there's also a $10,000 line item in the non-personnel expenses of personnel services for activities and outreach and sustainability related expenses.
Chris.
I just wanted to say how grateful I am as a taxpayer for this tremendous initiative you've taken to conquer the volatility in the capital budget. I really think you need a standing ovation. I thank you very, very much. Great work.
Good job, Peter.
It's a team effort, and it's been a long haul, and it has required not just the work of the senior staff, but the support of the select board and representative town meeting, so thank you.
Okay. So let's do a time check, because I already forgot my last time check. 8:42. All right. So we are moving on now to Article 17, which is conveniently located on page 17 and 18. This is SEVED, Southeastern Vermont Economic Development Services? Strategies. I almost nailed it. So there is a pretty brief summary on this article. On page 17 and 18, I'm going to go over our bullet point. If you want more in-depth analysis questions, on page 18, in the last paragraph, you can see that Adam Grenold invites your comments and questions to him, and that's his extension listed here. And also on page 55 of your packet is their full narrative. So you can get more information from there. For what information we will be giving tonight, it is called Article 17 for SEVEDs. The request this year was for $3 per person for the town of Brattleboro. The select board has put that through at that amount to the reps, you all. That is a total of $36,147. This comes out of program income, which originates as federal funding via state of Vermont to Brattleboro. So we are kind of the end of that pass-through. Program income can only be used for economic development or for housing. So that's a very specific pot of money that comes from the feds to the state and lands in Brattleboro, and that is where this request is coming out of. The request goes to all towns that SEVED serves. You'll see that in their summary, and with the detailed report being on page 55 and Adam Grenold's contact information being on page 18 for more in-depth defense of why they feel they have earned that $3 per person. It would be weird for us to give that defense for them, basically. So you should reach out to them, read your materials for that. And talk to your fellow reps, but not by replying all to emails, please. Okay. General questions on this item outside of what I just covered for reading and question directing purposes? Good. Okay. I'm up again with Article 18, which is not on page 18. It is on page 19, right? Is it on page 19? No, that is not correct. You know what? It doesn't have its own thing. So for those who are veterans, you're going to recognize this. For those who are newbies, just kind of bear with me for a moment. So this is the Mountain Home Park Special Benefit Assessment Tax District. This is required to pay bonds that funded previously, water and sewer improvements that were needed at Mountain Home Park. It was paid by Tri-Park to town, to creditors, because the town is the borrower. The amount is $223,276.47 for fiscal year 21, and this amount varies slightly from year to year. If anybody has questions on that, I'm going to direct them to Peter, because I myself, it took me a little while when I was a newer rep to kind of wrap my brain around it. Does anybody have questions? Yes. Come on up, Gary, and introduce yourself.
Yeah, Gary Stroud, District 2. Question, do you have it, I guess, on the website when you go on there and have it all pretty much on a PDF file, the breakdown of how that is, the 220, what is it?
So it's a single figure. It's the annual amount owed to pay down the debt for this thing. And so unlike our town projects where there's some piece of more broadly serving public infrastructure that RTM votes to support a bond on, and then it just becomes part of our debt service that the town pays for the town's infrastructure. This one instead was something the town did to facilitate some really desperately needed water and sewer improvements within Mountain Home Park that Mountain Home, the Tri-Park, the owners there, needed the town to be the borrower in order to obtain the funds and have it be the most favorable rates for borrowing. And so we have this unusual arrangement where each year there's an assessment against the district. Tri-Park pays the town pays the creditor, because the town was officially the borrower, even though the benefits were for a particular spot rather than for the whole town. Does that make sense?
If you can say no.
So there isn't a detailed breakdown.
No, I can understand the accounting app, but there's a breakdown that I guess in a sense for interest and all that.
There's a debt service schedule that identifies why the amount is 276 this year.
Okay.
The finance director generates that number based on what they see coming as what's going to be owed to the creditor in the next fiscal year for this debt. It's going to last still for a while.
Okay.
It's a long-term borrowing. Right. But each year it's a pass-through where it's always right around $220,000, but it varies a little bit. And this year it's 276, you'll, I hope, approve it, because otherwise we're in trouble. And then we'll collect that from Tri-Park and make the payments.
Okay, I'll see. I just wanted to, I guess, maybe this to see how it was broke, but I think I got an idea. So perhaps the next meeting we'll get a more clarification, I guess, in a sense, on the aspect on that. That'd be good.
We'll take a look at it, see if there's something that we can provide other than just sort of the paperwork from the creditor of what we owe. I mean, that's how this number is derived. But if I may not be fully understanding your question, if you want to see me after or at the office, I'll be happy to try to get to the bottom of it.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, sure.
Sure.
Thank you. Bob Tortolani, District 2. A while. I was trying to remember how long the a while is. That's all.
Good question.
So I'm sorry. We'll provide that answer along with whatever we can do that is responsive to Gary's question, along with the solid waste question that came up earlier. When we push out the additional information, we'll tell you exactly what it is. I don't remember the exact term of the debt.
Thank you for that. Okay, so that is technically our last summary. I want to point everybody to this purple book that you have. And it's just there's almost no page on here that doesn't have good information from, starting off with summaries of each of the articles, moving towards like the pages 20 and 21, and up through 24, you have the opportunity to read the minutes from last year, which can be super helpful. There's, moving on to page 25, there's a summary from the select board, from myself, from parts of town government, and then as Peter referenced, his town manager's report, which starts on page 27. So there's really just a lot of good information in this book, and if you can dig into that, I particularly, for anybody who's new or just wants a refresher, read last year's minutes so you can remember, especially when we're talking about reoccurring items. At this time, I would be open to taking any general questions, and I, of course, will lean us far away from any kind of back and forth debate on topics. Yes. God damn it.
Orion Barber, District 1. As a hearing impaired person, I just want to give you my thanks for, one, your management of the microphones and the general sound system here. And if lessons, yes, thank you.
Thank you, Tim.
If tactful lessons can be imparted to the Wyndham Southeast Supervisory Union meeting people, I would be so grateful. I attended a meeting, I guess it was it last night? And it was useless for me to be there because even speaking into a microphone held like this does not work. So, thank you.
My pleasure. I have always loved a good microphone. That is nothing I've ever shied away from. And thank you to Tim and BCTV. And I've got a question coming down, yellow shirt from the back. It's a long walk to that microphone. I feel that.
Testing 1, 2. My name is Dan Jeffries. I've lived in District 1 out here in West Brattleboro for the last 25 years. In the last 25 years, we spent $55 million on the high school. We've spent about $23 million on the waste treatment facility, and we've spent a few million on the fire and police stations, all good infrastructure expenditures. And I'm open to being told that there's a better time and place to ask this question. It's kind of seasonal. I'm very curious, and I think Peter has addressed this once before, and there was something in the Reformer about this just in some detail, which was helpful, but I'm really curious after 25 years what the plan is for Western Avenue out here in West Brattleboro, in that currently it is a game of chicken driving down Western Avenue. I am astounded that anybody would ride a bicycle down Western Avenue out here. And I'm just curious, I know it's a big expenditure, I'm just wondering, is there any plan at all? And as I say, we could address this at some other time. Thank you.
Interrogated, Peter?
Sure. So I'm going to provide a 30,000-foot perspective on it. Steve Barrett is the fellow who could speak in greater detail both to the history and then, to what we cope with, what I'm going to give a brief description of. There probably is a better time to have that conversation, but if y'all want to stay, I know Steve has answers that he could offer to you. But it's complicated, and the reason it's complicated is the old road underneath the asphalt is a concrete road, and so the layers of asphalt that get put down on top of it don't behave in the manner they would if they had been placed on top of a proper road base with different types of stone at different levels that allow it to expand and contract with the seasons and drain better when there's water that seeps through. And so instead what we get is repeated instances of a significant overlay on top of that historically problematic section of road that doesn't last very long. And we have to encounter the kind of problems that we've had this winter. This winter has been particularly tough, not just on that segment, but all over town because of the freeze-thaw cycles being more significant than in some winters. But that's the bottom line. That's what a town manager can say about it. Your public works director could talk more specifically about what options there might be to do something more thorough. But frankly, to rip up all that concrete and build the road properly is, I believe, more money than any of us can believe that the town would tolerate. And so instead, we do the best we can to do a much more frequent repair and resurfacing in that section than in most areas around town.
Well, actually,
just a quick follow-up. not something that can get bonded and repaired once and for all.
While Steve walks up, I'll just say you could, we could, and if, you know, the community would like us to generate something more like an estimate rather than a, you know, descriptive response, then we certainly can do that. I'll leave it there and let Steve take a deeper dive.
Yeah, Steve Barrett, Director of Public Works. It is complicated. One of the things that we need to remember is that the town is responsible for repair of that road, and the state is ultimately responsible for major capital projects. So we, if anywhere, we should be lobbying the state to push them to get funding to fix the road. It hasn't been done in many years. It's way overdue. And our challenge has been to try to, you know, repair something that's way beyond repair. So the place to lobby really is the state and our representatives, and to get funding for this road, which we've been successful a couple times, and really that's just been a patch. You know, it was a 3/8 overlay that made everybody feel good for a couple of years, and we're right back where we started. So lobby the state, that's where we can go. Then the bike lanes and everything else can be included in the projects, and that's the way to go.
As an aside, since this happened to come up, I'd be happy to see the Putney Road money go into Western Ave. But anyway, I'd like to ask whether the town, is the state pressing the town at all on the sewer line that runs through the Whetstone Creek?
No.
I love the brevity. John Kennedy, District 1. I'm looking at the budget summary on page 112. And in income, you're talking about the sales tax that we much discussed last year. At last year's town budget, I asked that we work with the elected officials to address the extra $350,000-ish that the state takes out of that sales tax money to see if we can't get our share or a significant portion of that share spent in Brattleboro rather than be a windfall in the black hole they call the state budget.
Right. Yes, you did. It's a statute. It's not just a operating decision of state government, and so the law would have to be changed. Everybody who adopts that provision, who adopts a local option sales tax, only gets 2/3 of the revenue, and the state takes the other. So, and then that money goes, some of it is actually taken by the state as an administrative fee, and the balance of it goes into a fund that is used to pay out to a payment in lieu of taxes to the communities that house state facilities. So Brattleboro does get some of that money, but it's arguably not our fair share, I think, based on the fact that there are communities that house, you know, in Montpelier and Barry and Waterbury and other places, you know, many more state facilities than we do.
So we tried, but it's not really an option.
It's not really an option. We'd have to get a broad coalition across the state to want to make that change, and I can tell you that most municipalities would think it would be great, and the legislature hasn't been all that responsive to what most municipalities would think would be great in recent years. And to be less sarcastic and more direct, the status of the self-governance initiative is, it made good progress last year in the Senate, got voted out of committee and approved by the full Senate, not really entirely intact, but at least it was moving along. And the House Government Operations Committee, despite repeated strong requests from the Vermont League of Cities and Towns and those of us here and other municipal officials across the state, has not taken the matter up. And the biennium is about to end, and we're going to have to start again.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi there, Dr. Tortolani.
Hi there, Bob Tortolani, District 2. Thank you. I have quite a concern about pedestrian accidents over the years. In the United States, it's going up dramatically. I think a lot of that has to do with the pedestrians themselves are distracted in their walking, and they're not necessarily looking at where they're going. Makes it harder for people driving cars, of course, watching out for them. So it's a big, big problem. We've had some tough problems in this town over the last 10 years with pedestrian injuries. I guess the one thing I can think of is that the crosswalks, I noticed that many times they're not easily seen and they're in bad shape. And I think that's probably one thing we can do is just try to make the crosswalks very, very kept up as well as we can. I've seen in other communities where the crosswalks are actually different colors from the road, like red or blue, and it seems to stand out. Here we have the white things. It's fine, but I think that whatever we do, we've got to keep them in good shape, and I guess we all have to be very alert for pedestrians because, you know, they're at high risk, and bikers. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tortolani. I have seen those in Northampton, and I think they're good, the multicolored crosswalks. Any more questions pertaining to what was discussed tonight, Gary? And then...
Gary Stroud, District 2. What Steve Barrett was saying, and it was a while back, I don't know if you remember when we did pave the roads from, I think they came from Massachusetts, this company. Was it, Steve, a while back when they paved the roads? And I don't know how long ago, is that something that we have to do with the state alongside with us to get that happening again?
Do you wish to be interrogated, Steve? Because we don't know the answer up here.
Well, as far as the line striping goes, when a road is paved, like when Main Street was done, it was done with a more permanent type of line striping. We do paint the roads twice a year. This body supported increasing our painting budget several years ago. Dr. Tortolani's suggestion to paint crosswalks with a different color, that could be considered, but it comes with a cost. But we certainly could consider that, and we would welcome funds to do that. But that's what it takes. It takes the funds to do it. But doing it twice a year has helped, and we paint right before the fall, before the winter months, and then of course, you know, the winter, the abrasion from the sand and the salt, you know, scrubs that paint off, and we'll be out there here just next month to brighten everything up.
Right, because I remember we had gravel the streets. This was like a while back, and I think a team came up and they did Canal Street, but it was a big and then everything was like, I didn't know if that's something that we could consider again.
That was part of a state project, similar, like if we do the Western Avenue that I talked about, awesome. That would all be included in a contract.
So we don't notify our state reps and. Thanks.
Okay. All right, seeing no further hands, and at 9:03 p.m., we will adjourn this meeting. Have a great night. We will see you all in a couple of weeks. Please keep your finger to the pulse of anything going on that might change that.
it out that the sun shines down its power to all the world and makes the wind blow strong as it will. I want to hope gentle rains can fall upon the land, so lovely earth can stay lovely still.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Energy Week with George Harvey and the amazing Tom Fennell.
In the flesh.
In the flesh. And if you can't see us, don't be disheartened. We can't see each other.
I can't see you either.
We're doing this show by telephone from home, and I must say that I'm glad to have Tom back on. We missed him the last couple of weeks, and the only advantage that we had in the show was that my face was visible, and I'm pretty sure that from the point of view of advantage, that's not an advantage. Anyway, this is Energy Week number 365, and it is being recorded on the 2nd of April, 2020, and we will start on March 26th. And I want to say, if you want to read more on any of these, you can go to geoharvey.com, geoharvey.com. Click on the date. We're starting on the 26th of March, and that'll give you 15 or so items to search through to find the specific article that you want. You can also go to the website, which is linked at the recording of this particular show, which BCTV does on their website, and it's put up on YouTube and so forth. So we're starting on the 26th of March, and we have a picture of a wind turbine blade being attached from inside the rotor.
Yeah, it looks like it's a big picture window, and it's not. It's a hole.
It looks like the biggest porthole that ever happened.
And you can see on the right, you can see the parts of a crane, and that woman's standing there, and she's got to connect about 150 little bolts.
Yeah.
So she's going to be busy this afternoon.
I think she is, yes. Okay, what do you got for a title, Tom?
Well, the title of the picture says Attaching a Blade, and the title of the article says Wind Capacity Grows by Over 60% in 2019.
I'm going to correct you, Tom. It says gigawatts.
Huh? What did I say?
You said percent.
Oh, it does say gigawatts.
And the synopsis says, this, by the way, is from News, and the synopsis says global wind energy capacity increased by over 60 gigawatts in 2019, making it the second highest year for new installations, according to a report from the Global Wind Energy Council. The 15th edition of the Global Wind Report said year-on-year growth in 2019 was 19%, with 60.4 gigawatts installed. That's a lot of gigawatts.
Well, you've heard me say on this show before, gig means big.
That's right.
As a quick takeaway here, the report says that the main driver for growth was market-based mechanisms.
Yes. Yeah.
Which is interesting.
It is indeed. Yep. And we've also mentioned in the past, talked about capacity factors, and the wind turbines, if you're lucky, you're going to get a 50% capacity factor. If you're not so lucky, it might be as low as 35. But
this is the capability of the wind farms to generate electricity.
Right. And nuclear power has a 90% or so capacity factor in the United States. It's more like 80 or so. I'm going to say 92, 93 in the United States, 83 or 84 in the rest of the world. So putting up 60 gigawatts of wind capacity is like putting up 30 large size nuclear power plants.
The times they are changing.
They are indeed. You got more on that one, Tom?
Well, it just says emerging markets in Africa, the Middle East, Latin America, and Southeast Asia showed only moderate growth. Most of this growth is occurring in the more advanced markets.
Right.
And the UK is in the top spot.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. They're putting in wind energy. I noticed, by the way, today that a note went into the news, and we'll have it next week, about The UK is closing its last coal-burning power plant.
We ought to have a party.
Yeah. Okay, we have a picture of the picture is titled "Depending on Coal," which is a title I gave it.
Okay.
It's a picture,
and it's kind of a murky picture of a city in China.
I think that's what it is. But that coal-burning power plant is gigantic. Look at the size of that thing.
It is that. It is that.
And this is from the Sydney Morning Herald.
And what the article says, well, the picture, depending on coal, that was what you said, right?
Yeah.
And the article says coal power remains in global decline despite Chinese surge.
The impact of coronavirus has prompted a surge in coal-fired power plant construction permits in China, with the government issuing more permits in a couple of weeks in March than it did all of last year. However, would-be developers are having difficulty getting financing. And it looks to me like it's not such a great surge in China.
I'm looking at this thing and I'm having a problem. I can't get another page.
Uh-oh.
I'm working off a PDF and apparently it's only copied the first page. I'm going to have to switch to a Word document.
Do that. Or you could go online and go to the.
I got the Word document right here, so
okay.
A couple of clicks. I got exactly the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I got the Sydney Morning Herald. I got that one.
Okay.
And have you read the blurb?
Yes. Yes, I have.
The would-be developers are having difficulty finding financing?
Yes.
Okay.
And I said it sounds to me like it's not such a great surge.
Well, leaders have toughened their stance against fossil fuels as prices for renewables continue to fall.
Yeah, we're going to see some more of that later in this show.
Uh-huh. Well, we got another one coming up here. We got a picture of Science the Times.
That's right. This is from Clean Technica.
Okay.
Got a title?
It says, nature is trying to tell us something. Is there anybody listening?
The coronavirus has upended our society. The head of the Federal Reserve predicts a 50% reduction in America's GDP in the second and third quarters this year, with unemployment of 30% or more. Meanwhile, Donald Trump, President Trump, is pushing for the pandemic to be over by Easter. Now, remember, this was something that appeared last Thursday, which is a week ago today. Things have changed a lot since then. And
yeah, they have.
Huh?
Yeah, they have.
Yeah, they have. And
Easter, for what it's worth, is Sunday, April 12th. That's coming quick.
It's coming quick. The 12th, yeah. I don't know what's going to happen with unemployment, but I saw this morning that 6.5 million people had filed, which is the highest. It's double the previous week, and that week was a record that was just astonishing compared to anything that had ever happened before. So we've had 10 million people apply for unemployment in a 2-week period.
Well, this is a great unknown. There's going to be all sorts of consequences of this.
Yeah. But Donald Trump is no longer pushing for the pandemic to be over by Easter. In fact, he said he would be doing a really good job if only 100,000 people die.
Oh, that's nice.
Isn't it? You want to move on, Tom?
Well, there's a quick takeaway here. Nature is sending us a message.
Yeah.
Loss of habitat caused by increasing population and warmer temperatures is forcing humans and animals into closer contact, which increases the odds that animal-borne diseases will be transmitted to people.
Yes, and there's another thing that increases those odds, and it's specific to not just China, but there's a lot of it in China, which is sale of wild animals for human food in markets in Chinese cities, and that really does bring wild animals into contact with human beings pretty intimate.
They're saying that's a very strong part of the cause of this thing.
Yeah, and they don't know what species of animal it came from. I've seen some people talk about bats, and I've seen some people talk about pangolins.
Yep.
And pangolins are interesting little creatures.
Yeah, they got scales.
They have scales, yes. Well, anyway, there you go. All set?
Well, let's move up to Friday, March 27th.
Good idea.
We got a picture here of Horn C1.
Yes, and this is from Renews.
And you can see this sort of goes along with the first picture we saw.
Sure does.
The woman was standing in the cell, and there's a picture right in the middle of the picture is in the cell. And it looks like they are in the process here of installing a blade.
It sure does. It sure does. So what do you got for title?
UK Renewables Task in record 2019.
Renewable energy generated a record 37% of the UK's electricity demand in 2019, with wind contributing more than half that amount. According to new statistics released by the UK government, onshore and offshore wind farms each contributed 9.9% of the total amount of electricity generated.
Well, this Hornsea plant is located 50 miles off the Yorkshire coast, the east coast of England, in the North Sea.
Yeah.
And it's the largest offshore wind farm in the world.
Yes.
And they have great plans to build more there.
They're building offshore wind farms like crazy. And, you know, they didn't want onshore wind farms spoiling the beautiful kind of rustic feel of the English countryside. And having lived there, I can understand that. But on the other hand, you know, England is not going to, the UK, Scotland, none of those countries is going to be the same in the future because of climate change. They're all already changing enormously.
Absolutely. So let's move along here. We got a picture of a solar farm. It's a big solar farm.
And it's a what solar farm?
Very large.
I think this is a large solar farm. Yeah, I think, Tom, you're probably right. Okay, this is from Renew Economy.
Well, it says AEMO warns any further delays in renewables transition could hit gas supplies.
This is
if you're wondering what AEMO is, you're going to tell us.
I believe I will. It's Australia's energy market operator. That's the equivalent, I think, of an ISO, like we have ISO New England, which
exactly the same. It's the people who determine pretty much how to dispatch the power to us.
Right. And Australia's energy market operator has warned that any delays to at least 30 gigawatts and up to 47 gigawatts of new renewable energy capacity required to realize its draft integrated system plan could force it to lean more heavily on costly and polluting gas. And of course, this is interesting because if they lean more on natural gas, it means that the price of natural gas is going to go up and it's not going to be available to households. So, you know, they're pushing to get this. They want to make sure that this is not stopped for political reasons or because of the coronavirus.
Yep. Well, the key message out of this one is there is no time to lose.
Yes, I think that's true. But the thing that I found interesting about it was they need to have this capacity, this new renewable capacity that's on the books is coming along in order to save on natural gas. So I thought that was an interesting situation.
Well, let's move along here.
Okay.
The picture here is of tribal land. It's really quite pretty picture.
It is. This is apparently on the Standing Rock Sioux Reservation, and we have the item is from Clean Technica.
Federal judge rules permits for Dakota Access Pipeline are invalid.
Yeah, this is something.
There's more happening on this one.
This is kind of amazing. And in a sense, I have to call it a comeuppance for the company that put this in there because they started construction without the permits, despite the fact that the Indian reservation wanted this thing not to be there. But basically, the permits were eventually given. Now, this reads, even though the Dakota Access Pipeline has been completed and placed into service, A federal judge ruled this week that all environmental permits for it were granted without adequate review or input from the indigenous communities impacted by it. So that's kind of a problem. They've spent a lot of money, they've got the thing running, and it's not legal.
Well, the judge has ordered the Corps of Engineers to conduct a full environmental review of the project, which they could have done.
They should have done, yes.
And he's considering whether the invalidity of the permits means the pipeline should be shut down.
Yes.
So this could have big impacts.
Oh yeah, this could have big impacts. But you know what, Tom? I wonder whether that pipeline is ever going to be paid off, even in the best conditions for it.
Well, the times are changing, and they didn't anticipate, I think, the fact that natural gas, particularly frac natural gas, is expensive to produce.
Yes.
We'll be talking about that again later.
We will, and we'll also be talking about the price of oil hitting ridiculous figures.
Yep.
And at those figures, that pipeline might as well just not be used.
Bingo.
Okay, we're up to Saturday, March 28th, and we have an item here from Clean Technica.
Here's a picture of a car on a train.
Taken from right next to the car.
Volvo moves to rail transport to reduce carbon emissions. It's an interesting article.
It is a very interesting article. Volvo is just one of the many companies switching from over-the-road trucks to rail transport to move cars from its factories to storage depots across Europe, China, and the United States. The switch to rail reduced CO2 emissions by nearly 75% on one European delivery route.
And on another route, the emissions were cut by half.
Yeah. And, you know, the choice is, are you going to send these things out by rail or are you going to send them by truck? And by truck means you're not carrying very many in each load, and each load takes a lot of oil.
I'm surprised they haven't done this by themselves just for economic reasons.
Well, I'm kind of surprised, too. The rail systems in Europe have been, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong about this, but my recollection...
They're ours.
Huh? Yeah, much better. My recollection was that the rail systems in Europe were absolutely amazingly good, but you got to bear in mind that recollection goes back 58 years. They were really good when I was just amazing. They were so good, and now I would think that they'd still be moving things by rail, but you know, apparently those companies had switched to trucks. So
well, they're switching back to rail.
I guess.
That's what this article is telling us.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, in the U.S., Volvo's South Carolina plant is starting to take new cars by rail to depots in cities across North America.
Yeah.
And what happens, of course, they make the cars in Europe. They bring them over here, and a lot of them go to New Jersey. You can see a place there where there's thousands of cars stacked up. And that's close to rail. So what they're just doing now is putting them on trains.
I don't understand why people have been moving stuff by truck. Really, I mean, there's reasons why you would move stuff by truck, but it seems that a lot of things that are moved by truck could be moved by rail.
Well, I think they're finding that out.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, we got another picture here of some solar panels in China.
They're looking like they're in a park.
It looks like that.
Yeah.
It certainly does.
Now, this is from Smart Energy.
Renewables set to win during China's COVID-19 lockdown.
In China, lower demand for electricity during the COVID-19 downturn has affected power generation sectors unevenly. Thermal power generation dropped 9% year on year during the first 2 months of the year, but wind generation increased by 1% and solar is up 12%. And of course, what that means is they could permit all the plants they want, but they're not going to do anything if they can't sell electricity.
Bingo.
Yeah. You got anything else on that, Tom?
Not anything really of great significance. So let's move on.
Okay.
And we had a picture of China, and we got a picture of Kansas.
Yes.
U.S. renewable energy increases in 2019. Emphasis on the word increases.
Right. And this is from North American Wind Power, which, of course, we could accuse rightfully of tooting its own horn. I think that they would admit that. But here's the synopsis. The production of U.S. energy from solar sources increased by 13.85% in 2019, while output from wind power grew by 10.06%, according to a Sunday campaign analysis of newly released data from the Energy Information Administration's latest issue of monthly energy review.
Well, the data reveals that for the first time, energy from solar sources topped 1% of the total U.S. energy production.
Yeah, we have to be clear.
From wind reached nearly 3%.
Yeah, we have to be clear about this. There is the percentage of electricity generated, and there is separately the percentage of energy. And when you're dealing with electricity, you get very much higher percentages because solar and wind is generating basically just electricity. But when you're dealing with energy, you have to include the gasoline you put in your car. You have to include the propane you use to cook your dinner, diesel oil that's used to drive trucks and so forth. Everything is included in that. The home heating.
Not just electricity.
Yeah. So the figures that I keep in my mind are figures for the figures I usually have in my mind are the ones that relate to electricity, and the growth in solar and wind power is, I don't know. I think solar and wind power are probably renewables in general, including hydropower and so forth, are contributing about 20%. And I really expect that they're probably going to top the output of coal by the end of the year.
Well, it makes sense just for economic reasons.
Yeah, that's right. And we have part of the story of it's making sense coming up in this next item, which is from Sunday, March 29th. But do you have more on that one?
No, let's move on to the next one. Picture of a unit train.
Yeah.
In Wyoming.
In Wyoming. Although you can tell this is eastern Wyoming. Everything is flat, no mountains.
That unit train reminds me of a time, about 20 years ago, I took a rail out to the West Coast.
Yeah.
Got on Amtrak, it just kept going, stopped in Chicago, went through the Dakotas. And an interesting thing that I noticed then was the passenger train took second fiddle to these unit trains of coal. They would put us in a siding while this unit train went by.
Really?
Which I wouldn't expect. I would have figured that the people took priority.
Well, I'm not surprised in a sense because I had an uncle. He was actually my grandmother's brother, who worked on the rail system in the United States. I'm going to say probably just before the First World War, and he worked on silk trains that would carry the silk from ports. I think it was Seattle. To New York City, and they wanted that silk to move as fast as it could possibly go, and they even sidelined express passenger trains.
Well, that's what was happening with the coal trains.
Yeah. Although, I don't know, it's not going to happen much longer, I don't think. Okay.
Well, there's a little bit here of informational stuff that I will pass on.
Yeah.
It came from the article, and it explains some things that we have been talking about.
But Tom, we haven't read the title and the synopsis yet.
Oh, we're getting ahead of me.
Let's get
U.S. coal exports declined in 2019.
Right, and this is from the Beckley Register Herald. In 2019, U.S. coal exports fell to 93 million short tons, down 20% from the previous year. That's a big decline. The Energy Information Administration's annual coal report provided this information. Steam coal exports were affected by the downturn in global, most affected dropping 30% in 2019 from 2018. But metallurgical coal, what they call met coal, was down 12%. And, you know,
that's just what I was going to cover.
Yeah.
Beckley, for what it's worth, happens to be in the heart of the West Virginia coal mining area.
Yeah, okay.
And this is what I was going to tell you. Steam coal, also known as thermal coal, is used for electricity generation and space heating for homes and businesses.
Right.
Metallurgical coal is used to produce coke, a primary fuel and reactant in the blast furnace process for steelmaking.
Right.
So demand for metallurgical coal is correlated with the demand for that steel.
Yes.
And most metallurgical coal comes from Appalachia.
Right. And that's important. To the people of West Virginia, that's important.
Well, yeah, it employs most of the people in that part of West Virginia by quite a big degree.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Well, let's move along here.
We have a picture of a very snazzy truck.
Yeah, I like that one. Called Out of Date and Just a Little Bit Obsolete.
Well, that again was my title. This comes from Entercom Inc.
Exxon may crush bailout hopes for suffering fracking companies. This is significant.
This shows you what's going on. Different people have got different ideas about what to do. In a remarkable interview on March 26th, CEO Scott Sheffield of shale firm Pioneer Natural Resources gave great clarity to why shale companies are unlikely to get bailed out and why the American Petroleum Institute has been touting free markets and opposing the bailout. Well, yeah, it's easy to tout the free market when you can use it to destroy your competition.
Well, this is an interesting takeaway from it, or a sideline.
Yeah.
There's about 74 independent shale companies.
Yes.
There's only going to be about 10 of them left at the end of 2021. The rest of them are going to become ghosts or zombies.
Yeah, that's basically what they're predicting.
And it's saying they're deeply indebted and they're losing billions of dollars.
Yeah, well, this is something that it's really almost. I feel sympathy for people who are working in this business because it's an expensive business. Oil is not inexpensive to produce. It's a business that has been under pressure because of a whole variety of problems. The amount of money they've got to put into drilling, the fact that the wells don't keep producing very long.
Well, that's a big disappointment. They're not producing anywhere near what they predicted.
Yeah, and then on top of everything else, these people have got debts they have to pay. They've got bondholders, and all of a sudden comes along the coronavirus, which cuts demand, and then comes along this trade war between Saudi Arabia and Russia, in which they're supposedly shooting at each other, but somehow the bullets come at us.
This is kind of an interesting thing. It looks like Exxon is going to wind up buying up all these independent shale companies, and basically they've been speculating.
Yeah, and you know what? If Exxon is going to is going to buy up those companies, they're going to buy them up for almost literally for a song.
Pennies on the dollar.
Pennies on the dollar? You think it'll be as much as a penny? There have been shale oil companies that have gone broke, and they have. Coal companies have done this. They've gone broke and offered up their assets for sale, and no bidders.
No bidders for it. Nobody even wants it. Huh?
And this is going to happen to the shale companies too. And then you've got the problem of they've created a big pond of petroleum, a thing that ducks land in and die. And who's going to clean that up?
I'm not.
Well, I'm not either. So,
well, let's move along here and take a picture of this information.
And that's what she was. You'll see that misinformation is actually part of the picture.
Well, that's just what I'm going to say.
Yeah.
Misinformation kills. I'm not talking about her.
Yeah, well.
Link between climate denial and coronavirus conspiracy.
Yeah. Misinformation is being spread, scientific warnings are being ignored, and leading Republicans have said that addressing the problem is either too expensive or too difficult. No, this isn't climate change. This is the new reality of the novel coronavirus. Things have changed since this since this particular news item appeared.
Well, with the articles not knocking conspiracy theories.
Yeah.
Conspiracy theories and fake news have been on the rise.
Yes, they have.
Bio theories hide a larger problem: widespread skepticism about the severity of the crisis. Such spreading of misinformation can put people in danger. Well, the bottom line is we don't really know what's going on.
No, we don't. And I've seen a couple of articles about that. One of them was, I forget the man's name, he's the head health official in France, and he said the numbers are just wrong. He said the numbers, there are people who die at home, and there are people who die in other places, and they're not even being counted in the death, coronavirus deaths. And he said...
But they didn't go to the hospital.
That's right. But one of the things that he said that surprised me, and then when I read on in the article, I found that this was true not only in France, but in most places, including the United States. If people die in nursing homes, they're very likely not going to be added to that list.
Uh-huh.
And, this is a serious problem. On the other hand, this particular virus, I never realized until this thing came along how delicate viruses are.
Uh-huh.
If you wash your hands, if you've got the virus on your hands and you wash them, what you're doing is the soap you're using, assuming that you're washing with soap, which you should, is going to remove a layer of fat on the outside of the virus that protects it from being oxygenated.
Oh.
Once it gets out into the air and is exposed to the air, it's only going to last for minutes before it's gone.
So washing your hands makes a lot of sense.
Washing your hands, and they used to say, wash your hands, if you want to sanitize your hands, wash your hands for a minute in hot water. With this thing, they're saying, wash your hands for at least 20 seconds in water with soap. And what that tells me is the kinds of things that you're trying to wash off normally are far more difficult to remove than the virus here. But the one thing that you have to do is you have to wash your hands thoroughly. You have to get between your fingers and under your nails and so forth.
Well, there's good germicidal soaps out there now in a little dispenser bottle.
But any soap will work.
Any soap will work.
Any soap, because what you're doing is dissolving a minuscule layer of fat, and once that's gone, that virus is kind of in hopeless shape. Hopeless for it.
Let's move along. Monday, March 30th.
Oh, I should say, by the way, that item came from Grist. Yes, Monday, March 30th. Interesting article here from Clean Tech.
That picture there, when I looked at it, I thought it was a cell phone.
Yeah,
that's a very large automobile battery. It's about 6 feet long by 3 feet wide.
Yeah.
And it fits to the floor of the car.
Yeah, and I don't know, I'm just going to guess it's 6 or 8 inches thick.
Yeah, something like that.
Not small. It looks like something that could fit into a cell phone. It almost looks like a cell phone battery. But anyway, this is from Clean Technica. What do you have for title?
Well, it's interesting here because there's been problems with batteries, and this is talking about that.
Yes.
So BYD, which we talked about, Build Your Dreams, it means.
Yes.
The Chinese company unveils new fire-resistant and explosion-resistant blade batteries.
BYD announced its new blade battery. The company says it can withstand all sorts of punishments that cause ordinary lithium battery cells to burn or explode. These are things like being punctured by a nail, crushed, bent, heated to 300 degrees Celsius, or overcharged by 260%.
Well, what they're saying here is many people are nervous about electric cars.
Yeah.
Hearing they will short circuit in a car wash or heavy rain or burst into flames in a garage at any time.
Yeah.
That's kind of
Not likely.
Crazy, but some people believe that.
Well, there's one of the things about Clean Technica is that they're really into electric vehicles, and particularly they're into Teslas. And they've been running articles for the last couple of years about the fact that if there is a battery fire in an electric vehicle, it's headline news.
Oh, yeah.
It's all over the place. Have you ever seen a car burning on a road?
Yes.
Fully engulfed in fire?
Yes.
That's a scary sight. And I've seen that happen a number of times. And
it's something that's more fearful than one of these batteries.
Far more. And you know, the other thing is, this reminds me a little bit of a friend of mine he was a consultant, and he was a technical consultant, and somebody called him up one day and said, I'm told that you keep guns. Is that true? And he was a little bit leery about answering that straightforwardly, but he did. And the guy said, the person had already identified himself as calling from a place that needed a consultant who could write up a technical problem. He said, we've got a site that you can use, and we've got the equipment, except we don't have somebody who's got a gun, and we want you to come and shoot a battery.
Wow.
So he brought a little pistol. It was a 380, and if you don't know 380s, they're not terribly powerful. They're actually not powerful at all.
It's kind of a gun to carry in a purse or something like that.
Yeah, it's a very popular gun with women who carry guns, and there's a surprising number of them. But he showed up with a 380 and he shot the battery. He said within a minute it was on fire.
Wow.
Now, that was a fair amount of time ago, and that was a problem that Tesla has already addressed to a very large extent. So this business of batteries burning that easily is just not the issue that it would have been if technology had not been updated.
Well, that's what this article's about, really.
Yes.
And this is the future of batteries.
This battery just looks like it's maybe better than other things that are out there. But you never know until things come to market and they are able to go with them.
Let's move on here. We got another one coming up.
Yeah, this is a picture of Alberta tar sands. Doesn't that look like something you'd like to have in your backyard?
Oh, that's pretty horrible.
It's horrible.
I took a look at the article.
Yeah.
We didn't put a picture up, but there's a picture of the tar sands in 1984 and the tar sands today.
Yeah.
They're about 5 times as big.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking. It really is. And if you look at this picture, you'll see about halfway up on the right side, there are areas that are blue. And I kind of suspect that those are ponds that are very badly polluted with oil.
I wouldn't argue that. I bet you're right on the money.
Just a suspicion.
Well, let's see what it says here. No one is buying Canada's oil. A preview of the near future new normal.
Yep, this is from Clean Technica. As Saudi Arabia and Russia engage in a price war, lower grades of oil are getting hard to sell. One result is that Alberta's crude oil is selling for less than it costs to ship. Western Canada Select, a domestic heavy oil benchmark, has come in at $4.58 US per barrel. And you know, Tom, when I first saw these figures, somebody had forwarded me an article, and I didn't put it in the blog because I didn't believe it. And I went out looking at, general benchmark oil prices, and I didn't see $4.58 a barrel. And then this came into Clean Technica, and I said,
wow.
Did Steve Hanley, the author, I think it was Steve Hanley was the author, did he get fooled? And so I thought, what I should do is I should look specifically for Western Canada Select. And when I did that, I found that at the time I was looking, it was $5.10. And this is astonishing. I haven't seen $4.58 oil since before 1973. This is like, I don't know. It's amazing what this is doing to the shale companies, and we were just talking about that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of it has been speculation. People looking to make a quick buck.
Yeah.
And it ain't happening.
Well, yeah, there was a lot of speculation, as you said, and there was a lot of people who raised a lot of money, and a lot of money has been lost, and there will be more money lost.
Let's move along here. We'll take a look at a whole bunch of West Virginia coal miners.
Who I think are probably all out of work now.
They may very well be.
Yeah.
Coal miners' coronavirus calamity.
This is from miningjournal.com. The troubled Pan-Pacific coal miner Coronado Global Resources had to idle its Central Appalachian thermal and metallurgical coal mines. It blamed the COVID-19 induced economic downturn in much of the world. All hourly employees will be laid off. Essential salaried workers will keep working. Now, those essential salaried workers are people who are working in offices to process things.
Yeah, they're not underground.
They're not underground, and they have jobs that if they just stop working, the place would go belly up. So I don't know.
This is interesting. That picture from the article is in the Buchanan mine.
Yeah.
And that's the mine I've been down in.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Only about 4 feet tall.
Yeah, you told us that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They give you hammers to use as crutches.
Yes. I would come out of a thing like that with an enormous backache, I think.
Well, what did I read? Did I even read it? Coal miners' coronavirus calamity.
Yeah.
We read that.
We're up to Tuesday, March 31st, and we've got an interesting picture here of offshore wind power.
Yeah, we do. That big yellow thing is basically the headquarters. That's where all of the cables go to that rig.
Yeah.
And they're all combined in one big cable takes it to the shore.
Right. And that, if you notice, on the left side of that big yellow thing, there's a thing with a flat top that's hanging off the side, and that is a place for helicopters to land.
Yeah, sure. Absolutely.
That rig looks smaller than a lot of rigs I've seen. It looks to me like it's probably about 4 stories from the bottom of where people might walk to the top of it. So it means, what I'm saying is...
That's basically a hotel.
Yeah.
I mean, people live there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, let's read what it says. Northland makes Canadian shore move.
This is from Renews. Northland Power, a Canadian company, is to buy an early-stage offshore wind development from Nikon Wind Energy Group off British Columbia, Canada. The deal, which is expected to close in mid-2020, will see Northland take up 100% ownership of the Nikon offshore wind farm. I included this in my blog and in this week's show because they're talking about offshore wind off the west coast of North America.
Right.
There's not a big Atlantic shelf out there. There's a steep Pacific shelf. And
there's a narrow Pacific shelf, and now they're starting to explore floating turbines.
Yes. So
we're going to talk about that.
I think we're going to see more action out there.
Well, if you go to this article, you'll find there's some related stories.
Yes.
They're interesting.
Yeah.
Northland said it will work closely with the Haida Nation, Indian Nation, to explore the project details. And they also mentioned that Northland is acquiring wind farms in other countries like South Korea.
Yeah. Okay, we'll move on.
Oh, here we got a nice, interesting picture here.
We do indeed.
Can you see the solar cell in that picture?
Yeah.
Well, what it says here is the company wants to turn your windows into solar panels.
This is from CNN. What if every window could generate electricity? MIT spin-off Ubiquitous Energy has developed transparent solar cells. Its Clearview power windows are what is called solar glass that turn sunlight into energy without the blue-gray opaque panels we generally associate with solar energy. I was a little different.
Generation.
What?
It's a new generation.
It is. We've basically seen this coming. We knew a couple of years ago that people.
We talked about it.
Yeah, but there's two things about this. One of which is that really does look like just plain glass. And the second thing about it is I was a little disappointed in this article because it really doesn't give much of the technical details about how much energy is being produced and so forth.
Not how much, but they do. Well, they do mention this. The technology uses an organic dye that can be used to coat glass surfaces. And the dye allows visible sunlight to pass through, just like normal windows, but it captures the invisible infrared rays from the sunlight. It can turn practically any everyday glass surface into a solar cell.
Yeah.
And it says that the transparent panels can produce 2/3 of the energy that traditional panels do.
Yeah.
And they're not very expensive. They cost about 20% more to install than regular plain ordinary glass windows.
That was from CNN, and we have an item from Clean Technica.
Aha! GCL plans to invest $2.5 billion in the world's largest solar panel factory.
A report published by Power Technology says China's GCL Systems integrated technology plans to invest more than $2.5 billion.
That's billion with a B, isn't it?
Billion with a B, to build the world's largest solar panel factory. It will reportedly be able to produce enough solar panels to meet half the global demand. Just think about that for a minute. Think about the amount of money that it takes to meet half the global demand. That's $2.5 billion, as opposed to the amount of money that it takes, which would probably be $10 billion, to build one nuclear reactor.
Interesting.
Yeah.
The article says that this factory is going to be capable of building 60 gigawatts worth of solar panels annually.
Yeah, that's a lot.
That's a lot.
A gigawatt is big.
A bigawatt.
Gigawatt, that's right.
Well, we got another article coming up. It's for the birds.
Yeah, this is from Wednesday, April 1st, and the article is from BBC.
And that's a nightingale, in case you're wondering.
Yep.
And nightingales are wonderful singers.
That's what they say.
They're the closest thing we have is our own state bird, which is the hermit thrush.
Yeah.
And I was listening to recordings of both of these birds, and they sound very much alike.
Really? I didn't know that.
Now, the hermit thrushes, they can sing for an hour and not repeat the same song.
Really?
They're fabulous.
When I was a little kid, I had a canary, and that canary would sing just the most beautiful song, but it sang the same song over and over again.
Over and over again.
Yeah.
No, these guys are very, very creative.
Yeah. So
Well,
what's that for a title?
Warning clips the nightingale's wing.
One of the world's favorite songbirds may be undergoing some profound physical impact as temperatures rise. Researchers in Spain found that over a 20-year period, nightingales had been growing to have smaller wingspans. The scientists say this is linked to climate change in the region. The region here being mostly southern England.
That's what they're saying, yep.
Yeah.
The hermit thrush is a state bird, and it even looks like a bird.
Yeah. The Spanish were involved in this because the nightingales, when they migrate from, northern Europe, but a lot of them are living in southern England, and they migrate from there to sub-Saharan Africa every year and back again. So that's why the Spanish were involved, because they were, the nightingales. Going through Spain, yeah. Okay, more on that?
Well, I just said that numbers have declined by 90% over the last half century.
Yeah, this is it's really sad. It really is. Okay.
There's a picture cleverly called Cars on the Road.
Again, my title. They didn't have a title, and you know what I do? I save these pictures that come with the article to a file, and I have to give the file a name. So what you're seeing there is the name of the file I put in. Okay, this is from Benzinga.
Benzinga.
Benzinga. Okay, I'll let you. Your way is more interesting than mine. Benzinga.
Benzinga.
There you go.
Trump cuts fuel efficiency standards. Wow. Chastises foolish oil executives on Twitter.
Foolish is his word. This is astonishing to me. The Trump administration cut fuel standards and ushered in a plan calling for significantly lower annual increases in fuel economy, but not all automakers were happy about this. He had some words for the industry's leadership and called them, quote, foolish executives, end quote.
We've talked about this already.
We have indeed, but they when we talked about it before, they were talking about doing this. Now they've done it.
Now he's done it.
And the big thing here is California and a number of states have got a right, which was signed into law, to have different standards than the federal standards, and the California standards are more
rigid.
More rigid. And this was something that was a I don't know that it was signed into law, but it was agreed to. You know, it was a formal agreement. And
California and a few other states.
Well, it was
with different drummer.
Yeah, and
in California, it's understandable. They want to clean up the air.
That's right. And California's big enough that if they set standards, the auto companies can work on that standard. This is
Silver Linings Playbook, Coronavirus Edition.
This is a picture of an empty beach, and it was a NASA image. And if you look at that image, Tom, tell me how NASA managed to take that from outer space. Anyway, with the pandemic, we're in the middle of a global wake-up call. That's what this article says. But it doesn't mean it's not possible to look forward and see what we'll gain by waking up. Some things will be minor compared to the damage of COVID-19, but some things will be major. What are the silver linings? Okay.
They got a whole list here.
They sure do.
Oh, I guess we got enough time to read it.
Yeah.
Well, there's about 7 or 8 of them here.
Okay.
First one is the world has awakened to the fragility of oil and gas as underpinnings of the economy.
Yes.
And the second one, we accept that collective action and sacrifice are necessary to solve global problem.
Yes.
A third one, this is interesting because it's different from the other two. More people are wearing face masks.
Yes.
The second one's kind of related to that. The handshake as an indicator of leadership strength is probably dead now.
Right.
They're telling you don't shake hands.
Don't shake hands. You know, I don't even like bumping elbows, which is what some people are doing.
Yeah.
I hold my hand out from 6 feet away and say virtual handshake and move it up and down.
Interesting. Well, anti-vaxxers, people against vaccines, have mostly shut up.
Yes.
And Trump, this is an interesting one. Trump's likelihood of a return to the Oval Office in November 2020 has diminished.
I think yes.
And finally, the last one, our global ability to deal with the next pandemic, and they're assuming it's going to happen, it will be much stronger.
Well, I think that's true, and I think we can bet that there will be a pandemic. You know, this problem of what is the next pandemic, epidemic, whatever, you know, was going to come. I've been reading about the next one that was coming for years and years and years. And I remember some time ago reading about the thing saying the article I was reading saying it was overdue. We have a major pandemic more often than once every century, and they gave a number of years. I don't know, it was 84 years or whatever. But the next pandemic was overdue, and they were talking about the fact that the United States was not prepared for it. And you know the situation now, we had huge numbers of people are not working. Huge numbers of people have filed for unemployment. Things are not progressing the way that they normally do.
That seems to be the case.
Yeah.
Well, there's still a lot of conspiracy theories about this.
Yes.
They found the biggest one involves a MIT professor, I think he is, and some Chinese guys that were working with him
Yeah.
And one of the Chinese guys, this happened back in December, got caught smuggling some unknown chemical compounds.
Chemical compounds?
Well, they were chemical compounds affecting things like pandemics.
Really?
And he was taking them to Wuhan.
That's what the conspiracy theory says.
Well, there are facts. The conspiracy theory ties them all together in a sinister manner.
Yeah, well, I have a conspiracy theory. Would you like to hear it?
Yeah.
Donald Trump's father was getting into trouble just before he was born with the FBI, and you can look it up. That was going not the FBI, the IRS. So he wanted to leave the country. So he and his wife went to the Brazilian embassy in Washington, D.C., and at the embassy, she went into labor prematurely, and Donald Trump was actually born at the embassy on Brazilian soil.
Oh, that's interesting.
Okay, so he's got to come up with credentials just like he wanted Barack Obama to come up with credentials. I don't know. I mean, you can make these things up. You can just do it. And if we're going to operate our government and our economics on the basis of made up things, it's not going to work. And you'll notice he went from saying this was going to be stopped at the border, the coronavirus, to saying we need $2 trillion with a T. T is in Tommy. We need $2 trillion to fight it. He went that distance in 2 weeks. Now he says he's going to be really happy if only 100,000 people die of it in the United States.
Wow.
And it's like the misinformation that was out there is the various news organizations that blow Donald Trump's horn for him were just passing information that was whatever it was, and we're in a complete. But the point that I'm trying to make is he promised $2 trillion into the economy, and what happened to the stock market? Not much. It was kind of saying ho hum.
Contemplate that. That's kind of interesting,
isn't it? I don't know what to say about it. I'm sitting at my computer right now, and I can look at the Dow Jones Index. And it is at 20,995, which is about 9,000 below what it was at the peak about 6 weeks ago. And if I look at it for the last month, yeah, there was a little bit of a rise, not a huge rise, when they started really getting serious about that. But it went up from 18,500 to 20,900. But it's not. You'd think that with $2 trillion coming, they'd be all excited and happy, but I just don't see it.
One might think, but stuff goes on there that you and I aren't privy to.
Well, that's true. And the stock market's idea about what's going to happen and everybody else's are two different things.
Well, people think of the stock market as a whole bunch of people buying shares, and the reality is that most of the stock market is bought by organization.
Yes, that's true.
I mean, they're investor groups, stuff like that.
Yeah, mutual funds. Retirement funds.
Absolutely.
Unions.
And well, I guess you could call mutual funds agglomerations of investors, but that's what they are.
That's what they are. Yeah. Okay, Tom, I think we're at the end of our show now.
Well, we've done a little bit more than an hour. We've done about an hour and 5 minutes, so.
Including about 5 minutes that I think Brian's going to have to remove.
He's going to have to just cut it off.
Okay, so we'll say goodbye to everybody. And the note is, at the end of this, have a perfectly untroubled week. We hope
that'd be a good idea.
Our watchers are able to be careful about the coronavirus and prevent themselves successfully from getting it. Because
my battery on the phone has survived, which is good news.
I will predict that it'll be back another day.
I think it will. Where it stands, it recharges automatically anyhow.
Okay. Well, goodbye, everybody, and come back next time.
Adios, amigos.
and welcome to another edition of Montpelier Connection. Here we are at the State House. It's early on Wednesday morning, and this is Representative Mike Murwicki with today's guest, Representative Carolyn Partridge of Windham.
Hello, Mike.
Good
so
morning.
Glad to be here.
And welcome. Carolyn is the chair of the House Agricultural Committee, and this is an easy fit for her, since maybe you could tell people a little bit what you do when you're not here in the legislature.
Well, Mike, one of the things I do to make a living is I raise sheep and create yarn at Green Mountain Spinnery in your district.
Value-added products,
yes,
right?
They spin it for me, and I dye it and take it to sheep and wool festivals. We also have a pretty good lamb market, so those are the things I do.
And do you process the lamb yourself, or do you ship it?
No. We send it to a wonderful place that's been humane certified approved down in Massachusetts. That Temple Grandin actually had something to do with when it was designed. So they get delivered to. It's never a nice day. I'm always sad on that day when they go to freezer camp, but it's part of the process. And I also take a certain amount of delight in feeding families with really good lamb.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Good local produce.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. So that brings you to the State House and the Ag Committee. One of the big things that's getting a lot of headlines is how do we support dairy in a very changing landscape?
Right, and as probably many of you know, and you know, Mike, the number of dairy farms has decreased significantly in the last 10, 20 years. We're down to under 700, 600 and some odd, 59 or something like that. It changes every day. And we've also found that going organic is not necessarily a path to success. My vice chair, Rodney Graham from Williamstown, just is in the process of selling his cows because the trucks wouldn't come to his farm to pick the milk up. And so there are a lot of challenges with dairy farms today. We do know, thanks to the Ag Strategic Plan that was put together, Vermont Agriculture and Food System Plan 2020, that there are opportunities in dairy, but not necessarily, well, there are opportunities in cow dairy. There are cheesemakers who need milk that has been produced without fermented hay. So there is an opportunity for that, but then you have to rely on square bales, as my husband Alan and I do, which relies on 3 sunny days in a row to get square bales dried. And but there is room there, and also we know, because of the strategic study, that we need probably 4,000 more goats producing goat's milk in the state. So 10 farms with 400 goats, Vermont Creamery needs goat's milk, and so there are opportunities. What we're seeing is that farms, while small, farms are closing, they're mostly smaller, and in many cases the land is being taken up by larger farms. But it's a sad thing to see happen, because it's our farmers who maintain the working landscape and the reason for people to come to the state of Vermont to visit. I have been heard to say that people do not come to Vermont to look at subdivisions in South Burlington and Williston. They come to look at the working landscape. And my committee, as you said, includes agriculture. It also includes forestry, which is huge. And both of these sectors have a real opportunity for being a part of a climate change solution. And that's what I'm really excited about. Yeah. So dairy is kind of a sad story. I think dairy will continue to happen. I'm afraid that there may be additional consolidation, and but there are opportunities going forward.
Yeah. Now, you mentioned something that's on just about everybody's mind now, with the idea that climate change is real, it's here, and we all have to do our part. And ag and forestry are a huge part of that.
Yes, yes. And this, as I said earlier, really excites me because in recent times, agriculture in particular has been, well, the finger's been pointed at agriculture in terms of water quality issues in the Lake Champlain watershed, and that's accurate. They have been responsible for 41% of the problem, but they're also taking on 67% of the cleanup through the use of the required agricultural practices, and now with a focus on regenerative agriculture, which includes practices like cover cropping, low-till, no-till, grassed bufferways.
So what are low-till, no-till for somebody who's not a farmer?
You don't till the land. You don't
just plant over.
You just plant, and there are techniques that can be used where machines that can be used to, instead of churning up everything, which releases carbon and also destroys the microbial structure of the soil, you can sort of drill plant crops, and that is so low till, no till. And that goes along with cover cropping, which means you leave roots in the soil. You leave living roots in the soil as long as possible. So there are several other principles involved with soil health. But what is exciting is that there is this recognition that these, Dr. Heather Darby from UVM Extension is one of the gurus, I would say, of soil health principles, and she has been, she allowed us how when she started working for UVM Extension in 2003, there were 50 acres in cover crop in the state of Vermont, and now there are between 35 and 45,000. So that is a real positive thing. I've also been participating in a group. It's just the beginning of a group, really, with the Council of State Governments Eastern Regional Conference. I got together in December with representatives from Connecticut, Maryland, Massachusetts, and New York, who are very interested in starting kind of a regional greenhouse gas initiative, but for ecosystem services, for payments to farmers who are employing these practices and improving the soil, sequestering carbon, and being part of the solution.
Yeah, and that's just as true or more so for forestry, right?
Yes. Our forests, it's estimated that our forests draw down or offset almost half of our emissions. So that's a real positive thing, and we're looking at ways for them to, for our forests to become part of the California carbon market. There have been pilot projects that have looked into that. One at Burnt Mountain, they decided that they could not go forward with the California market, but they could probably be part of a voluntary market. Yeah.
Many people are talking about regenerative soil practices, and my understanding is that this is something we're already engaged in Vermont.
Yes, yes, most definitely.
And this is to make sure our soils are healthy, can grow best, and also absorb carbon.
Yes, that's true. And in the old days, not all that long ago, but a couple of decades ago, you would drive around Vermont, and in the winter and early spring, it would look like dirt, right? Now, when you drive around, if you see green out there, you know that those folks are employing cover cropping strategies.
I have a picture, and I'll send it so they can include of the cornfields along the Connecticut River.
Yes.
That are before you go into over the Walpole Bridge.
Yes. Yes.
The snow's receding, and you see the green cover crop that was put in right after they cut the corn.
Right. Exactly.
There's a good example of the practices we're talking about in place and being utilized.
Exactly.
Yeah. Value added is something that we hear a lot about in regards to ag products. We've got the big yogurt producer in Brattleboro. You're talking about cheese makers looking for. What does that look like in the long term for Vermont ag?
Well, it looks pretty darn good, and I'm just going to hold this up and block my own face. But this, you know, here's the Vermont Agriculture and Food System Plan, and you can find this online. One of the things.
That's at the website of the Vermont Ag. And
it is at the agriculture.vermont.gov and /administration/annual report. There's a dash between
they'll
annual and
be able to
report.
put that up on the,
yes.
on the screen for us.
Yes. So one of the things that you know, this report includes 23 briefs on different sectors, including product, issue, and market briefs. And the good news is that there are 32, I believe, more coming after this. But if you look this through, you know, they identify places where we have opportunity. And excuse me, in terms of value added for cheese, they find that there's this real opportunity for more small artisanal cheesemakers. And as I said,
we're making some incredibly good cheese here in Vermont.
Oh, we are making amazing cheese. I love going to some of the events where they have all of these different products on display. But we're exporting cheese to France, you know.
Isn't that something?
And it's really wonderful and amazing. So I can get pretty excited about the future of ag, even though we've had some hard times. I'm hoping that with the required agricultural practices that are now in place, they've been in place for about 3 years, we're beginning to move the needle on this. And in a recent water quality report given to us by a young woman from the Department of Environmental Conservation, Emily Bird, she told us that 97% of the cleanup that has happened so far in Lake Champlain has been due to agriculture.
Yeah. So the farmers get it.
Yes, they definitely do.
And they're doing their part.
Yeah.
I think you pointed out before accurately that farmers have been in the crosshairs a lot when it comes to who's responsible for problems with water quality. But the reality is farmers are doing more than their share, and this is something we all need to be aware of. It's similar to the climate action. We all have to do our part.
Yes, and farmers are doing more than their share because it's actually the cheapest way to remediate these problems. It costs a lot more to clean up development impacts than it is for farming. So that's why, and farmers get it. You know, it's their environment too. Yeah. So, and I will say, giving a little history, you know, back after World War II, we were the breadbasket of the world because Europe and Asia had serious destruction. We were the breadbasket, and farmers were encouraged to apply phosphorus. There are folks who still are here who can remember when boxcar loads of phosphorus would come to the state. And you know, if a little is good, then a lot probably better. So this is, and this was the advice given to farmers.
Yeah, I know farmers that were told, put it on your manure too.
Yeah. So, you know, it's not like they just went willy-nilly doing this on their own. They got advice which we now know is not good. Yeah. So, and I also want to say that it's going to take decades to clean up Lake Champlain. Yeah. I figured that this problem started probably right around the time of the Industrial Revolution, and so we're looking at, you know, hundreds of years almost, and it's going to take a long time to clean up. I'd like to think that someday my granddaughter, who lives in Fairfax, will be able to swim in the lake without worrying about blue-green algae. But you know, we'll see.
Yeah. Well, we know that Connecticut was in bad shape, and the old story was when you'd ask people what kind of septic system they had, the answer was, what system?
Yeah, right.
And just in the last 50 years, we've really turned that around.
Yes, you are right.
To where the Connecticut has a problem with nitrogen, but the overall water is much cleaner than it was.
Yes, and I can remember when I lived in Saxon's River, actually in Westminster, but just over the line, and Saxon's River was my community. We would go we would go with my son, who is now 40, and we would go to Herrick's Cove and go swimming, and my brother-in-law had a boat, and we'd go water skiing and stuff like that. And I think it's done nothing but get better. And the problem with nitrogen, actually, is that when it hits salt water, it creates a toxic situation. So when the Connecticut River hits the Long Island Sound, it creates this toxic dead zone. And that's why we have to be careful about nitrogen.
We've got a few minutes left. I wonder if we could just touch a little bit on cannabis.
Sure.
We've been struggling to get to a point where House and Senate can agree on what's the way forward for to open up markets, a tax and regulate system. There was a lot of concern that this wasn't being looked at as purely an agricultural product, and the balance they came to was that it wasn't going to be under the auspices of the Agency of Ag. Is there anything you want to talk about in that conversation that you feel we can do going forward, or what's the situation now?
Okay. Well, I think I did write a column about this that was in the Reformer a couple of weeks ago. We did want this to be housed in agriculture because it's essentially the same plant as hemp. It's all cannabis. And if you're growing hemp for floral purposes, for CBD, it's essentially the very same plant. It's just a different variety. It's like cherry tomatoes versus beefsteak tomatoes, right? So some adult use cannabis has high THC. Hemp does not. It has low THC. So we were hoping that we could house it in ag, but as it became clearer to me, and I thought a lot about this, I was pushing for some small growing permits, which we did get. They're focusing on that, and so that was good. We didn't get everything we wanted, but we got some of the things. And I think that there are those of our constituents who really wanted things to be kind of loose, but what we found is that it's very difficult to be loose about this. There were folks who said, oh, all this security, having to grow behind, fences with locks and stuff like that. Based on the experience of hemp farmers who found thefts in their own fields, with the exponential value of adult use cannabis, I think it would be unwise for people to be growing out in the open and putting a lot of stock in that.
And not expect trouble.
And not expect trouble. And also, the important thing to remember is that, and this I basically put this out to farmers in particular, but everyone, if you're growing this, we'll have it legal in the state, but it's still illegal on a federal level. And depending on who's in power in Washington, D.C., you might find yourself getting capriciously cracked down upon. And I don't want farmers to lose their land because you are subject to forfeiture. And if you are going to grow adult use cannabis, I really highly recommend that you create a firewall between your farm and your cannabis business.
A legal firewall.
A legal firewall. It's really important. And I hadn't really thought about this until I was talking with one of our legislative counselors who I think is just stellar in terms of thinking things through. And he brought this up with me, and it just made total sense. Yeah.
We have a good group of lawyers who serve us on Ledge Council.
We sure do.
It's helpful for them to bring that perspective to us. Especially those who are, most of us are not lawyers.
Right, right. So, I was sorry to disappoint some of our folks, but I think that this, given small grower permits and really a focus on farmers that is included in the bill, I think it was probably the best way forward.
I think one of the things that came through was we wanted to make sure some big corporate entity did not come in and try and take over the whole system here in Vermont, and I think we've done that.
Exactly.
We don't want that, and the bill makes sure that small Vermont growers are where it's going to stay.
Yes, absolutely.
Anything else you want to share before we have to have to go?
I think we've covered quite a bit, but
Yeah.
I'm always glad to come back whenever you like.
You bet.
Yeah.
Well, it's certainly, agriculture is the heart of Vermont culture. I don't think anybody can argue that. We want to make sure that moving forward, we have a vibrant ag and forestry economy to take Vermont into this century. So thanks for all your work you're doing.
Oh, thank you, Mike.
All right.
Yeah.
And thank you to all the people back at BCTV for bringing our work here in Montpelier back to you in Windham County. So until next time, take care.
Call to order at 6:29. First is approval of minutes. We have the reorganization meeting, which happened March 3rd after town meeting. Then there's the minutes from the March 10th special emergency management meeting. And then the minutes from our March 10th regular meeting. So entertain a motion to approve those minutes.
You have to do them individually?
Do we have to do it individually? Do we have to do it individually for the minutes, or can we approve all of them at once?
Yeah, I probably should.
Okay. All right. So I'll entertain a motion to approve the reorganization meeting minutes from March 3rd.
So moved.
Second. The only question I got is I read the minutes. I was the only one who got sworn in, and two others that had to.
I got sworn in.
Yeah, I know it, but it's not in, I didn't see it in there.
Well, that happened outside the meeting.
Yeah,
that happened before the meeting
Yeah,
started.
I realize that, but.
I put Irv's swear in because I knew that I had missed the first part of the meeting, so I didn't realize the two others were sworn in. So that was.
Yeah, everybody got sworn in. But yeah, that actually happened before we convened the meeting.
I realize that, but they still have to be shown somewhere that they were sworn in.
Yeah, Anita has it, I'm sure.
Well, I got swore out, so.
Okay, any further discussion on that? All those in favor of approving the reorganization meeting minutes from March 3rd signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. I'll entertain a motion to approve the meeting, special meeting minutes from March 10th, which was the emergency management meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of approving the special meeting minutes from March 10th signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
I opposed. Didn't know nothing about it.
All right, I'll vote in the affirmative. It was, we formed a quorum because Crystal was there representing the hospital.
Yeah, no, that's all.
Okay.
I wasn't there, so.
So I'll vote in the affirmative. Motion passes. And then I will entertain a motion to approve the regular meeting minutes from March 10th.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of approving the meeting minutes from March 10th, the regular meeting, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Additions and deletions. I have one addition. We have a liquor license renewal request from Riverbend, so we'll take care of that in new business. And then I guess we can move on to the warrants.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 1, payroll in the amount of $9,772.44.
Have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of paying payroll warrant number 1 in the amount of $9,772.44 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 2, payroll tax in the amount of $4,320.92.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those hearing none, all those in favor of paying payroll tax warrant number 2 in the amount of $4,320.92 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 3 out of the general fund in the amount of $17,807.66.
What?
I have $6.66.
I have $17,807.66.
Okay. Typo.
It's supposed to be the 7, Harlan?
I had 6 because I was looking at these. I don't have that in front of me.
Okay.
But if that's what.
I was gonna say, I don't have that, anything here.
Would you like to take a look at it?
Yeah, I looked at it, probably assigned it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's probably just a transfer typo. Okay.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of paying general fund warrant number 3 in the amount of $17,807.66 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
This number 3 on this paper is 666,000.
Or you're looking at the minutes from March 10th, I think.
Oh, it's not the right one then.
No.
Oh, okay. I'll throw it away
That's the
then.
meeting minutes.
I thought that was funny.
Those are from the meeting on March 10th. So there should be a small piece of paper that has just some numbers on them that will say warrants.
There's 5 warrants on it.
Yeah, all right.
That would have come in
That's
with
all right,
the,
go for it.
Okay, did we vote on that?
I don't think so. I seconded it.
All those in favor of paying general fund warrant number 3 in the amount of $17,807.66 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 4 out of the highway fund in the amount of $9,014.42.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of paying highway warrant number 4 in the amount of $9,014.42 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 5 out of the equipment fund in the amount of $1,115.11.
Second.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of paying check warrant number 5 out of the equipment fund in the amount of $1,115.11 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Alrighty. Excuse me. Moving on to reports. Steve, you want to start?
Yes, last week V-Trans sent out the small structure grant applications for 2021, along with the certification of compliance for town road and bridge standards and network inventory, as well as the annual financial plan for town highways. Both of these have to be signed by the select board and submitted to V-Trans.
Okay. We agree with all of the
We do have
numbers and we
current updated network inventory, yes, and road and bridge standards. And the financial page is based on the budget that was approved at town meeting.
Right.
You can see the breakdown in revenue and the breakdown in expenses.
Excellent. Okay, I would entertain a motion to sign the certificate of compliance for town road and bridge standards and network inventory.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion on that? Hearing none, all those in favor of signing and forwarding the certificate of compliance for town road and bridge standards and network inventory signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. I will pass this around. Today's the 24th.
Yes.
Okay. And then I will entertain a motion to approve, sign, and forward the annual financial plan for town highways.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay. Hearing none, all those in favor of signing and forwarding the annual financial plan for town highways signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So I will pass this around as well.
So after copies are made, either Carla can scan them and email them to Megan Brunk, or I could do that, however you would like.
It's up to you. You're gonna have to make copies anyway, so you might as well take care of that.
You have her email?
Yes.
Megan.brunk@vermont.gov.
Did you get any bridge reports back?
Not yet.
With the newest
Not the newest ones, no.
Soon as it gets warm weather, I'll try to get the gravel and grit off of them. That'll be one of the things they'll give you on the first thing.
Yep. Back to the grant application. So I have filled out 2 grant applications for structures. One, of course, is Bridge 34, the Stone Arch Bridge. This one's pretty straightforward. I have Michael Weisner's report will accompany the grant application as well as photographs. So that's filled out along with some background from the Historical Society. And the second one is for Bridge 43, which we had the engineering study done last year. So my question for the board is, when Bridge 42 was completed, the way the invitation to bid was worded was that the contractor bidding on the bridge was responsible for demolition, was responsible for contracting with the company who was going to build the bridge, for all site work, for all traffic control, and for installation of the new bridge, which we all remember was A.S. Clark handled that.
Right.
Renaud Brothers built the bridge, and Clark took care of it. Do we want to handle Bridge 43 in that same format?
Yeah, but there was nothing in that at the time of it, what happened to the I-beams, and they just disappeared. The old I-beams that came out of that bridge.
I would like to see it handled in the similar fashion with regards to what Irvin's saying, that the salvage out of it belongs to the town of Townsend.
So we'll put that wording in the invitation to bid.
You know, they demolition it and they take care of that, but the salvage is the town's.
Does that have a state plate on it too?
That cure is what we were.
Yeah, that's
42 had one that we had to go back to the state, right?
I don't know that.
Okay.
I don't know that.
No, I don't think it said anything about it in it, and that was
right. Yeah.
No, I didn't say before, I don't know, it just didn't get worded so that the salvage was the town's.
Well, I think what happened is as the board, we did not read it in ourselves close enough
Yeah,
and come to that conclusion.
So now
But
that I'm clear.
that bridge, I hope they're gonna widen it more than one car wide.
Well, what would be nice is to see him not only widen it, but straighten it, so you don't come down and have to turn into it. You can kind of.
That bridge is fairly straight.
That one's fairly straight. Yeah.
That's that first iron bridge.
I've gone down it a few times, as you have.
But they could.
I'm puckered before when it's icy.
No, but I'm gonna say that it could be to the, well, as you're going up, take couple trees and stuff out of the right hand, it would straighten it some. But then the next one you're gonna be, but that's gonna be on you because it's less than 20 foot long, is that next little one down below. That'll be on the town.
Yeah.
Because anything less than a 20 foot along the bridge, state don't get involved.
I didn't know that.
I thought that was 21.
Well, I'll tell you, you've got one right up here by Stan Bills's, where you go up East Hill Road.
Yeah.
Now, there's a 20-foot opening in it, and they turned it down, but I'd still say if there's a 20-foot opening,
It doesn't sit in.
That's a 20-foot bridge, because you've got to be longer than that in order to hold a deck.
Okay, so thank you for the direction on that, and we will move forward putting that grant together.
Yeah.
Excellent.
But I say, I did notice, like, well, across the road from where that road goes up to that house there, they had a place where they'd park cars or something, and that could be a little work done, a few trees put out there, and in fact, the power company's got a stake there that they want to set a pole right on the end of that bridge. And I wouldn't after we get the bridge done.
We have been keeping up with mud season, which hasn't been all that bad so far this year. And then we've had a few snow events. We had 2 last week, and of course we had last night and this morning. So winter's still holding on a little bit.
Yeah.
And that's all I have.
You're lucky. We're down Brattleboro there on Gibson Road, which goes from up by the country club and comes out over on Meadowbrook Road. That's still closed due to mud. Been in the paper for 2-3 weeks.
Yeah. Okay. Is not a counter money week. So I have the report from the treasurer. In the sweep account is $750,602.73, and in the checking account is $30,000 even. Okay. So next up was, this is the correspondence that I gave everybody last week, the Economic and Infrastructures Development Grant Opportunity. I don't know if you guys got a chance to look through it. I went through the website. It's pretty short on details as to what the matches may be. And they also think they amended it so that the letter of interest is not required, but it couldn't hurt if we think this is something we might want to go after to draft a letter of interest and send it off to them.
Okay.
So if we want to do that, I would entertain a motion to that effect.
So moved.
Okay. All those in favor of sending a letter of interest to the Economic and Infrastructure Development Grant Opportunity, which is being done by the Northern Border Regional Commission, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Steve, do you have a template for that kind of thing? For letter of interest? Or anything that we've used in the past that you have?
No, I do not.
Okay. I'll find one on VLCT.
There might be a template too on their website. I will double check, but I also might have something.
Okay, great. Yeah, if you could, I'm just gonna put this in this makeshift folder for harmless stuff. We have no members of the public. Old business. So we have many appointments to make. I'm gonna just read through the whole list. And then in discussion, we can decide if there's anything that you guys want to talk about, just so we don't have to read it more than once. So for Social Services Screening Committee, we would appoint Kathy Grieve, Meredith Kenyon, and Chris Groats-Cook. Rescue Inc. would be Kathleen Heggie. 911 Coordinator is Helen Holt. Fence Viewer, Christina Wright. I assume that got cleared. Inspector of Wood and Timber, Rob Wright. Inspector of Shingles, Rob Wright. Animal Control will remain with the constables. The Pound Keeper will be the Select Board. Recreation Committee is Christina Wright. Valley Cares Board is Crystal Mansfield. And the Wyndham County Sheriff's Liaison will be the constables. So I would entertain a motion to make those aforementioned appointments.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of appointing said representatives signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So Carl, if we could update the appointments list to reflect those, that'd be great. There was one other part of so we had gotten a letter before town meeting from the Social Services Committee, which will remain the same as it was, and they wanted to put together a little more cohesive procedure for people applying, setting deadlines, asking for mission statements, and some explanation of what they do. So they would like to, I guess what we need to do is, I guess we have to change the procedures for Townsend Social Services Committee requests. And they would like the following stipulations: that all requests be submitted by the last business day of October to allow time to vet them. All requests are to include information regarding agency's mission. All requests are to include information regarding how Townsend residents benefit from the agency's services. And requests that are submitted after the proposed deadline or without the proposed requirements would be reviewed at the discretion of the Social Services Committee. So I would entertain a motion to create that plan going forward.
Second.
All those in favor of adopting the Social Services Committee procedures for requests signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Sorry. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. They had also said that they would like to send out a letter to recipients from the past 2 years, just notifying them of the
New requirements.
New requirements.
Yep.
Okay. Great. I will pass that along to them. Okay. Don't cover the agenda. I like having all this room. Okay. Moving on, we have the form from the listers from the last meeting. That is the form 4155. Steve, you had a question on the Kirkpatrick property.
Yes.
I spoke to Mike Bills. He assured me that the statute of limitations has closed and they are not aware of any pending actions for that. So in his mind, it's done and this is good to go. So I would entertain a motion to sign form 4155, the certificate of no appeal or suit pending for the grant list.
So,
Second.
Well, I just want to, is it definitely a positive?
Well, I talked to Mike. He assured me that it was. Carla did some research and reached out to the LCT. I don't know if you ever heard back from them.
I did not hear back from the LCT yet.
Okay,
I would
so
hold off until.
all right. Okay, so we will table that until we hear from VLCT. I always want to call them VLCTV. Okay. Posters. We have a request from Community Hope and Action to use the Commons for Family Fun Day for Townsend, July 18th, 2020, which is I think it's a Saturday.
Saturday.
Yep. And they are, we have the contract, which is no, we'll have to get it signed, but we have their application. They are requesting that we waive the fee. So I would entertain a motion to.
What did we do last year? Do we remember?
I think we waived the fee. Actually, I'm positive we waived the fee last year.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
All right, all those in favor of allowing the Community Hope and Action to use the Commons on July 18th, 2020 for Family Fun Day for Townsend, with the fee waived, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So Carl, if you can let them know. And then we will need a copy of their insurance rider. Okay. So next up, we have application for a second-class license for Riverbend Farm Market. It's a renewal. So I would entertain a motion to approve the liquor license renewal application for Riverbend Market.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, hearing none.
That's just beer and wine, right?
Yeah. Okay.
I was gonna say they had, why I said that, because a liquor license, they lost it once.
Oh, they need to get it back, because nobody can sell liquor here now with our
Well, yeah, no, they can sell beer and stuff now, they got it back, but they don't have liquor.
No. Well, liquor's a state store anyway.
But I still had to have a license to say to do it.
Yep. So all those in favor of approving the 2020 liquor license renewal for Riverbend Farm Market, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So we all need to sign this.
On the left.
On the left.
Sorry, was it Class A license? A Class A? Or,
Second class.
Second class, sorry.
Alright. Okay. Last two items on the agenda are related. The first one is vtalert.gov is a website where you can put in to receive text or email alerts regarding, well, you can choose however you want to do it, whether it's weather, but particularly useful for the COVID-19 outbreak. And then for COVID-19, I have a statement from Sherwood Lake, who's our emergency management coordinator. It's fairly long, so I'm not going to read the whole thing, but we will attach it to the minutes. He and I are in pretty constant contact. I know he's in touch with the hospital and the fire department, as well as all the state agencies. So we are getting regular updates and the latest best practices. And then I also had a similar letter from Glenn Beatty from the fire department, talking about what they are doing to prepare and cope for whatever eventuality might come by. So we can put that also in the minutes. And for government agencies and private nonprofits, FEMA money is now able to be applied for. So if you are a private nonprofit, or Steve, this would apply to you if you guys get asked to run supplies, also apply to the fire department. Just anything that you do that's related to this outbreak, document time and materials, so that we can submit that later on. And then reimbursing, I think it's 75%, they said. And the last thing is there is a change to the open meeting law that came out this morning, I think. So we can do now our meetings completely remotely without a designated place to have them. What we do have to offer, we would do it, I think, is either a video conference or a conference call or some combination of both. We do have to allow access to the public to join in the meeting, and then minutes as normal. There was some discussion about making them have to be recorded, but I didn't see anything in the final draft that mentioned that. So something to think about. If we do decide to go that way, we will ask Rick to post something on the website, and we'll post a warning to that effect before the next meeting, if it comes to that.
In the past, well, like when Kit was on the board, he'd be in Florida in December, and we'd have the meeting here, but he would be by phone.
Yeah, and you could always do that. What's different now is that in that case, you always had to do it at a place where the public could attend.
Yeah.
Now it allows the public to attend electronically, but there is no requirement to have a physical place for them.
And we do the same thing with solid waste. We have a call-in number that somebody can can't make it to the meeting, but they can be heard. And they hear the meeting.
Yep. So, I mean, I just recently set up a Zoom account for my own self, so we can use that. Hopefully, it won't go on for too long. Right now, as it stands, I think we have enough separation. I feel fairly comfortable with this setup, but if things change, I'll get in touch with everybody. Any need for an executive session? Anybody has?
Not for me.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
Take a look at S-187, and hey, why don't you walk us through this? We're gonna vote on this bill over the next couple of minutes, and we'll hold the vote open for anybody who's not here, but I don't sense there's any real issues with it. But just could you walk us through the changes since it was introduced?
Sure. We name it the
Office of Legislative Counsel. So what you have here is a list of exclusions to the chapter on residential rental agreements, and you're adding a new item to the list, transient occupancy by an occupant placed in a hotel, motel, or lodgings in connection with healthcare treatment or recovery, where the occupancy is paid for by a hospital, an agency designated pursuant to a designation statute, so DA, or a specialized service agency operating under an agreement entered into pursuant to statute, and regardless of whether the occupant is subject to the tax levy, the meals and rooms tax. So since the last time you've seen this language, the only change is on lines the end of 20 and the beginning of 21. You're substituting the word you previously had that, and now you're saying where the occupancy. Right. Do you remember that conversation? Yeah. And advocates brought that language. So where the occupancy is paid for instead of that is paid for. And other than that, this has not changed since the last time you've seen it.
Okay. And we just wanted it to cover other entities than hospitals as tenants because they could possibly have the same situation.
Right. Or when.
Where or when?
In other words, is where the right word, or should it read when? Not that it matters that much.
I have run it through the editors, and they gave it their stamp of approval, but if you prefer when, you could make the change. Yeah, I hear the concern.
Mine, I don't think it probably makes much difference.
Let the House fix it. You're the chair of the Congress. Okay, so do I have a motion to pass draft 3.1 S187?
So moved.
Second. Thank you. Okay, any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay. Shall we do this one? Sure. I think there's several people in the room that could help bring the history to life for you, too. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, and we'll hold the vote open. Well, you know,
Rebecca's going to be here.
It's not a roll call anyhow, so unless she wants to close it, we'll just say 401. Okay, we're going to move on to 237, and there should be, I don't know if we got, I know I emailed you the latest draft.
It's right. Is 6.1 the latest? Yes.
230, yeah, 7:40 a.m.
Yes.
Okay. And is Ellen here?
No. But David was planning on being here.
So is Ellen from 10 to 11, I think. So did you call Ellen's office? Yep. So Ellen, who's your right hand? Yeah, she's Ellen and Dave, but Ellen mostly. I'm just going to get Allison back. We're going to go along without that.
No, I don't.
So we need, so I have one minor thing that,
Yes, it's 10:15, it's so quick, so then we'll just
one minor thing that we can talk about without Ellen. On the first page, if you look at it, it looks kind of weird on line 19 and 20. This is to get more information into the facility plan. I just want to see whether the committee agrees or not. I read duplicative or not. And then I realized that the reason why it's not duplicative is because they've used a hyphen, it seems.
It's a weird hyphen, though.
But I've never seen hyphens used in drafting like that.
It's very strange.
Where are you?
Well, actually, 1920, yeah, and 21. There's a...
It's basically, I think the way they're trying to write it is water supply, hyphen, lines, facilities, and service areas. And this is sewage disposal, lines, facility, and service areas.
So,
but I think they should probably clean that up. I've never seen one.
Well, it may be cleaning it up because it's an underline under the comma. So they're trying to get rid of the semicolon, actually, and replace it with just simply a comma. It's very strange.
That's lining the period out in the semicolon and putting a comma in.
Yeah, it's to me even worse than discussing shalls or bays. That's like all these those are simple.
Oh, it's water supply lines, water sewage disposal line facility and service area. Well, so they should just get rid of everything between supply and lines, right? That would be okay, right?
Well, let's have them explain it before we go.
That's probably what they're doing.
It's water supply, comma, lines, facilities, and services.
No, I think it's water supply, lines, facility, no comma. I think they're getting rid of the comma.
Except that the underline is over the comma, which is puzzling. I've never seen that.
I think they're getting rid of the comma.
Okay.
What's the previous version look like?
That's the way it's always been.
Any early sense from the Natural Resources Committee on?
They're meeting on it on 11.
Good. Great.
Senator, you're speaking. It kind of jumps.
Yeah, I got it.
Ellen, she's coming in at 10:15 because that's actually what it's scheduled for. She said she has to finish one little thing. She's been here 3 minutes.
Okay.
Do you want David here also, or are we going to start with Ellen?
We can start with Ellen, but David can come fairly soon.
Okay.
Okay, let me just tell it back up.
Let me tell you, before she goes through the specifics of this, I'm glad David has highlighted some of the yellow sections which are changes. I'm trying to think if there's any major substantive changes that we could discuss. As I just told Senator Clarkson, the Natural Resources Committee is looking at this at 11 this morning. My hope would be we'll have some discussion on this between now and 11 and longer if necessary, and then tomorrow, hopefully we'll be in a position to vote.
On this bill, I mean, while we're waiting for Ellen, I got feedback on from our regional planning commissions on the amount of money that's in here to plan to help towns with their bylaws. They think it's totally inadequate, particularly because it's going to be a multi-year challenge. It's not going to just be one-time money. And it's going to take a couple of years for towns to do this. This is a big piece of work. And so I at least love the notion. We don't have, I don't think we have any of the RPCs weighing in on this at the moment, but I'd love to, during the break, maybe I'll give them a ring and find out, what are they talking about? If it's one, because we have 150 in here.
Is there anybody from the administration here? Interesting.
Yeah, at 10:15.
Everything's scheduled for 10:15.
So maybe I'll call Peter right now. I'll call his mom. We have 3 minutes.
Well, let's...
Anyway, that was a flag during town meeting.
Chris Cochran had some suggested changes that he emailed me. I was unable to open them until I very late last night. They're very small, but...
But I just flagged that as a concern.
Well, and I think that's one-time money, if I'm correct.
Right.
It's in there, and so they would have to come back the following year if they wanted to continue for a comparable amount of money. I don't think that money's supposed to extend over the future, indefinitely.
Yeah, but their point is that this will take several years to actually roll out fully. I mean, anyway, it was flagged as a concern.
You have to be careful with how much we spend.
I got it. We're spending a lot.
I don't just disagree with you, but if the administration has, if they highlighted this as one-time money, then we'll hear from Chris. If they expect that to last for 3 years, I think you're right. If they're saying one time we'll see where we are, and we may come back for another one, then, because you're right, I don't think all the communities will get this done within a year.
Yeah, anyway, that was my one on this bill. Other than everybody delighted that we're doing this bill, that was the one piece of feedback.
You can have a seat. We made faster progress than we thought on the other bills, so we're ready for you. And we started talking about
a comma and a
first page. I think we finally understand what 19 and 20 is trying to do.
But maybe it's more.
Could I? We're trying to delete the comma after water supply and sewage disposal?
Yep. Ellen Tchaikovsky, Office of Legislative Counsel, yes. Because the intent is to make sure that the municipal plans include water supply, lines, facilities, and service areas, and sewage disposal, lines, facilities, and service areas.
Great. Boy, I can't believe it took me 2 months.
It's just requiring more details on the map.
It was because of the striking out of the comma. It looked like the comma was still in there, so, okay. So we're going to try in the next hour to walk through this whole bill and see what questions we have remaining with the hope of voting it tomorrow. Okay?
Okay.
So,
I'm going to send it.
11.
Yes. So
that's why you're here now.
Great.
And David will come after you. Okay, so the section we're in now is the municipal plan, and section 4412 on page 2 is...
This is when we start talking about municipal bylaws.
Right.
Yep.
Okay. This is the housing element.
So these are the types of bylaws that are required. So you're adding new language to this section. A variety of things are in this section. So
Plus we're also changing the accessory dwelling unit. So we're striking that, and we're just capturing the whole following section.
Yes. Yes. Oh, so yeah, on page 2, so the previous, are you in subsection 10 on page 2? Yeah.
Are you, just to make sure we're not the same draft, 6.1?
Yes. Yep. So what we're doing here is we're expanding. So currently the municipal plan is required to reference the permitted accessory dwelling units. So now we're expanding it so that they have to comply with all of the sections in 4412, which includes all of the sort of density requirements and affordable housing bylaws that you're adding in the next section.
Let's keep going.
All right.
Yeah. Okay, we talked about that before.
Yeah. Yep.
And tell us what the changes on line 19.
Yep, so now we're in the definition of accessory dwelling unit, and so we had the conversation about if there should be a cap on the size of the accessory dwelling unit, and so down on line 19, it now reads, the unit shall not exceed 30% of the total habitable floor area of a single family dwelling unit, or 900 square feet, whichever is greater. So that was what we talked about shortly before town meeting week and how to capture that size issue.
Good. Is Chris coming, by the way?
Yeah, he's out in the hall.
Okay. Well, you might want to come and listen to this because he's going to be sort of up next, going with his concerns. Okay. This on page 5 is just a different terminology.
Yes. So this was feedback from the agency. This section was originally titled inclusionary growth, and inclusionary has a specific meaning in other parts of the statute, so to sort of differentiate, it's inclusive development is a slightly different title.
Okay.
But this is the
Very optimistic title. I like it.
Great. Great.
We could have done with it in the 50s and 60s.
Right, so then this is the section that creates the mandatory program with the ability to opt out. This does have the effective, this section is effective for 3 years out. So that's in the end of the effective date section, but otherwise this section hasn't changed.
And remind us why we put it 3 years out.
To give a sort of initial, it was a
bylaw work to be done.
Yes.
But what if they're bylaw ready? What if they're ready to do this?
There are incentives built into this in a couple of pages. So as soon as they have adopted this language, they're eligible for incentives. Priority for funding.
So that doesn't have to wait 3 years. If they are bylaw ready and if they're ready to go, can they start sooner rather than later?
Yes, but yeah, you are correct. The funding actually is part of this, so it is on the 3 years later.
So, well, some communities may be ready to rock and roll soon. Some may have these bylaws in place already, or some may be able to.
Right, so they should be eligible for the incentive.
Yeah, earlier than 3 years. Why are we waiting 3 years? Is my question.
Are we waiting 3 years?
Yes, that's what she just said, and that's why I asked the question.
Yeah. So I mean, that was I think this was your idea, was to push out the effective date. And so if you want to.
It was my idea.
Okay.
The effective date of it being, the whole thing being mandatory. Right. I didn't know that we were sweeping in. We can fix that. I think
we should be able to fix that. And I think that our objective was to not have mandatory immediately. Have mandatory, they get 3 years to have it be voluntary. But if a community has its bylaws in shape and is ready to rock and roll, I think we need to be incenting them immediately.
Yeah, I agree. I was trying to, when I suggested that, I was talking about the substitute changes, not the carrots. So we probably have to make specific reference.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we.
All right, so the incentives start on page 8. And so it includes the prioritizing funding as well as the ability to override restrictive covenants and deeds. So that's part of the sort of incentive package. So do you want all of those to be captured in the?
Yes.
Okay.
You mean if they're ready to go? Yes.
So on page 9, the yellow.
Yep.
What is 27,545? It's right below it. Okay.
Yep. So we had a conversation the last time I was here about the wording of this section being a little confusing, and so I rearranged it.
Okay.
So hopefully it reads a little more clear.
Can you answer this question? Because I know Ellen and I spent a long time together before the break. And how is this section any different than the first sentence of 545?
So they work in tandem. So subdivision 4 is part of Title 24, whereas then the section 545 is actually in Title 27, which is the property title. So we tie those two things together.
Okay, so it says the same thing, but you're putting it in two places.
Yeah.
Okay. And I know we had a conversation about on line 11 about the concept of running with the land, and I continue to be a little concerned that there could be deed restrictions or covenants that don't run with the land that have a negative
effect on density. It could be like a transfer of deed saying, as long as you're there, this thing prohibits you from doing, you can't put an accessory dwelling unit there. So it wouldn't run with the land, transfer like it just be connected to one possible sale. So I'm just wondering why we need or should have running with the land in there as opposed to deleting that phrase.
I don't know.
Okay, so this was something that was given over to you by the agency? They'll have
Yes.
Okay, we'll ask them.
Did the bankers raise some questions regarding subsection 4 as it was written before, regarding the deed covenants and restrictions?
I think it may have been in more the context of this one, but it could equally apply to the other.
I just want to,
I don't, we can hear from them. I think any concern they may have would be taken up by line 6 and 7.
Presumably.
Because this is all perspective. And it doesn't make sense, quite frankly, in my mind, some of this language is almost, how should I put it, unnecessary, because if you pass a bylaw and you start putting covenants in your deeds that are contrary to the bylaw, they're in some ways illegal. But this simply says that it can't be enforced. So I think in some ways both of these sections are belt and suspenders, but as long as it's perspective only, then I don't think you're dealing with taking the property, the rights. But certainly we can hear from, if we don't get to them today, we can have hallway conversations before tomorrow on that if they have some alternative language. And we'll hear from the agency on this running with the land.
And Ellen, would you be kind enough to just point me, the conserved land concern I had, that's, because I'm finding this sort of dense to read and get any, okay, so it's on 17 and 18, I see it. Yeah, thanks. I found it myself. All right.
And the following one protects that.
Yeah, got it. And then we go into the Act 250 exemption.
Yeah, did you want to move on to the next change isn't until page 15. And this was again, we talked about the language in this subdivision being a little bit confusing. So I just rewrote it, so hopefully it's a little more clear.
This is at the bottom?
Yep.
Right.
So when we talk about this, I think that I shared some concerns that with the language of A through E above, this is a situation whether the existing permit has conditions on an Act 250 permit. Is that right? Act 250 permit? And whether those conditions would carry forward to the municipal permit that might substitute for the Act 250 permit. And it says you can't get rid of any of those conditions unless they fall into one of these criteria.
Yes.
And you raised a concern on C. That may be too broad. Someone could say, well, this law doesn't apply, so we'll get rid of the condition. Meanwhile, some neighbors may have fought really hard for this or something like that. Now the condition is gone. Is this 4? Does that help in terms of giving people right to complain about that, or?
No. So I did not rewrite any of the substance of this, but the language in 4 is about providing notice and an opportunity for a hearing. So this is making sure that there is notice given to the statutory parties under the Act 250 process. Right. And so if someone does want to raise an objection, there is a process by which people will receive notice, and there will be a hearing on this change of permit. So
on the overall switch over to the municipal permit?
Yes.
Will the Act 250 permit be part of the record so they can see what the conditions have been?
Yes. The permit itself will be gone, but the new municipal permit will be added to the land records, and so hopefully those two things should be tied together, at least in some way.
And how will this be affected by the changes the House is making? Well, they'll get reconciled during the course of this process.
What?
Well, the House is making some changes to some of these reviews, or have they just backed away from all of them?
Well,
it doesn't matter.
Not the House.
I know. Well, I'm just curious about what's happening.
So yes, so the language in this section is in the House Act 250 bill.
So it's parallel.
It is parallel. The language of this section has not changed in the House bill. However, the House bill did expand the exemption to village centers as well as downtowns and neighborhood development areas, which is what your bill has. Downtowns and neighborhood development areas. Theirs expanded it to include village centers as well.
Okay. Is there, just to play devil's advocate here, is there a reason why this section to limit the removal of conditions is preferable to say all the conditions apply, and if somebody wants to get rid of a condition, they should go through a municipal process, like they would in Act 250 if they wanted to change the condition?
This was the original proposal. I think you could do it other ways, but this was the original proposal.
Okay.
Because I'm still looking at C and thinking that if federal or state law is no longer in effect, then how does a hearing help?
Well, there could be a challenge. The town could say, this law was governing this condition, and we think this law doesn't apply anymore, so we get rid of the condition of the permit.
Well, then,
and somebody could disagree with that and say, there's other laws that are still impacted.
Okay. All right.
So we're changing conditions. We're trying to give the towns more responsibility, but we want to be careful not to change the conditions of the permit unilaterally. The town changing. If we could have a free for all, where the towns could change the conditions of the Act 250 permit, we'd never get this through.
well,
Yeah.
correct.
And so here it's saying you can't do it, but in these conditions, these cases you can. And it could be, they could make a mistake, or it could be done, they could overextend themselves in terms of removing conditions. The town could do that, and we don't want to.
And I see that.
I think this is a section that Chris could possibly look at too, not you, the other Chris. Okay. Let's go on.
Sorry. I know. Forgive me, but I somehow had thought, and I clearly was, that we had included village centers. I thought we'd included all downtown and village, designated downtown and village centers. We didn't include village centers in here. And would we like to?
I'd like to get this bill out of here.
I know, but
taking more testimony.
But would we have to take more testimony on that?
I don't know.
Okay, I'm just putting it out there. It strikes me as we'll let the House do that.
Sorry.
Okay, fine. I just think I thought we had.
Okay, this, I remember on line 18, this deals with giving the communities more time to bring their housing, priority housing, preserving their priority housing.
Sure. So on page 18 is the next change, and so when last we spoke, because we're removing downtowns and neighborhood development areas from Act 250, that does change priority housing and the definition of it. And so there was concern about how do we preserve the incentive for priority housing. So we added to both the designated downtown and the neighborhood development area a requirement that towns have one of the following things to promote affordable housing. And so on page 17, and then later in the neighborhood development area, there's new language that came from the affordable housing group. And so we discussed that perhaps we need to push push out the deadline slightly because the way that the designations are reviewed is every 4 or 8 years, and so we needed, if these changes went into effect immediately, there's a few towns that will be up for renewal or review very soon and wouldn't maybe have time to comply, and there was a risk that they would become out of compliance and then lose their designation. So on page 18 and then later, we add language, hopefully trying to avoid that by saying, beginning on July 1, 2022, any community under review or seeking renewal for their designation status shall comply with subdivisions B4 and B5, which are the new affordable housing requirements. Okay. So slightly pushing out that new deadline.
Denise, is this posted online at this point?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so page 20.
Page 20. Yes. So now we're in the requirements for a neighborhood development area. And so this was the, some of the language from VNRC surrounding flood hazard areas in a neighborhood development area. So this was the proposed language change from VNRC. So it now reads, the proposed neighborhood development area consists of those portions of the neighborhood planning area that are appropriate for new and infill housing, including only areas containing pre-existing development and areas suitable for infill development as defined in section 29.201 of the Vermont Flood Hazard Area and River Corridor Rule.
What does that mean?
So infill development is defined in the rule, and so this is just it's attempting to have the definition match that.
So I know we had questions about rules and statute, but is it meant to say that there's only 2 places? Well, you use the word including, but then you use the word only. So, so it says the area consists of those neighborhood planning area that is appropriate for new infill housing. And then you're trying to say what that is.
Yes.
And it's only those that have pre-existing development or areas suitable for infill development. So we're letting the rule and pre-existing development control. Okay. Those are the only 2 areas. I mean, wouldn't it be more appropriate to do it in a negative, say areas?
Right, so this is sort of the result of back and forth negotiating, right? So currently the language reads, excluding identified flood hazard areas. And so this is an attempt to allow some more development in the flood hazard area, but only where there's pre-existing development and it's suitable for infill.
Okay, I don't remember all the details here, but if you look at the language you're striking here,
yeah.
Couldn't you have that rule just come after excluding identified flood hazard and erosion areas as defined? Wouldn't that accomplish the same thing?
No.
No?
No. So it's attempting to capture that it's different in all areas, that some towns have development already in the flood hazard area.
Okay.
So this is an attempt to allow some development in there because previously they were excluded from including it in the neighborhood development area.
Okay. What would be the result if we took the word only out?
Yeah, it seems odd to confusing. Have that there.
I do think the language could be changed.
Why can't you just say including areas containing it? So, forgive me, I'm sort of slow to boot up here, but are we giving permission then to continue to develop in flood hazard areas? I guess I'm puzzled by this.
Yeah, that's my concern.
So why would we do that?
Because it was proposed.
Yeah, but it's a bad idea.
Well, for example, if you look at that mobile home park that we've been talking about in Brattleboro,
right?
If I were reading this, is this telling me that it would be okay to include that in a neighborhood development area and that you could develop it?
I don't know specifically about that.
I don't think so. I mean, I know.
What would exclude it?
Yeah, I think this language that was proposed by people who would, I assume, would want to protect these flood hazard areas from development.
I think having all of us having lived through Irene, I think we want to get as much out of flood hazard areas as possible.
I think we want to understand what this says, because I don't understand what this says right now.
Clearly, we've missed something somewhere.
Yes. Yeah, go ahead. Real quickly, I want to just preface, and one of the things I say consistently when we talk about this flood stuff is that this is one area that I really want the natural resources committee to look at.
And they will.
Yeah.
So the neighborhood development area rules or statute was passed immediately after Irene. It was passed before A&R created their river corridor rules and procedures. A&R river corridor rules and procedures allow appropriate infill, like in parking lots and things that are areas that are already developed, that are already armored, that are not of high risk. What this change does is bring the neighborhood development area designation into compliance with current best practices at A&R per their river corridor rule.
Which is what Kate spoke to us about.
And we worked with the NRC on this. Obviously, they do not want to see buildings built in the wrong locations either, so we came to agreement, and that's the intent, that two different state policies were communicating.
So you're trying to sync them up.
Exactly.
I get the sync up. Is there any way that the word appropriate development would be added? I mean, because I get the part, I understand there is appropriate development in flood hazard areas, but that doesn't say that here.
I don't have any strong feeling whether appropriate is in there or not.
So maybe, I'm sorry,
I would say it
catch this sooner.
It would work out carefully with the NRC, and they're not here to comment.
I know they're not, but she has an exciting, beautiful little baby boy.
She does.
Which was lovely. It's so great.
Well,
She
if
sent
you go
us all.
into natural resources, can you flag this section that we think it might need some clarification ourselves, and we'll welcome their ideas and clarify. I think we know the intent.
No, I think we also, just for our own purposes, ought to know what's section 29-201 of the Vermont Flood Hazard Area and River Corridor Rule is.
Can you bring us that rule for tomorrow morning?
Sure, I mean, that's the definition section of the rule, so it's just having it match the definition of infill development.
Right, and I think Kate discussed that with us, as I'm recalling, but I think just the simple word appropriate infill development, or whatever would help us feel more
It says appropriate above all that said.
Yeah.
But if you can get us that language, maybe we'll stick the language in here as opposed to cross-referencing the rule. I prefer that myself, actually. But,
It reads, infill development means for the purposes of designated centers, construction, installment, modification, renovation, or rehabilitation of land, interests in land, buildings, structures, facilities, or other improvements in an area that was not previously developed but is surrounded by existing development. For purposes of farm production areas, infill development means construction on a vacant area within the farm production area.
That this is pre-existing development and areas suitable. So pre-existing development alone, and again, I go back to that question of the mobile home park in Brattleboro. Does this say that you could treat that as a pre-existing development area and build there?
It's not in the designated center.
Well, I mean, if it were, if it were, would that qualify for being rebuilt when we know it's going to flood? And in fact, we're moving stuff out of it.
I don't know enough about the facts to actually comment, so I don't.
I think we should flag this and have the Natural Resources Committee weigh in on it. Let's delegate it.
Well, I don't know, we should be passing things we don't understand.
Well, we haven't until
We haven't passed it.
We haven't passed it. They're going to make their changes and get them.
No, we are going to pass it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were going to.
No, we're going to pass it tomorrow. We're going to vote on it tomorrow, and then they have amendments we want to do. We'll discuss it.
Well, then I hope that tomorrow we'll understand what this says, because I don't want to vote on something that I don't understand.
Okay.
And is unclear.
Okay. We will try and find that out. Okay. Let's keep going.
On page 21, there's a change. We're still in the same section. Previously, it referenced within an existing settlement, so it just changes it so that it's confined to within a neighborhood development area. And then the next change is on page 26, and it's the same language I referenced a few minutes ago about the delaying the implementation of the affordable housing requirement for the neighborhood development area, pushing it out to July 1, 2022.
However, right, was that 3 years? That seems like 2 years after. I mean, didn't we want?
It's different. It's not the same.
Yeah, so this change is going to pretty much affect a pretty narrow group of towns, a known group of towns, because their renewals are coming up within that period. So the next change is on page 31. We updated the amount for the tax credits.
Right. Okay. So just voted on the transient. Okay, so that's going to come out. I think those are all yours. Do you have any more sections?
Nope.
Okay, could you stick around for the next 15 minutes? I'd like Chris to come to the chair and go on this environmental stuff here, active 50 municipal permit stuff, walk through section 6.1 in terms of any concerns, additions that you might have.
Good morning. Chris Cochran, Department of Housing and Community Development. You were right. I had nothing to worry about. You were going to pass this bill and get it done. Thank you.
We are.
Yes.
The more we live with it, the more questions we have.
Yeah.
That's dangerous.
I think we're supposed to be in natural resources in like 15 minutes. Yeah. So I just wanted to just flag a few things, and then if we can get into some of the specific questions. One thing that we missed when we recommended adding, we talked about the flood mitigation credits. There's a reference in the tax credit section that talks about just limiting the benefit to FEMA flood hazard area. That should also include river corridors to be consistent with the change in the other section. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, I think
it's going to need more pages.
Yeah, I can get you the specific, but
okay, so it sounds like it's a technical.
It's a technical change.
That's
important to qualify projects within the area. The whole background on it is FEMA's flood hazard irregular. Their maps are not published online consistently. The river corridors is a statewide digital layer that we can make people look at the map and figure out if they're qualified or not.
So work with Ellen to get that into the next draft, please.
The short-term rental housing report.
Right.
As you know, we collected a lot of data. Our housing needs assessment will be coming out pretty soon. I think it's going to answer some of the questions you have there. My preference, given limited time and resources the state has, was to actually give communities some tools and resources to help them manage short-term rental issues if it is a problem in their community. I'd much rather see language that directs the department to provide, the department and regional planning commissions, guidance to help municipalities.
Find where we are in this at with our short-term.
Toward the very end, it's the short-term rental.
Okay, so we haven't gotten to that yet. I have some concerns with your position on that, but I want you to focus on the sections that Ellen has talked about.
Okay. Really, the tax credits is the only change that I have that we missed. Other changes, we reviewed them this morning. We think they make sense. Thank you for your support, and I think we're in a pretty good place with them. Josh will have additional comments for the later sections, as will I. A question regarding Senator Brock, your question about what infill would require, I can't answer that. If there's two buildings, a building here and a building here, and it's on a river, what A&R's river corridor procedure allows you to do is put another building within the setback of that area. It has to be raised to above the floodplain elevation, so if it does get wet, people won't be harmed. But it does allow infill, because an infill in that situation isn't going to make flooding any worse in that community downstream. So that's the intent. We haven't looked at how this would play out in a mobile home park specifically, but that's
the whole issue, because infill is or infill.
Right.
Existing is as written.
Right.
And so would it allow, for all intents and purposes, the rehabilitation of an existing building in the floodplain? Would allow it to be sort of rebuilt as opposed to filled in?
It would allow it to be rebuilt, and our presumption is that we're providing these tax credits to them, so when they make these improvements, they will make the building more flood safe.
Is there a requirement that they make it more flood safe?
We don't. Well, it may be required in the community that gets too complicated.
Well, I guess the question is, are we tax subsidizing something that's going to wash away in the next flood? That's my concern.
We hope not.
That we know about.
Our communities aren't really going to be moving anytime soon. We've got huge infrastructure investments in them. I think the strategic way for Vermont to respond to a changing climate is to make these incremental changes to make their communities safer. Communities do make these changes. Often when buildings are built, they have to meet newer requirements, what we're saying, but there's an exemption for many existing buildings because they're historic and they're listed on the National Register. So how do we get that slice of buildings improved? And that's the intent of these incentives.
Right.
I understand.
Okay.
I did have one question on this for Ellen as well. I don't know if this is your section or, but on page 4 where it says nothing in this section shall be construed to prohibit a bylaw that regulates short-term rentals distinctly from other residential units. And then later on in the bill, we talk about that you can't pass a bylaw that would, for short-term rentals, that would wind up encouraging the displacement of long-term permanent housing. And I was just wondering if those two sections are inconsistent.
And why? Yes.
Well,
do we need this here?
You may not need it here. You may not. This is specifically the ADU section to enable the regulation.
This section is not the ADU section.
Well, on page 4, line 10.
It is accessory dwelling.
It is the ADU section.
It is the ADU section, right.
You subsequently added a more global change to the chapter that says municipalities may regulate short-term rentals. So
okay,
it doesn't hurt for them to be in both places, but
can we take a look, Ellen, at maybe striking line 10?
Okay. That would be striking all of little sub 2.
So, okay, so you had written, I thought I saw it in your notes. I wanted to ask you a question that was raised earlier this morning on running with the land. Apparently that's your language.
Yeah.
And what page are we on again?
Page 9.
Yeah, this came up in Ellen's. I'm afraid I don't have a great answer to that. I presume it's just running with the title and in the land records, but I did not draft it. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know how to.
Who did draft it?
Our attorney.
Okay, could you talk to your attorney?
We don't. She's left us. We don't have an attorney right now, so I can't. So I think we're going to have to rely on your attorney.
Okay.
vacancy?
Yes, we've been in without an attorney for several months now. It's been fun.
Wow. The things you could do, the places you could go.
We've relied on the kindness of strangers in many cases.
Well, it's a good thing you're in a session. You can rely on.
I think that needs to go for the reasons I said. I mean, you could have somebody consult a party, they could live there for 50 years, right? And there violations are inconsistent with the bylaws.
You may want to talk to a tower lawyer. Okay. They would have actually good information on that. It's just not something I can answer.
Okay, well, we do have a few more minutes before you have to go, so we'll take advantage of that. And is David here?
No.
He said checking it out, he wanted to go.
So we're going to move on to
so we're in that
okay, so you have some, you were about to embark on thing, and I'll cut you off because I want to deal with the environmental stuff first. Okay, the study on.
So we're past tax. We're cutting. We're getting rid of the
statewide housing study line. Page.
With the short-term housing study on
page 36 and 37, I think is where we are. Short-term rentals. Bottom of page 36, top of page 37.
Yep.
Okay.
And I understand the concern and the need for data on this.
We thought you were close to finishing.
We have to work with many partners, AHS and others, before we can release our housing needs assessment. There is some information on short-term rentals.
Right.
We also the tourism office did a big study with Inatopia that scraped a lot of the short-term rental data. We have a big pile of data, but the analysis for it is not something we can do quickly. So we do have information, so I don't think any emergency rules are needed for us to gather data. We have it. The challenge with the short-term rental data, from my opinion, is we don't know what the baseline is. We don't know the universe of rental properties out there, and it's a very fluid market. So without an ability to compare it to like what exists, it's hard for us to report on what's happening in the state of things. We can say this is a snapshot in time. We can, give you some, general ideas about where this is happening, which we have testified, but we do know where it is happening to a greater degree. We do know many communities are concerned about it, and that's where I got to my recommendation. Let's do something to help them now. Let's not study this for a year. Let's give them, you've enabled their ability across the board to regulate short-term rentals. What they need is sample bylaws and ordinance and support and guidance on how to implement them. The communities that are feeling these pressures are aware of it. What they could use is some tools to help them get further along.
And they don't, not every community has those resources.
Well, I'm not certain that we need, the idea of emergency rules that allow you to collect data was to help you in making recommendations and assessing the situation. We have a very fluid market with short-term rentals that everybody across the country is experiencing. And we didn't feel comfortable that we could start coming up with any kind of statewide policies. Maybe there's no need for statewide policies, but communities and other states are starting to get into this and set baseline criteria to protect long-term housing and also promote tourism and all this stuff. So
and health and safety.
We need either a report or we need a study. And we need some recommendations. Whether you need any information to collect on this stuff further, that could be your decision. Maybe we can make this permissive, but it would seem to me if you want to write a quality report, there's going to be information you're going to want to collect. And you might not have the authority right now to collect this information. So that's why we wrote it in a way of saying we want to get the information necessary to make sound policies while balancing the privacy interests of the people who are in this industry. But we need the information. Maybe when this report comes, we've been told several times that the report was coming. haven't seen it yet, but maybe you'll see it and say, okay, we don't need any more information. We're ready to make some recommendations. We're going to look at the literature, we'll look at all the other states, and you may come back and say, well, do nothing, legislature. Let the towns do whatever they want. I hope that's not what you come back with.
Yeah. Right. Because I think this was meant to be empowering, but if you also want to add line, I think part of your report would be, we as a result, we are developing blueprints for
That's my point. I don't need legislation to do this.
Yeah, you don't.
What I'd rather do is spend my time helping the communities with the issues, giving them the tools they need.
You very well may need legislation to get information from people who are doing short-term rentals.
I don't know how much we can compel a private company to share. That's a question for.
Well, we want to empower you as fully as we can, is I think the point.
This committee has done a fair amount already on short-term rentals, requiring some inspections, requiring tax collections. So don't say that you can't control this industry, because it's a public interest issue.
I'm not saying I can't control. I just don't know what the extent of our authority is.
So that's one of the reasons why we're giving you this report.
So hopefully this report will begin to set some of the baseline. But if you'd like to have an additional section saying ACCD, the Department of Housing and Community Development, will be a resource for towns and municipalities going forward as they develop these ordinances and this work.
Well, we may want to change the shall to may. And if they don't want the authority, well, we're going to make them do this report regardless.
So you're on the report. I don't need language to help communities. We're going to help them anyway.
I know, but I realize, but I mean, in your initial comments, it sounded like you were interested in having that be explicit, or that you were available as a resource for communities.
That's going to require more resources.
Yeah.
$50,000, and we have $350,000 out there to help other people develop the bylaws. You know, you start adding more responsibility, the more staff
right.
And we don't have enough.
So we have data. We can issue you a report. It's not worth arguing about. No.
Okay. So you got to go.
Yes.
I want to let you go. And we're going to move on to the other.
Capital strategically to reduce interruptions of different kinds, prevent the